ethnic cleansing. Behind Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Ariwa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hizbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and the English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Uguni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery.
Amidst the union dispute declared by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on December 16, 2020, when the regional political merchants are done with their horse-trading charade labeled political solution to separatists and secessionists, they will dismount from their high horses and soberly engage the self-determination questions arising from the grave constitutional grievances inflicted by Nigeria's imposed unitary constitutional order on the peoples of the distressed Federation of Nigeria. Until then, let folly reign in the refugee camp of regional renegades called Abuja, said by Tony Nadi, December 2nd, 2021. There's something else that is like this. That one had questions to ask. Here it goes. Wale Arishekola asked the following questions. He says, if anyone has any answers, they should please wake him up and in the morning and let him know what the answers are to these questions. What suddenly happened to the Bring Back Our Girls movement? Have all the girls returned, or it was a mere selfish project by aggrieved individuals? Number 2, why has Duziki not gone back to court to face charges for his monumental fraud since he was granted bail last year? Does bail mean all charges have been dropped forever, or has he been going to court secretly? Number 3, those who promise that they will expose the sponsors of Boko Haram as soon as possible, what are they still waiting for? Are the sponsors still elusive 5 years down the line? We haven't had the name or prosecution of any sponsor. 4, where is Sadiq Oguche, the mastermind of the Nyanya bombing, and Kabiru Sokoto, who was apprehended for the Suleja Catholic Church bombing? Where are they? 5, when Boko Haram members repent, unquote, and get rehabilitated, how do they not mention their sponsors? Also, how do we monitor them to ensure they don't go back to rejoin the terrorists? Number 6, where are we on the sensational NDDC/off-mic exposure? Are the people just going to get away with such monumental fraud as exposed by Babio and Co? 7, what is the outcome of EFCC's investigation into the alleged multi-billion naira financial misappropriation and embezzlement by the chairman and commissioners of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and illegal use of the commission's money against President's directive to buy expensive luxury cars for themselves and their spouses? Number 8, where are we on the Magu issue? Is he still on suspension, or has he been removed? Was he found guilty, or was it just a setup? Number 9, how did the police arrive at discharging Abba Kyari without releasing the circumstances surrounding his involvement and vindication by the Special Panel of Investigation? Does it mean that FBI lied? Is it the duty of a police officer, crime investigator, to mediate between a teller and an international criminal? Number 10, when will we see the report of the NNPC audit that was promised to be released within the first 6 months? Anyone with sensible answers to any of or all of the above is invited to help out. This is courtesy of Advocacy for Good Governance Social Network. Again, the whole thing that contains all that Wale, what is his full name again? Wale Arishekola, the whole thing that the 10 questions he just put out now, They are all embedded in the Constitution of Nigeria. The 1999 Constitution is the reason all the problem, all the headache, all the stomach upset, all the challenges, all the lack of water, electricity, road, infrastructures, all the discrimination, all the bloodletting, all the Fulani terrorists. Muhammadu Buhari. It is because of that constitution. That's why we are where we are. And so the earlier we get it sorted out, the better for everyone. And it is the best thing that can happen to Africa, that we get it sorted out. Others will come to learn it from us. So check out ninasvoice.org, lowernigercongress.org. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masob members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better work, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders where they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't approve everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninasssn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Here's an article penned by the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, on May 21st, 2021. It goes this way. The wisdom of setting your own roof on fire.
The conquest, designs, and murderous invasions of the Fulani is countrywide in Nigeria and was long in coming, facilitated immeasurably by the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution that tied everyone's hands to the back. Receiving a great boost when Buhari, the great Fulani champion, marauded his way to power via the Boko Haram campaign machinery back in 2015. The situation certainly required strategic action from the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria to address. At a time, the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria rallied behind the strategic actions prescribed by the LNC Movement for New Nigeria, or NINA's grand script that would oust both the Fulani and the 1999 constitution that brings them to our various spaces. Those Igbo folks, especially in the diaspora and particularly in the World Igbo Congress, WIC, who mocked what was being done by the LNC and its MNN allies, now NINAS, as mere academic exercise. Those Igbo who wanted physical action and who clapped and cheered rancorously and donated generously when Nnamdi Kanu announced the Igbo self-immolating outfit tagged ESN that was commanded to murder soldiers and policemen in Igbo land, are the same ones shouting blue murder now that the Fulani embraced the invitation and license of Nnamdi Kanu to kill Igbo youth with impunity. Maybe when the blood festival that Nnamdi Kanu has been preparing for the Fulani and Nigeria in Igbo land gets fully underway, and when sufficient blood is shed in Igbo land to satisfy the bloodthirsty demons being invoked by the chief merchant of the Rogue Biafra franchise, the unthinking and dishonest Igbo cheerleaders of Nnamdi Kanu's lunacy will become sober and honest enough to proclaim very loudly to the hearing of both the global community and non-caliphate alliance partners in Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of the great calamity that has befallen Igbo land. Until then, let us continue in our dishonesty and folly of clapping and cheering for the bloodthirsty lunatics setting the Igbo roof on fire in the name of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. No one is rejoicing about Nigeria's current genocidal onslaught in Igbo land, and consequences will attach for the crimes against humanity now being committed in the East by the illicit federal government of Nigeria. But while all steps are being taken to get halt the official and unofficial bloodletting and military operations in Igbo land, we must also find the courage and honesty to proclaim very loudly that Nnamdi Kanu brought this upon Igbo land, and he truly did. Next is the Guardian newspaper advertorial taken up by the World Igbo Congress, whose leader is based in Houston, Texas, U.S., where World Igbo Congress was in total support for the ESN madness that has bettered the clearly foreseeable killings and military operations in Igbo land. Hailing and expressing support for the so-called Eastern Security Network set up by Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB, which rapidly degenerated to unknown gunmen, which prompted the massive military operation, was unleashed in Igbo land by the federal government of Nigeria as a reaction to what Kanu was doing. This WIC World Igbo Congress advertorial in Guardian newspaper is cited by the federal government of Nigeria as irrefutable evidence that the Igbo elite are in full endorsement of the mass murder Nnamdi Kanu was orchestrating in Igbo land, both against the Igbo who opposed his methods and against law enforcement, police and military. This unfortunately was what informed the indiscriminate killing by federal troops, by Nigerian military and police in Igbo land, because in the sight of the federal government and its military, IPOB was Igbo. We heard when the Inspector General of Police openly asked the mobile police forces deployed as part of the military operation in the southeast to kill instead of arresting anyone suspected to be involved with IPOB. More like kill them all order, reminiscent of the 1966 pogroms, when they were killing whoever that is considered to be non-Northerner and Easterner. Just because the WIC at Victoria turned all Igbo to IPOB ESN in the eyes of the Nigeria federal government. It was against the backdrop of the WIC at Victoria tragedy that the widely circulated AVID's avid letter, the U.S. Department of Defense citing Nnamdi Kanu as the only hope of the Igbo, simply reinforced the aforementioned Igbo conspiracy view of the federal government of Nigeria for the killing of troops and policemen in Igbo land, compounding therefore an existing tragedy. Below is another video and a commentary.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
Expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
what we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Do
Not
your deal
surprisingly,
speaking.
states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination,
God bless you.
or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank
The
you.
an ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you go.
While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
A country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
for the protection of their environment.
President Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous
Speaking.
Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South.
The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndị Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the suns in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. But they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway. Any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndị Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndị Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndibo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndibo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndibo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading. Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then, because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race, and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we're African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty. For the same reason, the world has remained silent over development in Nigeria, waiting for more fire to be burning, more smoke to be going up in the air. Maybe three times what happened in Rwanda should also repeat in Nigeria, a country that has experienced over 3 million citizens of the country, the East, being decimated, being destroyed during the Civil War. Less than 50 years ago, 51 years ago. Now, the whole world, especially the Western countries, they are still keeping quiet, watching Nigeria to see how far the fire will burn. And they don't mind continuing doing business with Nigeria because of the oil and gas. They don't care about our people. They don't care. They wouldn't mind seeing some of our people die in their trying to cross the Mediterranean, going to Europe. People are still dying doing that. Nigerians are still being held in jails in Libya, being auctioned in Libya. Nigeria and other Africans are still in detention centers, getting sold at auctions in a country, Libya,
that has fallen apart through miscalculated Western intervention. Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister, supplied the false information that led to the bombing of Iraq the second time by George Bush Jr. Tony Blair. Because of oil and gas, they don't mind seeing places go up in flames because of oil and gas. I mean, this is what is going on all over the world. Iraq is a broken country, thanks to Western intervention. And when I think about this, I keep wondering, could these people actually support good things and see it happen very well in countries? Their intervention, what does it really do for nations? Yemen has been there for many years. Congo is a forgotten war. Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan has been taken over by the Taliban. U.S. intervention, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, including Syria too, because they pulled out of Syria too. Somalia has been a failed state for over 30 years now. Sudan, they helped to carry out a referendum. They have been on edge ever since. That of Sudan is the most shameful one because Cuba helped to provide them personnel. They trained their people. Cuba taught South Sudan how to be patriotic citizens, the love of their place, the love of their country. But as soon as they got independence, they went into war because of leadership. What killed Nigeria? What helped to destroy Nigeria? The constitution is the number one, but leadership failed Nigeria from day one. And the other one had bad intentions in joining that union. They never were part of it. They had their evil intentions, which they are carrying out now, which is helping to tear Nigeria apart beyond repair, beyond recovery, because Nigeria must part ways. Anyway,
there's only one simple way to stop refugees.
Yep.
Stop creating them in the first place. Right now, in the news, there are a lot of stories about refugees risking their lives to cross the English Channel. The majority of them come from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, or Libya, countries the UK has recently bombed. So maybe if we stopped bombing people's homes, they wouldn't need to leave those homes. A lot of our foreign policy simply does not make sense. Sometimes we are told that it is absolutely vital for us to overthrow a dictator to bring in democracy, whereas previously we were happy to arm them. Sometimes we even arm a dictator, only to bomb them just 4 months later. In a lot of cases, not only do we support dictators, but we've put them there in the first place. In 1953, Britain and the United States orchestrated a coup to remove the democratically elected Iranian Prime Minister.
We had some involvement with overthrowing a democratically...
That's Obama speaking.
We did this because he was going to nationalize Iran's oil
Protect
assets,
his country's
something
assets.
he had every right
That's how
to
they
do.
killed Thomas Sankara.
But because this would have affected our oil revenues, we helped put in his place the Shah, a non-democratic monarch. The Shah went on to imprison, torture and execute his political opponents with the full support of the West.
How did the torture start? Not with an official order, but with individuals, were you saying? Probably. In the inside, they would never come to me and say, well, sir, we have tortured this fellow to make him talk. No, that was not my business.
And when the blowback to our actions came, it was devastating.
That's what triggered the Iranian Revolution.
And
the same thing has repeated in Afghanistan.
Thinking that killing innocent
Islamists took over Iran that time. They have taken over Taliban, thanks to U.S. involvement.
Dictators, thinking that this time
it doesn't make sense.
But all we do is fuel conflict and terrorism and force people to flee their homes and become refugees.
This is where the teenager's body was found this morning, hours after he'd set sail with another boy in a small inflatable boat. When the boat capsized, only one of the boys was found alive.
If we really want to stop refugees, then we need to stop creating them.
The actions of the United States and the Western countries are fueling this quietness around the world. If the United States and the Western Europe and the Western countries wants to see stability in the world, they should insist on good governance in countries that they are doing business with. Because they are enabling Nigeria by still trading with Nigeria after it's been made so clear that Nigeria is engaging in extrajudicial killings, documented. That alone should bother the conscience of the world to say, no, enough of this nonsense. No, but they think that Nigeria is peaceful enough to be doing business with Nigeria. They believe that Nigeria is okay the way it is to be continuing doing business with Nigeria instead of placing sanctions, instead of demanding that International Criminal Court investigate Muhammadu Buhari in Nigeria along with other government functionaries, including Lai Mohammed. The world keeps quiet, waiting for more Nigerians to die. The people has been weakened over many decades already. Their weapons have been taken away from them. They are economically disempowered. They are stealing the money and giving them 5,000 naira. I mean, proposing to give them 5,000 naira, which is less than $10 a month, for maybe 1 month. They will not even give at all. But that money will be shared among government officials. The world doesn't care what is happening to Africa because it is Africa. And then the world never even finished jobs they went to do in Arab countries. That's why we have Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Somalia, and a whole lot of other places. Their intervention is highly, highly suspect.
Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Arewa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hisbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and the English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem. Those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of the conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced, and that not just southeast, but in the south, southwest, and middle belt, they are continuing on genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will see to Nigeria's end, and we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa land, and middle belt, to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the
Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions, over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion. Shocking, but that's the reality at hand. Most of Angolan oil is going towards the repayment of Chinese debts, despite Angola being the second largest producer of oil in Africa. That brings us to the end of this video. Share your comments in the section below. Remember to support China's activities in Africa.
So, Ethiopia used part of the money they are owing China to build the railway that stretched from Djibouti to Addis Ababa upon the departure of Eritrea out of Ethiopia, because Eritrea is what used to give Ethiopia, the old Ethiopia, access to the sea, to the Nile. And so once Eritrea left Ethiopia through one referendum and the eventual referendum, about 2 decades plus ago, Ethiopia became a landlocked country, and they had to build that rail track that traveled from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. That's how they get their containers and other shipments, through the rail, just like Uganda, that is equally landlocked, that gets her containers through the ports in Kenya. One of them is Mombasa. And so countries can survive even when they are landlocked. We can stop the Chinese onslaught against Africa by going through referendum in Nigeria. That's how we'll sort our problem there. Otherwise, those people going cap in hand, borrowing, looking for money, looking for air to share, money to share, in a country that has 3 million crude oil barrels every day they supply to the rest of the world, they are still beggars. Terrible people. They have destroyed Nigeria and rendered it a miserable country. You know, a country that is supposed to be giving aid to other African countries is constantly borrowing, putting future generations into debt without any commensurate infrastructure to show for it. Sucks to be
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with a ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus, at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others, admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
And your role in society, you can never make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are 3 types of people on earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. My concern early here is that Nigeria may have been dominated by the idiots. Studies show only 10% of Africans are citizens. The remaining 90% are either tribesmen or idiots. When the Greeks used the word idiot, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just don't care. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats bananas, he throws the peels anywhere instead of putting them in a trash bin. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. The next set of people are the tribesmen. These are people that look at everything from the point of view of their tribe. These are people that believe in you only if you are part of their tribe. It can be terrible to have a tribesman as a leader. He will alienate the rest. This perfectly captures Muhammadu Buhari and his mentality, his narrow worldview. When the Greeks talk about tribes, it's not just about ethnicity. They also consider a religion as a tribe. A great percentage of Africans are tribesmen because they view everything from the point of view of their tribes. They trust only their tribesmen. This is probably among some tribes, not all tribes. Number 4, the last group are the citizens. These are people that like to do things the right way. They will respect traffic light rules even if no one is watching them. They drive within speed limits. They respect the laws, won't cheat in exams. In government, they won't steal. They are compassionate and give to others to promote their well-being. Citizens often promote projects that benefit everyone. The Greeks call this group the citizens. Some countries have more citizens than tribesmen and idiots. Others have so many idiots. A tribesman can become a citizen through orientation, and an idiot can become a citizen by training and constant enforcement of the law. But things fall apart if you select an idiot or a tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Wow. The interim chairman of APC once told us that Muhammadu Buhari was a reformed Democrat. That was a lie. So the disaster called Muhammadu Buhari could have been avoided if that man had actually spoken the truth timely enough to Nigerians. Nigerians allowed this dangerous man to get into office because of the lies of some party members. Wow. But things fall apart if you elect an idiot or tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Where do you belong? Are you an idiot, a tribesman, or a citizen? Reflect about your life, reflect about your country and Africa in general before you answer. Food for thought. To say that Nigeria is a fraudulent country or a joke is an understatement. Countries that produce just one resource or two are doing very well. Countries that are not producing anything, I mean, look at Hong Kong, for example. Hong Kong does not export anything, but Hong Kong is a trading hub. Different people from around the world go to Hong Kong to trade. They go there to buy goods, finished goods produced in China, of which Chinese cannot come to Hong Kong to sell, but Hong Kong-based citizens, they sell those products to people like from Nigeria who can get to to Hong Kong, but they can't enter into China. Hong Kong is a center for global stock exchanges, trades. Hong Kong is a tourist destination. Hong Kong is not known to be an oil producing or gold producing or any solid mineral producing place, but it's doing well. Same thing can be said about other countries. Singapore is as it is today because of oil and gas, until they attracted other technologies. And so Nigeria, that's supposed to be like United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia. Nigeria is borrowing money. Instead of lending money, Nigeria is borrowing. The beggars that are ruling Nigeria, the Fulani beggars that are ruling Nigeria, continue to go cap in hand, so much so that they cannot continue the rail project they are doing in other parts of the country except the East. They cannot even continue those projects because they are sharing money. They are sharing the oil money, the 3 million barrels that brings $90 as at yesterday, $92 per barrel. So Nigeria is getting so much money every day from oil and gas. They are doing nothing with it. They are sharing it. No development, no road, nothing. They go to Abuja to share money from the Niger Delta. And then the places in Niger Delta are consumed. The river state is burning on fire. Palm trees, you can see palm fronds are burnt in Port Harcourt. I saw it. They are flaming gas. Instead of capturing those gas to convert it into energy, Nigeria is burning it and it's heating up the atmosphere. If you are in Port Harcourt City, you know how hot it is for you. What is causing that? That is the gas they are flaring. In the night, step outside your house. Or if you are living in 2-story, 3-story, just go up. Look around Port Harcourt. You will see different flames going up in different locations. That's the country they want to bequeath us. That's the country they want us to bequeath to our children. A country of lawlessness. A country where criminals are leading. A country where terrorists are holding key positions in government without batting any eyelid, because the commander-in-chief is the leader of the gang. That's the country we're talking about. That's the country we're talking about, referendum that it is unavoidable. And that's the country that is skirting around it.
Now, a lot of things are there floating around from government sources, from neoliberal sources. We know that as we speak today, the IMF continues to pile pressure, the IMF and the World Bank continues to pile pressure on our government to remove subsidy, to devalue the naira, and so on and so forth. And so, our observations include our countering arguments to the arguments that are being made by these elements as Nigerians, and should further underline the fact that our ruling class is very shameless, is that Nigeria is the only member of OPEC. Mind you, a Nigerian will be stepping down, has been the General Secretary of OPEC for the past 8 years, will be stepping down in June of this year, okay, after completing his 2 terms. But Nigeria is the only member of OPEC country that imports more than 90 to 95% of refined petroleum products to meet our domestic needs and consumption. In other OPEC countries, the reverse is the case. All other OPEC countries meet their domestic requirements through domestic refining capacity, through their own domestic refineries, and then they export. We are the only country that our refineries have been, we have 4 refineries that have not been able to refine any product in the last 6 years. People are working, managements are there, and money is being spent. Another reason given by the regime and all previous regimes is the narrative around the price of fuel being much cheaper in Nigeria than in our neighboring countries in West Africa. And so they said that because of the subsidy that they have put there, the price is cheaper in Nigeria. And because it's cheaper in Nigeria, it encourages smuggling to other countries. We are going to show you now how fallacious that statement is. So let us examine this fallacious claim. Today, currently, the figures have been bandied around that Nigeria consumes between 54 million liters per day and 90 million liters per day. Sometimes the figure between what they say we consume and what is imported is also extremely very different. Now, in the last 6 months, of 2021, on the average, ruling class economists and apologists kept telling us that close to 50 million liters of PNS, petrol, was being smuggled across our borders on a daily basis. Now let us tell you why this figure is a complete lie. Now, 50 million liters of fuel will require 1,600 fuel tankers with a capacity of 33,000 liters. That means the biggest tankers, the long ones, not the small ones. It will require each 1,600 each to transport across our borders on a daily basis, 50 million liters. What this means is that you need 1,600 trucks to cross the border and come back into Nigeria every day. That's 2 trips. 2 trips a day to go, come back, so that they can go back tomorrow again and on a daily basis. And so we ask ourselves, tankers are not needles. Tankers are not spirits. They are not. So how can 1,600 tankers cross our borders? a 1,600 kilometer border line. Even if each one is positioned and they cross from each 1 kilometer apart, how can a ruling class actually justify the fact that 1,600 tankers cross its border every day, 2 trips every day? This requires a driver, at least one loader. That is 3,200 persons are involved in this trade. Just there. What about security? What about? So, it's simply a fallacious argument. It is either it is not true, or that the Nigerian state is complicit in the smuggling, and that the Nigerian state is actually providing protection for the smuggling. It's either of those two. It cannot be anything else. When in January 2012, the Goodluck Jonathan regime unconscionably hiked fuel prices in the name of removing fuel subsidy, there was a justifiable mass outrage, and it precipitated the January uprising of 2012, also known as Occupy Nigeria. Recall that the exact same reasons given by the Goodluck Jonathan regime are the same reasons that this current regime is also giving. So they are saying our refineries are moribund. Jonathan said that 10 years ago, our refineries are moribund. Buhari is saying it 10 years after, our refineries are moribund. Okay? In 2012, Labour and civil society made demands. We put on the table, we said, look, how long does it take to build refineries, and how much does it cost? We agreed then that it will cost between $1.5 billion and $2 billion to build a refinery with a capacity of about 400,000 barrels per day. They said it will take 2 years. This is how many years? 10 years. Neither the 4 refineries that were moribund in 2012 are now bound in 2022, nor have new refineries been built since then. So the problem is really simple. As long as we don't have domestic refining capacity, as long as we continue to import, as long as our currency continues to be floated against the dollar, for so long shall we continue to have a differential between the landing cost and the pump price. Otherwise, what you are saying is that you are saying market forces to determine the pump price, which means that on a weekly basis, you are going to be having 10, 20, 30 naira difference increase in the price of fuel per liter. No responsible government or ruling class should be doing that. Now, what makes the matter even very sad is that in the 10 years since January uprising of 2012, the 4 public refineries have remained moribund. No new refineries have been built. Yet, Nigeria's government, the 2 governments since 2012, have spent $9.5 billion on turnaround maintenances of the 4 moribund refineries that are still not producing anything. The last one is the $1.5 billion that was approved by the National Assembly in 2021 for Port Harcourt refinery. Up to now, nothing. In addition to this $9.5 billion that has been wasted over turnaround repairs in 2012, in the last 6 years, Nigeria's government has spent additional $6 billion on other people's investments. The NNPC has spent $2.7 billion to buy stake in Dangote refinery. When Dangote was going to have a problem with the debt repayment, we built Dangote out by buying stocks, $2.7 billion. Meanwhile, the Dangote refinery itself is being built because Nigeria's government offered very watery incentives, including tax, holidays, and so on, for that refinery to be built. Then, we all recall that under Jonathan, there was a phone fair in the last 2 years, when the so-called Greenwich refineries were being contracted out. 4 of them, they signed memorandum of understanding for 3 of the contracts. Nigeria's government invested $1 billion each in 3 of those Greenwich refineries, some of which you can no longer even trace where the supposed land, where the refineries is supposed to be built. One was supposed to be in Kogi State, $3 billion. Another private sector investment, public revenue. And yet, in spite of all of this, we still import 95% of our refined products. What is even more intriguing and amazing is that despite all this investment and these failures, no one has been held accountable. The difference between failure and success in businesses is that managements are held accountable. It doesn't matter whether they are publicly owned or they are privately owned. The difference is that in the private sector, the shareholders will most likely very quickly sack a failing management. So why can't we do the same thing for the public sector? We have invested $9.5 billion in failed turnaround maintenances. People have continued to be in the management, senior management of the refineries and NNPC since then. And what are they doing there? Now, another rules that the government has posited, particularly in 2019, was the rules of the transition to compressed natural gas, CNG. And the CBN set aside 250 billion naira to make that transition. The first question is, where is the 250 billion right now? The second question is that the transition to CNG requires a number of things. One, it requires that you invest in the infrastructure to convert the fuel combustion engines into the ones that are gas compression based. Okay? So you need to do that. You need to have that infrastructure across the country. The second is that you also need to have the infrastructure to dispense CNG instead of PMS across the country. So, does any Nigeria know any filling station that has been converted or new one that has been built to dispense CNG? Does any Nigeria know of anybody who owns a vehicle whose fuel combustion engine has been converted into CNG? So that's the issue. That's the questions that we must ask.
Nigeria's story is endless.
250 billion was voted in 2019.
And yet it is difficult to get the people on the street to demonstrate against this open crime. Nigeria's continued existence is a crime to humanity, especially Nigerians.
What is our problem with the gas crisis? The
That's
gas
very
crisis
sad.
is simply that we were supposed to make cooking gas available and accessible, and there's the liquefied petroleum gas programs and projects. Then those projects started becoming moribund, like the refineries. Then the government went to NNLG, which was set up for export of gas, to say, okay, bail us out. Start earmarking a certain percentage for liquefied petroleum gas for the country. And then, of course, those ones said they would have to import the gas because the one that they are producing is not for that purpose. So they started importing, and it was okay until the federal government now increased custom and excise duties on imported gas. Then the price of gas went out of the market. So you can see that it's the same problem with the fuel crisis, that we don't have that capacity to produce and manufacture liquefied petroleum gas domestically. Again, with electricity, that's why we have combined all of this as energy crisis. Again, with electricity. With fanfare in 2013, the power sector was privatized, Abi? And then we had GENCOs and DISCOs. Between 2013 and now, there's only been a marginal increase in what is called the available evacuation capacity, from 3,400 megawatts to 5,400 megawatts. And the transmission capacity has only been improved from 5,000 megawatts to 7,000 megawatts. The long and short of it is that all of us remain in darkness. But beyond that, federal authorities have invested not less than 2.7 trillion naira of public funds as intervention funds to DISCOs and GENCOs that are supposed to be privately owned. So let's ask ourselves, if we had retained Power Holding Company of Nigeria and we had invested 2.7 trillion naira in Power Holding, given the crash for corruption amongst the ruling class, perhaps the results would not have been different from now.
Nigeria is fraud, and dismantling it is the best way, and Ninas has given us the steps to follow in getting rid of this cancer. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims, as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorist Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payment. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of Ninas. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African apartheid. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk. He now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belong to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up and the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Meduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
If at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for anybody.
They all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you to prove you right or wrong? Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this, it is either all or nothing. Do you think that
there's no halfway? There's no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozers have to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we're saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Samadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to
allow
the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abata held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nnadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Nke a bụ nkeji ịbụa oziọma ala dị mma. Oziọma nke na-ekwu maka otu ọ ga-esi wee dịrị ndị Igbo ma otu a ga-esi wee hazie obodo anyị, mezie ya ọ dị mma, ọ bụrụ ihe Afrịka ga-eji wee na-anya isi. Ọ bụghị igbu onwe anyị ma ọ bụ ị na-ebute ndị mba ọzọ ga-ebi ịnọchi na be anyị wee na-egbu ndị be anyị. Enwere usoro. Ọ ihe ala dị mma na-akọwa. Udo dị unu ka unu na-ege. Nke abụọ nke ịbụa ya, ọ ga-eru nke ịtọ.
Gbalụ ndị Caliphate gharị. Ọ gbalụ ndị Britain gharị. United Nations nwere akara ha nyelu, nwere ikike ha nyelu onye ọbụla to exercise inalienable right to self-determination. Ọkwanya bụ akara anwa, iwu anwa, ka ndị anụnwa nwere ọgụgụ isi bịa tụkọcha wee sị na ụzọ ọ yesi wee dịrị anyị mma. Otu ahụ ka a na-akpọ NINAS. NINAS abụrụ organization. NINAS bụ movement of the owners of the land. Movement ọ na-aga, ị na-abata ihe na-etinye isi, ọ na-aga ị na-abata ị na-etinye isi tutu anyị eluo n'isi njedebe maka na njem ọbụla na-enwe mbido njem ọbụla na-enwe isi njedebe a na-akpọ starting point to destination. Ndị Igbo kwalifayịrị, ndị Ijaw kwalifayịrị, Yoruba, Tiv na ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche ọ ya bụ mkpọba agwa gị mana ndị a kwalifayị ha bụ ndị Fulani ndị jeje tinye sharia. Anyị abụghọ ndị sharia. Ya bụ ndị a niile nọ na middle belt na ndị Yoruba na ndị nke anyị ndị Igbo na ndị ha na-akpọ mba mmiri. Anyị ncha niile nọ na this movement, Ninas movement. So, ihe anyị na-agwa ndị be anyị ndị Igbo, ndị nke si na Biafra, ịma nwetakwanụ Biafra anwa ma ọ bụrụ na iti ọha isi na usoro ndị Ninas si eme a, ịma nweta ya. Ịma nweta ya. Wee na-ayọ ndị niile na-eme IPOB ngwakwulukenenụ rete nke anọ were na-akọ na uche chebaa ka unu malụ ma ụzọ a ọ bụ ụzọ ga-eduje unu ebe unu na-eje. Maka na ndị ofesi ma ọ bụ ndị enyela anyị aka pụtasị kedu oke ebe unu na-azọ, kedu oke Biafra, ihe amanwụnya bụ oke ya sinwu na ebe Biafra bido na ebe Biafra jedebe. Ebe gị na ndị Ijaw ị na-ekonye isi na, ebe gị na ndị Ishekiri ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Ibibi ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Ogoji ị na-ekonye isi na ya, ebe gị na ndị Bini ị na-ekonye isi na ha, ka ha ncha niile zama Biafra. Gị na ha akpa ha, gị na ha ekwu ha, maka gị na ị na-ekwu na ha bụ ị na-azọkwu ma na ha, ị na-azọ anafa. Adị ebe a ka nsogbu dị. Otu ahụkwa ka Igbo ndị na-ekweta ha na IPOB juwe na-asị na ana ha baa n'Igbo. Ọ bụghọ Biafra land nke o ji bụrụ IPOB land. Ife a na-akpụ ya bụ Igbo land. Ọ nna nna anyị ha hapụrụ nya bụ ana si anyị na ya. Ana anwa bụ ebe anyị zọdoro ụkwụ. Ebe anyị zọdoro ụkwụ, ebe anyị na-akọta ihe anyị na-eri, ebe anyị na-arụ ụlọ na-echekwa anyị mmiri, na-echekwa anyị n'anwụ. Ịma nji egbe ma ọ bụ mma ma ọ bụ n'ike wee zọla ana anwa. Otu ndị Fulani si eme nke ha wakpolu, ha egbuo, tisaa, kpọọ ọkụ, nọchie. Chebakwa na echiche ya. Chebaa na echiche. Otu ahụ ka ọ dị ụmụnne anyị ndị ghọtalụnụ a na-asị ka anyị gwaluo ụmụnne anyị ndị na-aghọta ha. Ewelu ha iwe na ọnụma na ịkọ ọnụ sote ndị a. Chetakwa na o nwere ndị melu IPOB mgbe anwa nechala anya fụ na ụzọ IPOB so tere aka n'inweta onwe anyị. Ha ọtụtụ n'ime ha abanyego na Ninas. Solukwu obiri n'isi. Otu a ka imirikite mmadụ si abata na Ninas maka na ọnọdụ ndị Igbo, ọnọdụ ndị Ijaw, ọnọdụ ndị Yoruba, ọnọdụ ndị TV, ọnọdụ ndị Hausa adịfa mma n'ihe a ha na-akpọ Fulani Nigeria. Maka na ndị Fulani na-azọ ka ị bụrụ onye Nigeria. Maka na enwere ihe ha na-akpọ Fulani land. Ịmazikwa na o nwere ịgwa m ebe ọ dị. Fulani ji wee gbasaa Afrịka niile na-awagharị n'ime ọhịa. Enwe ebe ha nwere ana. Ana dị mkpa maka Chineke kelee enu kee ana. Asị na Chineke bi n'enu kee mmadụ na ana maka na ọdọsụ ntụ ka o ji wee kee mmadụ wee si mmadụ nọdụ na ana gburie ya kọọ ya kọta ife ị ga-eri na ya. Mbọsị gara aga wee ha gosi anyị ihe akpọ rice pyramid. Rice pyramid na-atụ anyị akpịrị n'ọha nwa na-enye anyị nri. Ana nke anyị bụrụzie ebe mmanụ na-apụta a na-etetọkọ ụmụ mmadụ a na-anwụ na pollution, toxic pollution. Ha nọdụ n'elu mgbago na-abịa ezulu mmanụ niile a na-emetọ ana na-emetọ environment. Ndị nọzi ebe a n'ikuru na-anwụ n'aya. Ha nwee weluzie ego anyị ncha niile nwere ego esi from oil after the pollution of the land and the environment. Etinye na CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria. Eje ha ebe anwa kọla ego wee na-empower ndị otu ha n'ugwu. At this Sharia region, ofu nwanne anyị nwaanyị apụta ma ọ sịkwa na onye Igbo ka ọ bụ Loretta Ọnọchie na-etefegharị nna anyị ukwu Buhari sei Buhari, nna anyị ukwu Buhari sei Buhari. Ọ na-egosi pyramid of rice ka ọ na-atụ ụlọ akpịrị. Anyị nwe na ọchịchị, anyị nwe na-enye unu na-enye unu nri. Ọ bụ na unu achọghọzi ịnọ Naijiria, ọ na-apụ agụgbuo unu. Anyị nwe rice pyramid, we share it. Anyị nwe ya export ya. Ịgwazie m ụdị mmadụ dị ha. Onye ahụ ka ji uche ya eme. Ọ sịkwa na ya bụ onye Igbo. Ndị Igbo ọnụ nwa bụ ihe niile na-eme na Naịjirịa. Oke, otu ọ dị ugbu a si electoral amendment bill. Ndị Igbo ya pụta anyị na ya Buhari biko sign zienụ. Buhari sign zienụ. Mmadụ dị ka Mrs. Enobi. Olu n'ụdị a ha anakpuo, ndị Fulani anakpuo, kpọpụtasịa ndị Igbo anaghị ekwu ihe juru ha ọnụ. Ndị Igbo unu anyị abalị onwe unu ụlọ ebe unu kwesịrị ịba onwe unu ụlọ. Ọ bụkwa Igbo niile ka m na-ekwu, nọọ ndị sị na ha bụ ndị Igbo ma na-eme ihe na-enweghị isi, ihe eji ha mmalụ ndị Igbo. O nwere ofu nwaanyị onye ọcha, nwaanyị onye Switzerland, onye Igbo na-anọ. Nwaanyị ọcha ka ọ na-akpọ onwe, ọ na-asụ Igbo, ọ na-eke ekike Igbo, ọ na-eri nri Igbo, ụmụ ya na-agba egwu Igbo, nyanwa na-agbakwa egwu Igbo. Ọkala anyị bụrụzie Igbo n'isi. Ụfọdụ ndị anyị ma ndị nọ na Yoruba mụchala ụmụ Igbo, ịpụtazi ọma nsụrụ ụmụ ya Igbo, sị ada aghata Igbo. It doesn't understand Igbo. Iche na ewa nke nwere ya. Ịdalụ dawacha anya ukwu. Ma ọ bụrụ na gị nwa na onwe gị ma asụ Igbo, ịma nkụziri nwa gị Igbo. Kedu ihe irite? You are cheating your child. You are cheating your child. Your child may speak English well. Gị nwa ị na-asụ English na-asụ Igbo. Ịfụ na ị karịrị ya. Ịchọghọ ka ọ kalụ gị. Ịchọghọ ka ọ kalụ gị. Nwaanyị anwa wee na-emepụta ihe, that is ihe ọ na-atọ m ụtọ short. Ọ na-atọ m ezigbote ụtọ. Mbọsị a ka m fụrụ ihe a na-ekwu ndị ka na-eru mọ na onye ya achị Anambra ọfụ Soludo, governor elect of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, na-achọ ka o mee ya commissioner for tourism and culture. Ndị be anyị sepụta isi. Kedu ihe ọ ya eji m otu a? Ọ bụ onye Igbo ka ọ bụ. Hey! Chebekwala na onwe na echiche. Ka nchi ya takwa azụ na ndị na-eme Biafra. Ndị na-eme Biafra, ị nwekwara ikike ime, mana were kene na afọ anwa bụ Biafra dowe n'akụkụ, were na afọ Igbo. Nke a bụkwa echiche nke m, maka na afụgo m ndị na-eme Biafra a na-egbukwana ha maka na ha mkpọrọ Biafra afa. Biafra anụgo ọgụ nụọ ya. Britain, Fulani nụ afọ anwa ọlụwa ha afọ, and ha ya eji ike ajụ ọnwụ wee tigbuwe ndị na-akpọ ya afa. Ọ ya ka o ji wee kaa mma, dị mma, bụrụ ihe eji akọ na uche eme, na ị ya abịazie ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ rethink. chegharịa echiche kwụrụgodo n'ụkwụ gị na-abụ chegharịa echiche nwere Igbo ọ ya aka dịrị m mma ka ọ Biafra abụrụ m ihe mma ahọrọ iuji Igbo wee gaba mana malụnụ na Igbo anụgo ọgụ mana ha ama mmenwu ya otu ọ dị na Naịjirịa keta maka na ofu mkpụrụ onye Fulani amarago ihe ha na-akpa redio ha na ntị ha na-eji redio ha mgbe ọbụla redio ha dị on fa na-ege ife ha na-agwafa mana ndị nke anyị ha ji achụla ego were aghụghọ sa ndị be anyị aghụghọ ndị be anyị a na-egbuzi onwe ha ụfọdụ n'ime ha n'obodo oyibo a na-asị ha go and sit at home go and our gallant men are in the bush ha nọkwa ebe hita maọbụ air conditioner na-eku ha mana ese ndie ụmụ ụnụ na di ụnụ na papa ụnụ aba ha n'ime ọfịa si na ha bụ gallant men nọ n'ime ọfịa ebee ka gallant man na-anọ n'ime ọfịa ụmụnne m ọkwa aghụghọ ka a na-aghọ ụnụ ọkwa wayo ka a na-egwu ụnụ ma ụfọdụ ndị a na ndị politishan ha na-egwunyekwa n'ofu akpa maka ndị politishan ya enye ha ego especially ndị Igbo politishan enye ha ego ka ha wee melụ ha political togri onwe politishan ya apụta na onyonyo ihe dịka TV katọ ihe ndị IPOB na-eme kama ọ na-azọchitela ha aya m onye ike ya agwụ ebe ahụ ka echiche ha dị aka n'ikwu aka ekpe akwa aka nne ife onye ama onye nke ọzọ ma ya mana ị na-agwa ha na ụzọ eziokwu fadrie jụwapịa isi a na-egbu ụmụnna how many of the politicians ka egbugoro how many mana ọha ya ezute ego mụ na gị nwe egwenye na-enye gị weta egbe na-enye gị otu a ka ọ dị ndị Boko Haram ma ndị Fulani herdsmen ma ọ politicians na-enye ha ego na-egotere ha egbe ewee ha chụpụ ndị na-eji ugbo chụchasị ha gbuo ndị agha egbu repụ ndị agha erepụ echi niile ha pụta ha lụọ rice pyramid Nigeria na-akọta rice Nigeria na-akọtakwa ji ọsọsọ rice ka a na-ata ụmụ mmadụ ọ bụ wivu na-ata rice ọka nkọ cassava nkọ sọsọ na rice bụ ebe ọ ya bụ isie rice ma ọ white gịnị ka ihe eji tinye ya ka ihe ya etinye ewe die ya sọsọ rice a na-eko obodo ndị ọzọ na-efidi their citizens ị na-anụ ka ha na ifunugo ebe ha lụrụ pyramid ọ bụghị iberibe ka ọ bụ ihe anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị taata bụ ndị Igbo sonye na ibe ụnọ sonye na ndị ọzọ ethnic nationality sonye na ndị ọzọ na ninas n'ọkwụ ụgbọ ninas ka a na-ekwu okwu ninas na-asị na selection maọbụ election under this current fraudulent constitution of 1999 na ha jụrụ ajụ na fasi na a ga-anọdụ ana wee kpaa kedu ka anyị si ebikọ ọnụ kedu ka anyị si ebi ọ bụrụ na o kwere anyị onye ọbụla nasa and anyị eme na referendum
otu a ka ọ dị nke a bụ akara nke abụọ Aladimma Oziọma Aladimma na kọmentrị nwanne anyị nwanyị nke so ya n'azụ. Here's the review of Nigeria, British Incorporated, Part 2, by Dr. Sonny Obi Maduka, DSM. Biafra was never conquered by the Nigerian government, but by the influential manipulations of the British government, with the secret connivance of a few highly placed United Nations officials and a few Biafran saboteurs. Until date, we have leaders who must pay allegiance to the Queen and British government. Those who try to change the status quo of Nigerian miseries in British incorporated entity, Nigeria, usually end up as manures to the termites in their prime ages. If in doubt, I let you ask Tensara Wiwa and the 8th Ogoni leaders how they ended up after as collaboration and sabotage on the side of Nigeria during the Civil War. We may have all the PVs, do all the campaigns abracadabra, but the actual beneficiaries of our leadership enthronements are Britain, America, core Europeans, and even China now, and a few Nigerian saboteurs, especially our self-acclaimed but selfish past and present political leaders. In 2019, His Excellency Atiku went to U.S. with Senator Bukola Saraki to launder his already battered image, as it was rumored that Atiku had a case to answer in the U.S. The money laundering case of his wife and the huge dollars expended to obtain the franchise of American University located in Adamawa State when he was the vice president of Nigeria. In that visit, one would have expected the corrupt Free Society, as claimed by America, to arrest Atiku. He wasn't arrested, but had free landing handshakes with American government officials. He had a secret meeting with both the American government officials, and Atiku smiled at the end of the meeting. Nigeria's economic sharing formula has been well detailed, and America has been shown her share of the national treasury. If he emerged as the president of Nigeria, and hence Atiku became the newly wedded wife of America, United States. The main problem of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar was that he was wrongly advised to go to America instead of Britain. By that visit, the British government became apprehensive of what was discussed and probably the agreements reached between the American government and His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. That was the beginning of the end for Atiku's campaign. British government goodwill for his ambition to be the president of Nigeria ended right there. I bet everyone that His Excellency Atiku could have been our president if he had gone to Britain to seek her blessing. PMB, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, capitalized on that wrong adventure of Atiku and dashed to UK. Actually, PMB utilized the opportunity and went to Chatham House to present a paper on how his regime intends handling its overall governance policies. Britain saw the paper and trickily met with him secretly, and there and then he gave the British government of his unalloyed loyalty if he became the president of Nigeria. A sealed agreement was signed that he will not tamper with the structural defects of Nigeria and all the British investments in Nigeria. The British government was happy and really found in PMB a person who can be manipulated in several deceitful ways. Of course, to Britain, it will be very difficult to manipulate Atiku, especially with his allegiance to the American government. More so, there are many odds, such as age and certificate falsifications against Muhammadu Buhari, that British could use to blackmail him if he reneged on his unalloyed commitment to Britain. When I told some friends that nothing will stop PMB from being crowned as our president in 2019 for his second term, certificate or no certificate, they doubted me, citing glaring failure of PMB to even present the concocted WAEC attestation certificate. The main reason why he was allowed to complete his tenure was because it was part of the British government's promise that must be fulfilled. PMB have not reneged on his promise, and Britain must not. You can now see why Britain will not come close to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu case with FGN, with the government of Nigeria. Interference must be on the mutual trust, and bearing in mind that PMB has a task to keep the dysfunctional structure of Nigeria intact. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu arrest sues the British government's commitment to keeping Nigeria in a miserable disarray and under her control. PMB's vaunting and the indispensability of Nigeria is a script written by Britain, and the sad truth to submerge us into being their puppets or zombies forever. I add that. We were all aware of the proceedings that played out in the courts, and I was very much assured that the chief executive officers, that is Britain, their mandate will prevail despite clear postures of incoherent thoughts. PMB has great strategic advisors who understand the need to partner with Chief Executive Britain than a stakeholder, the United States. Hence, he has to go to London to speak for his ambition, despite all the deformities against his candidacy. He was elected president, and today, UK has benefited much more, both in medical tourism and in economic buoyancy, for cleverly hoisting and supporting PMB. Our next president, if we remain dumb, His Excellency Bola Tinubu, was hospitalized in London for many months and, of course, kick-started his presidential campaign from UK. I am not a prophet, but if he gets the nod of Her Majesty and British government's inner caucus, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be our president come 2023, irrespective of all odds against him, and irrespective of the fact that there is a call for constitutional rearrangement of Nigeria through referendum vote. It's not about his age or falsified variants, how he made his money, or his wealth conditions, or his health conditions, or recent Sahara Reporters' damaging expository submission of a U.S. narcotic indictment and his forfeiture of thousands of dollars. Actually, it is on the Google. You can Google it, and you will find documents pointing to Tinubu's convictions in court over drug dealing. Ahmed Bola Tinubu is a drug dealer. He got sentenced in the United States. Just a Google search on his name will throw it up. It does happen. It's all about the crooks that will play the dirty game for the chief executive of Nigeria, Britain, America, Europe. Many Nigerian crooks in Nigeria will never allow any intelligent and principled person to rule Nigeria. The wars are the Nigerian crooks who have led this country. They crown themselves with our highest national honors, but vipers in their stewardships. I remain unprecedented and unrepentant to state that none of our presidents, ministers, and oil block embezzlers, both past and present, were or are ever patriotic Nigerians. They believed and lived in selfish ideologies, but publicly and because of their mental deformities or greedy insatiability, tend to tell us that Nigeria is indispensable. Fake people will always be pretenders. In 1999 elections, Mr. Bola Tinubu's educational attestations were all disputed by news magazine investigations that started with debunking the schools purportedly attended by Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu in INEC Form CF001. Even though the indefatigable legal luminary in the person of late Ganifa Ohimi of blessed memory lost the battle of exposing Tinubu's educational claims on technical ground in Supreme Court, one would have expected that His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu would repeat the same qualifications in 2003 INEC Form CF001. Rather, he chose to state not applicable in all areas where educational attestatements and names of institutions were required. Despite all the hulabaloo, INEC was satisfied, and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu contested and got his second term in office as a Lagos State governor. When corruption is fundamentally embraced as a foundational norm by the institutions that ought to defend the people, any other processes are just mere rhetoric for the blinds in that society. By DSM. Did any Nigerian ask INEC why not applicable should replace educational requirements in Form CF001 for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2003? He's probably going to replace the same thing in 2023 or even in 2022 as we are speaking. We're not talking about misstatement, misquoted, or verbalization, but verifiable documents written down. Did you see or feel the arrogant way His Excellency Tinubu vaunted that he's going to be the next president of Nigeria when he returned from his medical tourism in UK? He even told us that this is why that he was born for this. You know, he has all his life he has dreamed of being the president of Nigeria. His visit to PMB was a scheduled
arrangement based on an unseen written statement or document by the chief executive Britain and Nigerian crooks. Tinubu must get the recommendation of PMB for British government rectification. No one is aware of the closed-door meeting of PMB and Tinubu. Has Tinubu been given the ugly template of the Britain support system that mandates him to continue from where PMB stopped, according to him? We are like a chess game where the players decide which soldiers, queens or kings are vulnerable for expulsions. The dice of Ludo game doesn't predict the winner, but the players. We are the dice, while Britain, America, China, Europe, and crooks in Nigeria are the players that decide who comes home first. You can believe me or not, Nigeria was and is still under the manipulations and mismanagement of foreign countries, especially Britain and few Nigerian saboteurs. It's a pathetic situation, more so when we have great minds that could turn this country into El Dorado. But we have allowed Britain and a few Nigerian saboteurs to wreck Nigeria, and we have become a beggar nation with poverty capital staring at our gloomy faces. Why must the worst rule the best in a country with the best of all resources? Is this not the lot of Nigeria? That's why Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has never looked back in calling for cessation of all political activities, especially electing the next president, and instead pursue a binding multi-regional referendum to decide the future of Nigeria. Because the way Nigeria is, there is no other country like that. It's abnormal. Again, stay tuned for the continuation of part 3 of this work by DSM Nigeria, British Incorporated. Part 3 will be next. Thanks for listening to the Radio Lower Niger Territory, the voice of freedom and liberty. To all our people across Africa, across Nigeria, across the world, have a nice day.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country will be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Hello, my beautiful people, and welcome to Which Way Nigeria, the show where we talk about where we do as a nation and the way forward for we as a people. I'll be your host, Mustafa, and I know do alone for studio. Alongside me, I get a representative from NINA's Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. In name, na Alendru, and in go tutorials about the latest occurrence regarding the Fulani Herdsmen massacre and the Constitutional Force Major. Boss, at the hello.
I held it to my head.
Okay, so tell us small thing about this NINAS. Who be NINAS?
Yeah, NINAS, like the name imply, where you call them the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. It's a body that represents every ethnic nationality of Nigerians in the Middle Belt region, the Southwestern region, the South-South region, and Southeastern region. NINAS, basically, according to what the Acts had on December 16, 2020, that is last year, publicly proclaimed constitutional grievances concerning all these issues happening here in Nigeria, like the Fulani Herdsmen and people trying to take over people's land and some other things that does not really go well with the people, And a couple of demands were made, All of them were centered about having to decommission this constitution that is not going well with us.
I be small now. I've told you this hair is paining me.
I beg, no they shout for me. If a person is going to do
I beg you don't do. Maybe I hear waiting in the talk for radio.
Now wow.
You are tired. Read here, they don't allow you. Do here, they don't allow. Please save yourself. People should allow me concentrate now.
Wow. Hey, Ngozi, I even wanted to ask you. Your brothers in the north, when are they going to arrive? With all these stories we are hearing every day.
My sister, I don't come here again, no. They will have to wait for us to have enough money so that they will use the flight. Because I heard the roads are no longer safe.
I am telling you, they are not safe.
They are not safe, my sister.
Their safety is no longer guaranteed in the north. With all these Fulani herdsmen killing here and there, cutting across different places, streets, and even the forest.
My sister, you are correct, so I don't understand what is happening again. Before I even forget, have you ever heard of a woman who made an open interview about how her husband and daughter were kidnapped for one of these roads in Ondo State?
You don't mean it?
Oh, that woman. Can you imagine? Those guys raped her and her daughter. Not just that. Right in front of her husband. Hey. So scary. Very, very scary. Is that not the reason why our brothers in Oyo State are chasing away those Fulani herdsmen from their bushes? They don't do self. If you dare here, put mouth for this matter. It concern all of us. It concern you. It concern me. Talk something.
If I say quick notice, don't they smell for your face? But wait, I be on no hear of the training video of where show how these Fulani barbarians massacre our Southerners for Abuja Makodi Road. Oh, may not be like side. I dey charge my phone. I for sure love on the video. I for show you the video from my phone. You don't even finish for there. You need to listen to what Governor Otom of Benue State said in his last week press conference. He was insinuating that federal government are indirectly assisting and supporting these Fulani herdsmen to continue in the rape massacre, so to take over Nigeria.
Hey!
Wow. Just like that.
My sisters, if you say like no be lie now, or now like no be lie now, even these Fulanis where they kill and they rape people up and like innocent people, their leader will come on which day, and they call them Macy Hala. Come on which day talk say yes, say na there when they do the thing. Say if federal government no meet their demand, say they will bring more people, may they cause kata. Just imagine. Federal government now arrest them all. But these activists from Oyo, when they call someone like they and me, just come to come defend the people. They arrest them.
Imagine that.
Wait. Think I ask. What think these guys they want? I don't know. What do they want? Oga Tumo. Then God say you there here. I beg, tell us what thing they want.
See me see wahala. For sports, where they read now.
All of us know now. Say you get this thing of your hands. Tell us.
If you must know, from the information I gathered, all they say is they want to be allowed to graze their cows freely in every part of Nigeria as their own, as guaranteed in the 1999 Constitution.
Which land is their own?
Ask me now.
Is it our ancestral land in Uyo? I mean the one my parents purchased here in Lagos.
Ask me now.
Which land do they own exactly?
Ask me now.
I beg, make una leave me for this country matter.
What kind of constitution do we have that we cannot change it before it kills every man in this country? Like, who made the constitution? When was it agreed upon? Like, I don't understand. Someone please explain for me.
This 1999 Constitution was in creation of the 1999 regime, military by General Abdul Salami's regime. Was it not that same Constitution that is the amendment of Obasanjo's 1979 Constitution?
I will buy you lunch.
So now tell me, how is it expected that this thing is going to be designed or fashioned to totally support the unity or democracy of people with diverse culture, ethnicity, religion? When the military are focused or sees it as a single or a simple command, not even expecting to expect the questioning or accountability of the citizens. This is where Nigeria problem is.
The main problem is Nigeria is structured in a way of no accountability from the government. NSAS is not the problem, nor the police, even the government, not me and you. The problem of Nigeria is the 1999 Constitution.
And if the leaders will never change this 1999 Constitution, who will not do it?
Wait. Basically demanded that the federal government should make a formal announcement acknowledging these constitutional grievances and sovereignty disputes as expressed by the peoples of the South and Middle Belts. NINAS also demanded that the federal government shows commitment to the total decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution as it was done in South Africa during the apartheid era. It also requested that no further election should be conducted under the Constitution or sway in any politician under this Constitution, as this is what empowers the Constitution. Again, NINAS also wants the government to commence the process of reviving the emergence of a fresh constitutional protocol by two stages. First, the constituent regional blocks or alliance to first of all put together and rectify their various constitutions by referendum. And in the second stage, negotiate the terms of federating afresh as may be dictated by the referendum from each of these regions and ethnic nationalities. NINAS require that we or every one of us become signatory to the process through the website www.freedomfromnigeria.com. And to get more information, you can actually look up www.ninasffn.org. You'll have more information about NINAS itself. But if you want to have a one-on-one interaction about what we are doing or how you can be part of it, you can call The following telephone numbers plus 234 813 425 4584 or 234 705 924 9885. You can as well send an email to us through info@lunasffn.org. We all want to be millionaires and to live in the air. Oh, let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria will die. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria?
Ọ ka bụkwa maka ozi ọma ala dị mma ka o wee dịrị Igbo mma n'asụsụ Igbo ka a na-akwu ya. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị na-enyere ya ka wee na-eme ya ka ọ dị mma. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị ọmachi jere ya nke ọma, tinye uche gị na ya n'ihi na ọ maka ihe gbasara ndị be anyị. Ala dị mma ọ bara onye ọbụla uru.
Referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje. Ndị na-asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa. Muvulu anyị. Ebe ọ ya bụ isi rice ma ọ white, gịnị ka ihe eji tinye? Ka ihe etinye wee dị ya sọsọ rice ana ego. Obodo ndị ọzọ na-efidi their citizens. Ị na-anụ ka ha na ifunugo ebe ha lụrụ pyramid. Ọ bụghị iberibe ka ọ bụ. Ihe anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị taata bụ ndị Igbo sonye na ibe ụnọ, sonye na ndị ọzọ. Ethnic nationality, sonye na ndị ọzọ. Na Ninas, ọkwụ ụgbọ Ninas ka a na-ekwu okwu. Ninas na-asị na selection ma ọ bụ election under this current fraudulent constitution of 1999 na ha jụrụ ajụ na fasị na a ga-anọdụ ana wee kpaa kedu ka anyị si ebikọ ọnụ, kedu ka anyị si ebi. Ọ bụrụ na o kwere anyị onye ọbụla na saa and anyị eme na referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje. Ndị na-asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa. Muvulu anyị kwete na referendum. Ịtụnye nke gị, ntụnye nke m, onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ịtụọ sị na ị ka chọrọ ịnọ na Naịjirịa, ịnọdụ. Ịtụọ sị na ị chọrọ ịpụ na Naịjirịa, ịpụọ je dozie ebe gị. Ọ bụ ihe eji egbe, ọ bụ ihe eji mma, ọ bụ ihe eji misail eme. And otu ọ dị kịta ama m na ndị Igbo si na Ninas ka ha kwụnyelụ maka na ọ na ya bụ ọgụ. Anyị achọzi ya. So biko ndị IPOB, ihe anyị na-agwa unu bụ solunu ụmụ Igbo ndị ọzọ chebee echiche, rethink kenen. Unu egbuzina onwe unu atazina anụ mmadụ, unu anọzina n'ime ọfịa, unu erepụzina onwe unu emebọzina ndị Igbo. Solunu ndị Igbo ndị ọzọ join on na Ninas, banyenụ na Ninas, banyenụ Ninas. Ọkwụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana ka ọ bụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana, the movement of the owners of the land. Banyenụ Ninas, nke taa nke echi banyenụ Ninas. Join Ninas. IPOB rethink. Unu edestroys na obodo anyị, ana Igbo. Unu edestroys na ya, unu emebizina ya, unu akpazina arụ a. Ma ọ bụ ndị ọzọ, onye ọbụla kwụsị unu emezina ya. Ma ọ bụgodo ndị politishan na-eyuzu unu si na ha mba, anyị ncha niile chọrọ nnwere onwe, mana o nwere usoro ka mma, usoro ịma mwenitere egbe. Ụfọdụ n'ime unu ya na-asị he tigbuo ozugbo ndị Ninas dị quiet, ndị Ninas anaghị emegharị ahụ, ndị Ninas hey ọ bụghị tigbuo ozugbo ka eji eme. Akọ na uche, agha uche nwere ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ agha uche. Ịma njekwuru onye iro gị ji egbe, jide mma, jide mmiza, isi n'ihu bịakwute ya ọgụ. Ihe esi n'azụ. And ndị Igbo o nwekwara ihe ọzọ dị mkpa mma alụtụrụ n'aka. Ndị Igbo amaghị ihe a na-akpọ long term plan. Ndị Igbo enweghị ihe a na-akpọ reading culture. ya eweta information ego ya gụba ya chebara ya echiche n'ime anyị ebido mebia ndị Fulani na-atụ plan ha 20 years ha ejizie nwayọ na-arụ ya. Nke anyị bụ cham gwedin tigbuo zọgbuo achọrọ m ya kịta mma enye unu Biafra echi, mma enye unu freedom tata. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu freedom tata ihe dị bụ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu Biafra today Somalia ya aka n'Igbo mma. Hey, bikozienụ onye ọbụla kunite, onye ọbụla chebala onwe ya echiche, ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, ndị ụka, ụmụ okorobịa, ụmụ akwụkwọ, ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala. Ndị na-asị duru anyị ebe anwa anyị atụọ referendum. Hai, okwu agwụ. Maka ama m na ihe m tụrụ ka ya atụ. Ọnọdụ anyị nọ n'ime Naịjirịa adọrọ m mma, ọ dọrọ onye Igbo mma. Sọọsọ ndị ọ dị mma bụ ndị politishan. Isizikwe na ihe eji ịtụnye binye aka. Ha nwa akwadochagokwa onye ya achị no. Imesikwali na ha akwadosigokwa onye ya achị. So ọ ka mma na ịjụlụ jụọ ekwensu, jụ ma otutu ya ma nlafu ya niile, jụọ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu. Ịjụ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu, ịma na ihe ajụ Naịjirịa. Jụkwuo ma INEC, jụkwuo ma election ha na selection ha, jụkwuo ma ndị politishan. Jụgbado ha ka ị kwụrụ n'ụkwụ gị na-abọ wee zaa afa gị, zaa onye Igbo, onye Yoruba zaa onye Yoruba, onye Ijo zaa onye Ijo, onye TV zaa onye TV. Maka ndị anyị akwala ụnụ si ha na-eweta religion, na-eweta ethnicity into politics. Ọkwa ahụ ka ha na-aghọ ụnụ. Ọkwa ahụ ka fa na-aghọ ụnụ. Ha na-egwukwe ụnụ wayo chandum. Ọ ya na-egwu ụnụ. Na-eme ụnụ, the more you look, the less you see. Don't be part of those who they play ping pong. Ramayo ping pong. Table tennis. Ping pong. Don't be part of them. Go see that you are full of wisdom. That Chineke nyelu gị onyinye amamife were rụọ ọrụ. So, ndị Igbo, ife nji jide asụsụ Igbo wee na-asụrụ ụnụ bụ ka m gwa ụnụ nekwe ebe a na-eje, nekwe ebe akwụ, nekwe nke na-akpọtụ, Ninas na-akpọtụ. Ninas na-akpọtụ. Ndị mba ofesi pụta chọọ ndị ha ya emit na ihe a na-akpọ self-determination. Ọkwa ndị Ninas ka ha ya afụ. Ya bụ, tinye n'isi na Ninas nke taa nke echi, tinye n'isi. Nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Tony Nnadi, ọ na-agba mbọ, ọ na-ekwu eziokwu, ọkwụ n'ụkwụ ya na-abọ. Ụfọdụ apụtago bịa gwa ụnụ si na ọ na-eme ihe Naịjirịa. Asị ihe ọ na-eme bụ ụzọ o ya ese dịrị ndị Igbo mma, dịrị ndị ọzọ mma. Ndị Yoruba fụrụ ya, fụ na nwoke a intelligence ya na wisdom ya dị too much, ha kpọrọ ya, ọkọwala ha. Ndị Ijo akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị TV akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị Igbo ewere na-asịrị anyị asị, anyị na-egbu anyị, na-emebi ana Igbo, na-emebi afịa ndị mmadụ na-azụ. Ụfọdụ ndị ya n'obodo oyibo asị gị sit at home. If you come out, you are a dead person. Egwu a na-atụ gị. Onye na-etinye egwu n'ime mmadụ bụ ekwensu. Nachiyata nka Chineke nye unu power, nye unu ike. Join on Ninas. Ninas bụ freedom movement. And Chineke bụ onye si, I am the truth. Ụmụkwe ndị ọzọ way and life. Mana ọ sị na ịmala eziokwu inwere onwe gị. Only truth will set you free. Ninas na-ekwu eziokwu. Tony Nnadi bụ Secretary General na-ekwu eziokwu. Ihe o kwuru taa ka ọ ga-ekwu echi. Ihe o kwuru afọ one gara aga ka ọ ya ekwu taa, ya ka ọ ya ekwukwa echi. Ka unu wee ghọta na ndị na-esu ya nwee ebe fa na-aga. ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga okwu na tie kwa ndị Igbo na ebe ụzọ dị na ebe ụzọ dị unu si na Biafra ka ụzọ dị ndị so Biafra a na-etigbu ha ndị Igbo so ụzọ eziokwu ụzọ ninas na-aga n'ikem ọkwanye ya bụ ihe a Jesu kwuru sị na ya bụ way. I am the life, I am the truth, I am the way. Well, these three words mere ife bara unu uru nke ọbụla nwere ihe nke o ji aga way, truth, life. Eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo kwuru ya, eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo sị eziokwu bụ ndụ. Eziokwu bụ ogu na ọfọ. Oji ọfọ gana. Ndị Igbo mgbe ọzọ anyị ka ya akpakwanya bụ nkata. Inweta ozi a biko tụsa anya ebe niile. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Mee ka onye Igbo ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Onye Igbo ọbụla ka ọ ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Na anyị nwekpezi azụ. Ọbịa bụ anyị bụ ụzọ na-achọ ya bụ nwere onwe. Mana anyị bụzi ndị nọzi n'azụ. Biko wenite n'ụkwụ ya jụzuru n'oyi wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị Igbo wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị aghọtabeghị biko kụwalụ ndị ọzọ. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Igbo mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ijọ mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Yoruba mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Shekiri, Urobo, TV, Hausa. Ọ ga-adịrị ha ncha niile mma. It is well with all of us. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ndị Igbo, gọzielu m unu ọfụma. Anyị ga-emeri. Anyị nọdụ n'osie ike jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ. We shall overcome. Together we shall overcome. Together we shall win. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m unu ọzọ. Ngwa ka ọ dị na mgbe ọzọ.
You've been listening to Aladimma epistle being read in Igbo to all our people out there around the world. The message of Aladimma is the good news about what lies ahead of us in a free nation state of Igbo nation within the Lower Niger Territory. Same message goes to all other language groups within our territory. Aladimma, peace to our land, peace to our families, peace to our communities, stability to our nation that is emerging. Long live the Igbo nation state. Here is the voice of the messenger crying out for the indigenous nationality to wake up. The nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt nations. This voice is going out for them. This call is going out for them to wake up. To wake up to reality. To know that they are surrounded. Wake up and listen to the message that will guide you and your family, loved ones, to safety and freedom. This gospel is for you, your family, friends, and all that you care about. The time is now. There is no better time to actually embrace this message and consider that it's a matter of life and death, literally.
To come to a meeting as we continue our mobilization towards halting the voyage to the 2023 elections. We see the enemy also, hastening up, doing all kinds of things to get us into the electoral train, by all means. And who is that enemy? The enemy that imposed the constitution that makes us slaves in our lands, who wants to save that constitution and therefore their stranglehold against the rest of us. We are now all familiar with the things happening to us on account of that constitution. We are slaves in our land only on account of that constitution.
The people that imposed that constitution and who are refusing to come to a meeting of reconstruction of the union agreement are the ones who desperately want to get to elections. This broadcast is for those political merchants from the South and the Middle Belt who are now aiding that enemy to save the life of that constitution at a time we have repudiated and rejected that constitution, at a time we are saying we can't go to renew the life of that constitution by way of elections in 2023. So it is clear to them, we want it to be absolutely clear to them that they are aiding the enemy in a war of extermination we are caught in at this time. Because that enemy has seized all our assets, our sovereignty, all our rights, and that enemy is actually in the process of exterminating us. They are killing people, they are invading and killing people. And it is that constitution that empowers them to do all of what they are doing, particularly the killings, because it is that constitution that gives them monopoly over the guns in the land, in all the uniform services. And so we come back to the question of whether we are going to the election in order to renew the life of that constitution, or we are stopping the journey to the election in order to rework the constitutional basis of the union. And therefore, this broadcast is to address those who are trying to railroad us to those elections, to the election in national elections in 2023. The people from the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political merchants from the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political parties, operating in the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria. What they are doing is, for their own pursuits, in pursuit of their personal benefits. The ones who want to be governor, the ones who want to be senator, the ones who want to be president, they are all on the same mission of rerouting us to that election, working with that caliphate that wants to save that constitution. The day after the election, the 36 states imposed by that caliphate on us will remain in place. Therefore, we remain the political minority, permanent political minorities we are under that constitution. The day after the election, the 68 items on the exclusive list will remain in place, and therefore our assets, economic assets, are detained, and the powers to work those assets. The day after that election, the insecurity we suffer will continue because the control over the guns and all of what we need to be able to protect ourselves will still be where they are. And those who are going to win those elections, before they can access the office they won, whether they are president or governor, will have to swear, senators. They will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution. And therefore, we've come to inform them at this time. We are still in January of 2022. We've come to inform them that if anybody is hoping to frame the next elections, to frame the restructuring and all of what we need to do now in order to rework the constitutional basis of the union, in the face of the union dispute that have been declared, in the face of all of what their own people are doing to extricate themselves from bondage. If they are hoping, if anybody is hoping among the candidates, among the parties, to now bring that restructuring or that union reconfiguration imperative as a campaign issue, let us now come, because that's what some of them are already saying in whispers to us. Say, oh no, Tony, come, let us now put it in as a campaign issue, so that when we win, we'll go to do it. This broadcast is to let them know, to tell them to the hearing and seeing of everybody that they are being dishonest, because we'll be asking them what happened to the earlier promises in which some of the people who were part of discussing all of what was wrong and who then put that in their manifesto, the APC put in their manifesto. What has happened 8 years after? At the time we were raising the issue of the fact that these things are not being done and the country was going down, but more importantly that Nigerians were now being killed and being impoverished, what did they do? What did those candidates do? What did those parties do? The parties that are coming now to tell us that they are the ones who are going to do it when they win or if they win. Nobody's going to buy that scrap from any of you. If you are not already a part of those who are working to take down that constitution in order to save the people who are dying under it, then you will be treated as that enemy you are. And you are compounding that situation by going to that election at a time the people you claim to represent, the people you claim you are coming to save from whatever is happening to them now, are doing their best to stop the journey to the election. You are hauling them into the vehicle, into the train, into the ship of the election that will only renew the life of that constitution, that will facilitate the stranglehold of the enemy against them. We're saying all of this because in the days ahead, all of those who are going to be making such promises and such suggestions that, oh yes, we understand it. We had Baba Hakim, whatever, what's his name again? Hakim Baba Ahmed, the one that is involved with the Udiotomis who are forming mega party. They are now coming to tell us that it is when they win power that they will come to do whatever has to be done. But people are going to be confronting them with what they already know about this matter, so that their dishonesty can be exposed. All of those who, both in PDP and in APC and in AGA, all the things that have transpired over the years in terms of what we brought to your knowledge about this calamity that is befalling people, which you did nothing about, but now coming to ride on it, to canvass for vote, so that you can go to power, swear to defend the document, and then do what after? It's not going to work, and you are going to be confronted. The public is going to get to know what you were told, what you know, so that they can judge whether you are on their side or on the side of the enemy. That's the purpose of this broadcast. Let nobody say he wasn't told. Everybody will now have to come face to face with the dishonesty that has driven us to this point, in which the populace is heading in one direction, then the politicians who pretend to be salvaging them heading in the opposite direction, working for the enemy. If that election happens, that constitution may survive, and the damnation of the people guaranteed. If that election does not happen, that constitution is gone, is dead and gone, and the people will be saved. So those who are heading to the election, those who are inviting people to come and partake and install them in power on under this 1999 constitution, are inviting them to their death, but they should be ready. Between now and the time the election will eventually happen, if it does happen, we know that there will be a lot of roadblocks before we get to where it happens. But we are pleading, we're inviting everybody to be reasonable now, to know that those who are dying under that constitution, those whose lives have been rendered unlivable under that constitution, are going to take it out against people from their part. We're not talking about the descendants of Uthman Dan Fodio or the political scions of Ahmadu Bello. No, we are talking about political merchants from the south and middle belt of Nigeria who are now joining hands with the enemy that wants to save that constitution. We heard when the governors of the north, at the time PDP was still working out who will be chairman and who will be president in their party. We saw the northern governors go to a meeting to say that if by any chance, if by any stretch of reason, power leaves them at this time towards the south, that they might be pushed out of the union, that they might be pushed out of Nigeria. What else are they going to tell you about what they will do in this election? And everything concerning the election, because of this same constitution, is centralized. They control 100% of the machinery of how the election will be conducted. They will print the PVC, the plastic PVC they'll be giving to you, whereas they know it's a battle for AK-47. They are in the Electoral Commission itself, go and see who are going to be in charge of what. And so, will it not amount to utter foolishness for you to go to submit yourself to that process and hope to complain the next day? Because it is whatever they want that they will declare as a result. The police, the army, all of the electoral infrastructure are 100% in their hands. And you are hoping that they're going to suddenly repent from what we know them to be. Jega had told us that in 2015, Jonathan did not lose the election. What else do you want to hear from them? And that electoral infrastructure is still in their hands. This control of the security that will move the ballot boxes is in their hand. Everything is in their hand. And you are inviting your people to go to a contest in which they will suddenly go to sleep and hand their power. Even if they hand power to anybody, in their desperation to save that constitution, we are saying it loud and clear that such persons that will aid them, that will assist them to save that constitution is only reinforcing our enslavement, our bondage, our encirclement, the killings happening to us, and all the things that we are suffering under this constitution. So it's not even a question of whether they hand power to South or to anybody else. It is that constitution that has to be resolved before we proceed to the question of who will then govern. We can't leave that question unresolved, and we are talking about who is from our part that will become president. Such a person will be treated as the traitor he is. Let it be known. Let it be clear to everybody that we're not saying this because we saw one candidate or the other emerging. We've been saying it. We go back to the December 16th, 2020 constitutional force majeure. We said for all these reasons I've outlined here, if you go to read that proclamation, you will see everything I've said here. For those reasons, we have to stop and fix the union agreement that have been toppled by this enemy, for which we are being killed and our lives rendered unlivable. This is a question of life and death now, so that nobody will pretend he didn't understand that it was that grave. You are thinking of your own political career and what you make for yourself. We are statesmen looking at the millions of people whose lives are being rendered unlivable, and the millions of others who are now stuck overseas because their country can no longer fend for them. They are running. Young people are running everywhere, but Nigeria, in search of life, in search of survival from their country. And you are there instead of trying to solve the problem, to provide them relief. You are there inviting them to come to reinforce that situation. You're not going to find. It's not going to go down well. It's not going to go down well. We better think now. We better reason now and stop this voyage of doom.
Thank you, Tony.
Here is an interesting article. It will be in 3 series, part 1, 2, 3, by a prolific writer, Nigeria British Incorporated, by Dr. Sonny Obi Madoka, DSM. You may Google his name and check out his link on his contribution to humanity by way of being a thinker. This is coming from the Radio Liberty, Freedom Radio, representing the voice of Lower Niger Territory around the world. I have heard in many fronts and from diverse intellectuals and opinions, especially from the ruling class, that Nigeria is indispensable. A statement that has always triggered my mind to understand how empty those in power could state certain declarations as if they are God Almighty. Just like saying, I must add, like saying Nigeria is indivisible. That's one of the most stupid statements you can hear from anybody who thinks they're hanging on one Nigeria that is sustaining them. That's all. They don't care about progress or normalcy or a normal environment, a normal society. But they will mount now one Nigeria like they believe in what they are saying, because everything they say is lie, because they are children of the darkness. They are liars, serial liars. Just like Muhammadu Buhari, Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Who amongst us could predict his or her future? And then, how come that mere mortals could boastfully assume that their words about other spheres of life must be sacrosanct? Whenever I hear from any Nigerian talking with much enthusiasm about the indispensability of an entity that was incorporated by British, I just pitied such hollow thinking faculty. Something is wrong with some Nigerians. Nigeria is nothing but a corporate organization created by the British people for the sole purpose of exploiting and exploring and exploiting our natural resources. This is the simplest definition of Nigeria. Mind you, it started with slavery. Let me just tell us that the British coming into our place started by exploiting our people into slavery, and then they started exploiting whatever they could find on the ground. And they are killing our people in order to do that and continue doing the same thing to this day. This is simplest definition of Nigeria. And that's why UK cannot speak out against injustice in Nigeria, however glaring. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a globalized non-British citizen by documentation and by passport he was carrying when he was abducted in Kenya. But British government, in collaboration with African Union and United Nations, have remained mute. And the simple reason being that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's life is not worth UK's brazen exploitations in Nigeria. They have compared Nnamdi Kanu and looked at the fact that they are the one controlling the oil and gas deposits in Nigeria, and they are the one really at the top of Nigeria's affairs, so they cannot speak to the issues that matters to our people. Not even when their own citizen was abducted by another sovereign country. Nnamdi Kanu, as much as I have called him out for all the evil that he is leading happening in our place, have not gotten any fair deal from the British system. The British system have denied him, they have abandoned him, they have thrown him under the bus, and in fact, if they ever wanted to arrest him, I believe that UK would have been the right place to arrest Nnamdi Kanu, where he can get justice. Unfortunately, they deliberately watched him as he helped them also to render himself into Africa, where he was taken. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a globalized non-British citizen by documentation and by the passport he was carrying when he was abducted in Kenya. The British government, in collaboration with African Union and United Nations, have remained mute. And the simple reason being that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's life is not worth UK's brazen exploitation in Nigeria. Britain, as the Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Corporate Existence, has not reported to the United Nations about the Nigerian government flagrant infringement on an insignificant worker slave, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in their company, Nigeria. As far as British government is concerned, an average Nigerian life doesn't worth the risk of distorting the business objectives of the British government incorporation called Nigeria. Britain stepped into Nigeria in 1914 to incorporate a business that was purely valued at $860-something thousand over 100 years ago. And to this day, Britain is still not letting go. They're not letting go. Today, insurgents and bandits are almost encircling Nigerians, but Britain is behaving as if Nigerians that are being slaughtered and displaced are not worth tackling. But if any of the British interests in oil and other natural resources are affected, especially like kidnapping some British people working in the Delta, or those serving as military advisors to Nigerians, they are spies, but they are called military advisors in Nigeria, British. If any of the British interests in oil and other natural resources are affected, British government will come out smoking as if they love Nigerians. For some of us who are good at history, it's no more a fallacy by why Britain supports Nigeria government instead of Biafra in the Civil War. It was a brutal truth that Britain realized that the Biafran government would never give them the opportunities of exploitation as they are having the field day then and now. On 1st June 1967, Lieutenant Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu ordered the Anglo-Dutch and Shell oil companies to start paying their oil explorations and royalties to Enugu, the then capital of Biafra, or risk losing their operational license, and with penalties. The £250,000 monthly royalty payments became the British government parliamentary debates, and an in-depth evaluations were made, and secretly a consensus was reached. That consensus was that the British Biafran government officials were highly intelligent, and if allowed to succeed, Britain's oil and gas exploration and exploitation policies in Nigeria would be exposed. The British government realized that these young Biafrans in leadership corridors would end their Nigeria incorporation objectives already signed and sealed with the approval of the Northern Caliphate. In their permutations, the inroad of these Biafran firebrand intellectuals will forcefully liquidate their long-term strategic plans on Nigeria corporate responsibility to British exploitations. British will definitely lose out. Part 2 will be next. Actually, part 1 continues. The British government must find an ally in Nigeria government led by a naive young man, General Yakub Gowon, who was just 31 years. Luckily, Paawolowo would love the patronage of the British government, especially in payment of royalties to Nigeria government instead of Biafra. Paawolowo, 58, a deputy to this young leader, must be embraced with promises of all sorts of supports that must stop the influence of Biafra emerging as a nation. Paawolowo should use his wisdom and elderly posture to persuade a son like General Gowon to declare the war immediately. The British government went further to assure Paawolowo of influencing America, France, and Russia to support Nigeria. A high-powered delegation was sent to Organization of African Unity, OAU, now African Union, AU, and United Nations headquarters to block all the emissaries sent from Biafra. The Herculean task and goodwill asset of Biafra was Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He has a global reputation, having been the first ceremonial president of Nigeria and a great orator. An emergency meeting was hurriedly convened in London, where British government faked being interested in resolving the Nigeria-Biafra war. Notable personalities were invited, especially after the collapse of Aburi Accord in Ghana. As the meeting was ongoing, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was excused. Some British officials started with a notice of blackmailing and with a stern warning that if he doesn't stop being the Biafra main envoy, his misdeeds would be exposed. Some documents were shown to him, purported to be an embezzled money he committed when he was in certain positions of authority. He panicked and couldn't dispute such allegation. That was when the shrewd British officials knew that he had been nailed, and with Zik of Africa out of the way, Biafra diplomatic relations with other countries would be in bad shape. The British government went further to play a good Samaritan job by flying a bait of asylum to him. The moment Zik of Africa agreed, message was sent to Nigeria government to go all out to quench all aspects of Biafra inferno. They must use all means to stop the threat of Biafra emerging as a nation. As promised, Britain fulfilled its support assurances by making available all the needs of Nigeria government to prosecute the war. Envoys were sent out by British government to lobby the superpowers to support Nigeria instead of Biafra, so that Britain can retain her corporate venture, which is Nigeria, to continue existing as is, even if it means slaughtering 3.5 million of Biafrans during this 1967 to 1970 war, a war that is continuing today, though the war fronts have shifted. It was more baffling for even the superpowers to note that a war that was expected to end within few months dragged into 2 almost 30 months period of time this war lasted. The superpowers were surprised that, and it was then globally recognized that Biafra emergence as a nation in black continent wouldn't be for the interest of America, UK, and Europe. They realized that with the resilience of this that nation to stand up against the entire world wasn't ordinary. Biafrans have guts and intellectuals never ever seen anywhere in the black world. A secret resolution was adopted by the superpowers, and it was absolutely resolved that Biafra must be crushed by all means, legally or otherwise. The ingenuity of these few highly intelligent people was showcased as they fought the war without any external help. Not even all the superpowers' involvement could stop the resilient attitudes of the Biafran leaders, soldiers, and scientists. The defeat of Biafra was not about the firepower of the superpowers, but a great strategic plan to starve all Biafrans, and such was an illegitimate war expedition tactic as enshrined in the United Nations humanitarian aid clauses. The superpowers supported the illegality of starvation strategy and turned blind eyes as genocide was being committed against Biafrans. By international life value system and as enshrined in the United Nations Charter on Humanitarian Affairs, no persons captured, freeborn, or slave should be denied of food and medical programs, even in a war situation or zone. Humanitarian aid workers were supposed to be given free passage in any war zone so as to avoid starvation or untimely death of children, aged people, wounded soldiers, and not excluding the oppressed citizens. Biafrans were denied any humanitarian assistance even by OAU, Organization of African Unity, now African Union or AU, the United States, Europe, and Britain, except Haiti, Gabon, Ivory Coast, and a few other countries that smuggled food aids and Medicare in the nights. Biafrans could have been wiped out of the surface of the earth with America, Europe, OAU, now AU, United Kingdom, the European Union, the United Nations, watching ebulliently. A feat that showed that God Almighty still rules in the affairs of all spheres of life and world system. I'm sure that most European countries, Americans, Britons, and even some Nigerians are regretting why a remnant of Biafrans were spared. Biafra to most countries and some Nigerians shouldn't exist because they are very intelligent and they cannot bow down to any models. They see opportunities where there seems to be none. They are not sycophants, believe in hard work and meritocracy. Biafra is not the problem of Nigeria. Definitely not the problem, not the type of Biafra some rogues are pursuing in Nigeria now. This Biafra is different. This Biafra is the freedom, the one that represents the freedom for all our people. But the British government, in collaboration with the UN and few Nigerian saboteurs in leadership robes that are using the blind people to lead the sighted, that is the problem of Nigeria. Let me use this opportunity to thank those countries whose humanitarian efforts survived most of Biafran Kwashoko children. I am one of them, and the one reading it right now is also one of them. Stephen is one of them. And on behalf of others, we the little children of Biafrans that were earmarked to die ingloriously for the civil war that we were innocent of, survived by your benevolence, God's amazing grace. Thank you, and may God reward you abundantly. We are grateful just as we appreciate God Almighty immensely for his sovereign fatherly protection. The lesson of Biafra-Nigeria war, the lesson of Nigeria's war against Biafra gave me the credence that certain laws of charter clauses as detailed in the United Nations membership aims and objectives are meant to defend the superpower countries' interests against weaker countries. That's exactly what is going on in Nigeria. They don't, especially when it comes to Africa. The rest of the world do not give a damn. And if they are to care, they are coming after the resources. That's what they did in Libya. That's what they did in Libya. Yet, we are all in association that ought to be a canopy for both the strong and the weaker nations without any iota of bias. Fela's epithelial song of Beast of No Nation was prophetic insight into the double standards that are being perpetuated in United Nations objective pursuits. I have asked questions about why did Biafrans suffer such inhuman treatment with United Nations keeping quiet on such Nigeria carnage against Biafrans. Why haven't OAU, now AU, and United Nations apologized for the genocide expeditions glaringly meted against the Biafrans? Why are some Nigerians not facing international court judgment because of genocidal cleansing war tactic of food and drug blockade that was against war expeditions, humanitarian conventions? The truth was that Europe and America are like a coven that formed United Nations for their continuing post-colonial enslavement of weaker countries. They connect amongst themselves for singular purpose of exploiting weaker countries. America, UK, Europe want Africa countries to prosecute their leaders and citizens who are fraudsters, both in government, Commonwealth looting spheres, and general 419ers. But they will never prosecute the banks and institutions that are aiding such fraudulent acts in their own countries. Let me add that for every money, for every penny to leave Nigeria through the bank, there is a correspondent bank in New York, in London, in Hong Kong, in all over the world. There is receiving bank that receive these illicit funds that are moving out of Nigeria. Some they change in dollars and travel with them in briefcase, but that's not to be compared with what they are moving through the banks. So the United States government, the British government, the European government, Japan, China-based banks, they all know what is going on, and they are being reported to their system, but they will never correct it because it is helping their economy while killing Nigeria's own economy. I was informed that in a case of fraud, both the initiator and collaborator are culprits. Do an arithmetic test and reflect on how many American, UK, or European, especially Switzerland banks, have been prosecuted for aiding African leaders looting sprees into their vaults. Rather, we only ask them to return back the loot, and that's the end of the case. Anyway, this is not the topic of the day. The United Nations composition is very clear, and only a discerning spirit will see the imbalances and injustices that the United Nations membership entailed. The truth of Britain's support for Nigeria government invasion of Biafra land was not in any way related to keeping Nigeria together, but for two basic reasons. Number one, for economic survival. Number two, to maintain policies, directions of Nigeria as their incorporated venture. Stay tuned to the series next week, which will be happening very soon here because it's already out. Dr. Sonny is an author, resource personality, management consultant, trainer, chartered certified auditor, accountant, financial compliance expert, economic political analyst, strategist, marine expert, and motivational speaker. Thank you for listening to the Radio Liberty, Radio Lower Niger Territory. Here's the part 2 of Nigeria, British Incorporated, Part 2, by Dr. Sonny Abi Madoka, DSM. Biafra was never conquered by the Nigerian government, but by the influential manipulations of the British government, with the secret connivance of a few highly placed United Nations officials and a few Biafran saboteurs. Until date, we have leaders who must pay allegiance to the Queen and British government. Those who try to change the status quo of Nigerian miseries in British Incorporated entity, Nigeria, usually end up as meneers to the termites in their prime ages. If in doubt, I let you ask Tensara Wiwa and the 8 organ leaders how they ended up. After as collaboration and sabotage on the side of Nigeria during the Civil War. We may have all the PVs, do all the campaigns abracadabra, but the actual beneficiaries of our leadership enthronements are Britain, America, core Europeans, and even China now, and a few Nigerian saboteurs, especially our self-acclaimed but selfish past and present political leaders. In 2019, His Excellency Atiku went to U.S. with Senator Bukola Saraki to launder his already battered image, as it was rumored that Atiku had a case to answer in the U.S. the money laundering case of his wife and the huge dollars expended to obtain the franchise of American University located in Adamawa State when he was the vice president of Nigeria. In that visit, one would have expected the corrupt free society as claimed by America to arrest Atiku. He wasn't arrested, but had free landing handshakes with American government officials. He had a secret meeting with both the American government officials, and Atiku smiled at the end of the meeting. Nigeria's economic sharing formula has been well detailed, and America has been shown her share of the national treasury. If he emerged as the president of Nigeria, and hence Atiku became the newly wedded wife of America, United States. The main problem of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar was that he was wrongly advised to go to America instead of Britain. By that visit, the British government became apprehensive of what was discussed and probably the agreements reached between the American government and His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. That was the beginning of the end for Atiku's campaign. British government goodwill for his ambition to be the president of Nigeria ended right there. I bet everyone that His Excellency Atiku could have been our president if he had gone to Britain to seek her blessing. PMB, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, capitalized on that wrong adventure of Atiku and dashed to UK. Actually, PMB utilized the opportunity and went to Chatham House to present a paper on how his regime intends handling its overall governance policies. Britain saw the paper and trickily met with him secretly, and then he gave the British government of his unalloyed loyalty if he became the president of Nigeria. A sealed agreement was signed that he will not tamper with the structural defects of Nigeria and all the British investments in Nigeria. The British government was happy and really found in PMB a person who can be manipulated in several deceitful ways. Of course, to Britain, it will be very difficult to manipulate Atiku, especially with his allegiance to the American government. More so, there are many odds, such as age and certificate falsifications against Muhammadu Buhari, that British could use to blackmail him if he reneged on his unalloyed commitment to Britain. When I told some friends that nothing will stop PMB from being crowned as our president in 2019 for his second term, certificate or no certificate, they doubted me, citing glaring failure of PMB to even present the concocted WAEC attestation certificate. The main reason why he was allowed to complete his tenure was because it was part of the British government's promise that must be fulfilled. PMB have not reneged on his promise, and Britain must not. You can now see why Britain will not come close to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu case with FGM, with the government of Nigeria. Interference must be on the mutual trust, and bearing in mind that PMB has a task to keep the dysfunctional structure of Nigeria intact. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu arrest sues the British government's commitment to keeping Nigeria in a miserable disarray and under her control. PMB's vaunting and the indispensability of Nigeria is a script written by Britain, and the sad truth to submerge us into being their puppets or zombies forever. I add that. We were all aware of the proceedings that played out in the courts, and I was very much assured that the chief executive officers, that is Britain, their mandate will prevail despite clear postures of incoherent thoughts. PMB has great strategic advisors who understand the need to partner with Chief Executive Britain than a stakeholder, the United States. Hence, he has to go to London to speak for his ambition, despite all the deformities against his candidacy. He was elected president, and today, UK has benefited much more, both in medical tourism and in economic buoyancy, for cleverly hoisting and supporting PMB. Our next president, if we remain dumb, His Excellency Bola Tinubu, was hospitalized in London for many months and, of course, kick-started his presidential campaign from UK. I am not a prophet, but if he gets the nod of Her Majesty and British government's inner caucus, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be our president come 2023. irrespective of all odds against him, and irrespective of the fact that there is a call for constitutional rearrangement of Nigeria through referendum vote. It's not about his age or falsified variants, how he made his money, or his wealth conditions, or his health conditions, or recent Sahara reporters' damaging expository submission of a U.S. narcotic indictment and his forfeiture of thousands of dollars. Actually, it is on the Google. You can Google it, and you will find documents pointing to Tinubu's convictions in court over drug dealing. Ahmed Bola Tinubu is a drug dealer. He got sentenced in the United States. Just a Google search on his name will throw it up. It does happen. It's all about the crooks that will play the dirty game for the chief executive of Nigeria, Britain, America, Europe. Many Nigerian crooks in Nigeria will never allow any intelligent and principled person to rule Nigeria. The wars are the Nigerian crooks who have led this country. They crown themselves with our highest national honors, but vipers in their stewardships. I remain unprecedented and unrepentant to state that none of our presidents, ministers, and oil block embezzlers, both past and present, were or are ever patriotic Nigerians. They believed and lived in selfish ideologies, but publicly and because of their mental deformities or greedy insatiability, tend to tell us that Nigeria is indispensable. Fake people will always be pretenders. In 1999 elections, Mr. Bola Tinubu's educational attestations were all disputed by news magazine investigations that started with debunking the schools purportedly attended by Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu in INEC Form CF001. Even though the indefatigable legal luminary in the person of late Ganifa Ohimi of blessed memory lost the battle of exposing Tinubu's educational claims on technical ground in Supreme Court, one would have expected that His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu would repeat the same qualifications in 2003 INEC Form CF001. Rather, he chose to state not applicable in all areas where educational attestatements and names of institutions were required. Despite all the hulabaloo, INEC was satisfied and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu contested and got his second term in office as a Lagos State governor. When corruption is fundamentally embraced as a foundational norm by the institutions that ought to defend the people, any other processes are just mere rhetoric for the blinds in that society. By DSM. Did any Nigerian ask INEC why not applicable should replace educational requirements in Form CF001 for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2003? He's probably going to replace the same thing in 2023 or even in 2022 as we are speaking. We are not talking about misstatement, misquoted, or verbalization, but verifiable documents written down. Did you see or feel the arrogant way His Excellency Tinubu vaunted that he is going to be the next president of Nigeria when he returned from his medical tourism in UK? He even told us that this is why that he was born for this. You know, he has all his life he has dreamed of being the president of Nigeria. His visit to PMB was a scheduled arrangement based on an unseen written statement or document by the chief executive Britain and Nigerian crooks. Tinubu must get the recommendation of PMB for British government rectification. No one is aware of the closed-door meeting of PMB and Tinubu. Has Tinubu been given the ugly template of the Britain support system that mandates him to continue from where PMB stopped, according to him? We are like a chess game where the players decide which soldiers, queens, or kings are vulnerable for expulsions. The dice of Ludo game doesn't predict the winner, but the players. We are the dice, while Britain, America, China, Europe, and crooks in Nigeria are the players that decide who comes home first. You can believe me or not, Nigeria was and is still under the manipulations and mismanagement of foreign countries, especially Britain and few Nigerian saboteurs. It's a pathetic situation more so when we have great minds that could turn this country into El Dorado. But we have allowed Britain and a few Nigerian saboteurs to wreck Nigeria, and we have become a beggar nation with poverty capital staring at our gloomy faces. Why must the worst rule the best in a country with the best of all resources? Is this not the lot of Nigeria? That's why Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has never looked back in calling for cessation of all political activities, especially electing the next president, and instead pursue a binding multi-regional referendum to decide the future of Nigeria. Because the way Nigeria is, there is no other country like that. It's abnormal. Again, stay tuned for the continuation of part 3 of this work by DSM, Nigeria, British Incorporated. Part 3 will be next. Thanks for listening to the Radio Lower Niger Territory, the voice of freedom and liberty. To all our people across Africa, across Nigeria, across the world, have a nice day. Here's the part 3 and concluding part of the 3 series from Dr. Sonny Obi Maduka, DSM. It's titled Nigeria, British Incorporated. When I stated last week that His Excellency Tinubu's visit to the PMB was to assure the UK government of his unalloyed loyalty, the UK government wanted an assent attestation from PMB of his support for Tinubu's ambition to be Nigerian president come 2023. Such assurance attestation will be tabled before Her Majesty and British government officials for further scrutiny. We are all aware that Tinubu started his electoral campaign from the UK, but he was asked to go home and obtain a concrete evidence of his loyalty to Britain, as PMB did years back. In that closed-door meeting between PMB and Tinubu, there was a written document in a questionnaire format. Tinubu must answer those questions and signed the letter attached therein. He did, and hence he boasted of being the next president of Nigeria. He wanted Britain to understand his loyalty attestation when he said that he will continue from where PMB stopped. A mere mortal won't understand the true meaning of that simple phrase of continuity. It's not about PMB policies, directions, continuity, but a pre-planned British incorporated company objective, continuity. As I was still musing about Tinubu's body language on his convinced mien about being our next president, he jetted out of the country to UK last weekend, and according to his aide, his principal Tinubu traveled to UK to rest before the electoral campaign kickstarts. And many of us believed, without asking questions, about how there is no other places in Nigeria where Tinubu could rest. Are we having a Nigerian president or a UK envoy? The truth is that Tinubu has gone to UK to submit his answer sheet to the questionnaire format that Her Majesty and Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister and government leader officials, to verify if PMB's signature specimen was properly assented or captured. He would then have a one-on-one interview by the Nigerian Board of Directors, composed of all British oil companies' management officials and the head of the Anglican Church in London, Buhari's personal friend. Once his candidacy has been approved by UK government, he should forget about our voting rights and privileges. Leslie Ibekwe's comment on my earlier series to this article was a vindication of the present pathetic state of Nigeria leadership enthronement. Hear him. Dear DSM, this article scored the bull's eyes. Like every lamentation, Nigeria's seemingly irredeemable woes are transparent, but everyone who have crookedly ascended leadership positions have viewed them with opaque eyes. As for the contraption called Nigeria, everything possible must be done by the engineer, Britain, to keep massaging the lie. Our today's so-called leaders are mere district heads, as applied during the indirect rule of colonial masters, and whose loyalty are secured through coercion, and blackmail. As I am writing this, there are many Nigeria top government officials who are in UK, and their main objective is to be part of the emissaries that will lead Tinubu in defense of his manifesto in UK. Tinubu didn't go to UK to rest, but to get approval of his presidential ambition. Yes, he may be resting as per his unstable medical health conditions, but I'm assuring all Nigerians that even if Tinubu is on a wheelchair, he will be the president of Nigeria in 2023 if UK approves. And that will also be made possible without us having our referendum, which is to set our people free. Any further election in Nigeria can only deepen the enslavement. The Fulani Jihad will be more ferocious. The Islamic State of West Africa province, which is ISIS in Africa, headquartered in northern Nigeria, and what is it called? Boko Haram. All the Islamic bandits that are operating in Nigeria will have a field day. From there, the takeover of Nigeria will be complete if we fail to do the needful now. Have we forgotten the late President Yar'Adua's case? He was in a German hospital while OBJ was making a phone call on his sickbed, campaigning for him. He is not aware of the health conditions of President Yar'Adua when UK, in collaboration with Olusegun Obasanjo, hoisted a sick president on Nigerians, who actually triggered constitutional crisis. And the application of the doctrine of necessity, which is what should happen to Nigeria now, for Nigeria to go and have referendum. Otherwise, the hopeless may go up in flames. Nigeria is a country where abnormalities reign with impunity, and the people rave about their hardships as zombies that are senseless. Atiku should not make the mistake of 2019 by going to US, but should equally queue in and do everything possible to ensure that he has the backing of UK government. Well, as one who do not agree on the continued existence of Nigeria or any further elections, I will cut this article here. And though it has more, and I would like to take a few of it, it's a direct question to the Igbo people. Where is the Igbos in all this that is going on? The bad truth is that the Igbos have become a beggar zone that has forgotten the power of an economic buoyancy and scattered population coverage. In a decent society, Igbos should be lured to lead this country, that is Nigeria, and the reason being that the country needs economic ingenuity of the Igbos. Well, I don't see that happening in one Nigeria. And that's why I do not support any effort in having an Igbo person be in Nigeria. I want that Igbo person to join in having Nigeria sorted out now through a binding multi-regional referendum in the lower Niger territory, in Oduduwa land, and in the middle belt. This will secure our people first through the referendum vote, and then we decide whether we are to recommit or we're going to be independent federation, independent nation states. In 2021, Igbos in diaspora remittance was in the neighborhood of $5 billion. Traders and manufacturers in Alaba, Nnewi, Onitsha, Abuja, Aba, Kanu, Ladipo, Trefe, Diobu generated another estimated revenue of about $5 billion. This is estimated at about 6 trillion naira. The entire Nigeria budget provisions estimated revenue 7.99 trillion, actual revenue 8.13 trillion, and we ended up with a budget deficit of 6.645 trillion as against the approved 5.6 trillion naira. You see that being an Igbo is more viable than being a Nigerian. That's why I support Igbo nation. From the above, Igbos generated more than 75% of the entire country's revenue. The only remaining enemies to the Igbos becoming the president of Nigeria is not necessarily the population vaunting of the north or the trickery of the west and south, but they are coming together as one entity. Again, I do not support an Igbo man being the president of a Nigeria that does not go through a binding multi-regional referendum, because that holds the key. It holds the key not just for the Igbo, but for all the minority groups in the lower Niger territory, in the middle belt, and all over the place. So this is my free feasibility study for anyone who is interested in becoming Nigeria president. Don't waste your time and money to campaign if you've not been given a provisional approval rating by the UK government. And this is the reality that we done on Nigerians. Should they not demand and obtain and carry out binding multi-regional referendum? All that you need to do is to go to London with your crooked documents on what UK government stands to gain if you are a president. It's all about whose beneficial documents benefits UK government and oil companies that will be considered. Nigeria is a corporate entity of UK, and only the person whose interests are going to benefit the chief executive, which is the Britain, gets the promotion of becoming a president. The truth about Igbo's ascension to the Nigeria presidency is that Igbos are not trusted, especially with the new wave of agitations for independence. UK government will never allow any person with any inclination to restructure the pathetic arrangement of Nigeria. That's the biggest problem that the Igbos must fight against. If you can read the first part of this article, which we have already delivered part 1 and 2, you will understand why it's going to be very difficult for an Igbo president to emerge in Nigeria. As at now, most notable UK, European, and American universities are studying the traits of an average Igbo person. Igbos are special species because they are not only intelligent, but they are rare breeds in terms of migration resilience and the insightful economic pest setting. They are never afraid of situational changes because they are born strategists. UK government doesn't want such genetic influence as a leader in Nigeria. Back to the basics. Who would have ever believed that PMB will be voted for the second time in office after all non-dismal stewardship in his first term? I won't even delve into his WAEC attestation wahala. It is in the public domain, but who dares challenge the top management Britain, their decision on who manages a branch of their estate or company, which is known as Nigeria? It's all about who gets the approval from the Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria, which is Britain, and Nigeria's British Incorporated Venture. Nigeria is called, and Nigerians who happen to be British Incorporated Venture. Stop being ignorant of why Nigeria has remained unprecedented, a miserable state right from the past, today, and probably in the future. Nigeria, to foreigners, does not exist because we have not found out why and how Nigeria was incorporated by Britain. Until we delve deeper into the motives of why British government has remained dumbfounded to the freedom agitations in Nigeria while she's enjoying such from European Union freedom philosophy, we will keep feeding the Nigerian incorporation headquarters that is based in London. I mean, that's what NINAS is demanding. A multi-regional referendum to give our people dignity, to restore the joy of being citizens of their own nations to all our people in the Oduduwa nation, in Lower Niger Territory, as well as in the Middle Belt. It will restore dignity and the pride of citizenship to all our people. That's what NINAS is all about. That's what NINAS is continuing pressing ahead with. Let's wake up from our mental enslavement and get it deep into our skulls that Nigeria is the most viable British government business venture and not an equal partner in the Committee of Nations. Did you think that GEJ, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, just handed over to PMB on a platter? Wake up. He didn't. His most quoted phrase of, "My ambition is not worth spilling the blood of any Nigerian." The intrigues was that there were secret phone calls from different dimensions and countries. It was when the British government aligned with PMB and which was communicated to GEJ that he knew that the game was up. In order to give him a soft landing, certain promises were made to GEJ. Such promises include he will not be probed despite all the reckless approvals that depleted our foreign account reserve. He will be made a statesman in terms of leading certain government envoys' presentations as a way to launder his image and the corruption escalation mess in his regime. 3. He may be reconsidered to contest in 2023. 4. None of his assets will be touched or be investigated. While we are sleeping, dreaming of an ideal country, some foreign countries, together with our saboteurs in leadership, are planning on how to use our lives as cheese games. If we miss this opportunity of referendum, we will live to regret our actions, even in the graves. This has been from the Radio Lower Niger Territory to our people all around the world, especially in the eastern Nigeria and around Africa. Thanks for listening. Peace and blessings.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria, should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the 3 questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their access and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who've stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, ascertain, if it can ascertain if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could give a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Liar Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to the United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the Chief of Staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Akwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Akwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other,
affecting a country in which people are insecure. The education is done. All the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Today from the Global Lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If a male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the Global Lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to The Balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than...
And do you know that even the Constitution that we use today, which is the 1999 Constitution, denies what is called a no-autochthony. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say, this is the Constitution we want. It was imposed on us by a military decree, and yet it remains the ground norm. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution, supplanting our regional...
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by a departing military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24 of 1999, which should have been a mere transitional instrument for governing a country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because, like the Patriots observed, it told a lie against itself by saying that we Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when we were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution, a constitution that that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians, a constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low and high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. A supreme military council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment except seniority in the army, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity of membership. imposed a constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite. It was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autochthonous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed of us by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it to a national plebiscite. And if you do, most Nigerians will say this is not our constitution. We've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
Wole Soyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact, unlike individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional law and constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 constitution as if it doesn't matter the source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document, by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it, in a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wole Soyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Ralph Wazurike, and a couple of others, Alhaji Yerima Shetima, who just gave that ultimatum. Yeah, he was part of the signatory to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summon the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we're victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria gave this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigerians. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigerians. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous ones. They were handed, and still being handed, instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together. by these rules which we will spell out about governance. This current one is a fraudulent one, and it's giving us victimhood because we never did it, and they say we did it. If somebody say you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court, the case is in court, praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjourning, part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. He now started it. A lot of distinguished men and women up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afenifere chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
In response to Nigeria's continuing aggression, Aladima, in cooperation with other forces of liberty, devised a 5-phase plan to dismantle and ease out the evil feudal constitutional order. The first 3 phases involved working out an alternative, building a consensus around that alternative by way of an informal referendum, and the formal legal incapacitation of that 1999 constitution. All these have been done by way of the Pronaco initiative, which outcome comprehensively revalidated the Aburi Accord model by the ethnic nationalities at a sovereign meeting 2005 to 2006 as a minimum condition for continuing in the Nigerian Union, failing which exit options will be explored. The movement for New Nigeria, which is the implementation phase of the Pronaco outcome, has carried out a successful countrywide informal referendum and in May 2007 launched the winding up suit against the 1999 Constitution on the ground of self-evident fraud, with Chief Anthony Enahoro, Chief Sisi Ono, Chief Dim Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, Bishop Bolanle Bonegi, Prince Tanimoshe Bankole Oki, Chief Ralph Wazurike, and Alhaji Asari Dokubo as some of the plaintiffs. To date, Nigeria has no answer to this fatal challenge on the sole legal instrument holding the union together, and so the entrapped ethnic nationalities are at liberty to retrieve their sovereignties on their own terms, within or outside the Nigerian Union. The 4th phase commenced June 30th, 2011 with the MNN Declaration, which followed the post-election violent rejection of the same 1999 Constitution and democracy by Boko Haram at a time the 12 northernmost states in Nigeria had adopted Sharia since year 2000, which is tantamount to opting out of the Nigerian Union. Aladima poses that it is now practically impossible to retain Nigeria as one political union, since nobody can force those 12 states to abandon Sharia to embrace democracy, constitutionalism, nor can anyone force the rest of Nigeria to embrace Sharia and abandon democracy and constitutionalism. The two are mutually exclusive, and this leaves everybody with only one option: to accept that the Nigerian Union has collapsed and allow the peaceful exit of cohesive units who therefore work out new relationships. By the infinite mercies of God, since that sole title deed by which our sovereignty is detained by Nigeria, the 1999 Constitution, has been exposed as a forgery and a fraud in court, to the extent that Abdulsalami Abubakar made it and lied that we, the people, did. And since the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples invests us, the ethnic nationalities, with an inalienable right to self-determination, Aladimma, working with its project partners, particularly the Lower Niger Congress, will, within the said United Nations instrument, vigorously pursue the retrieval of our sovereign rights over our geospace, in rejection of further perpetuation of fraud therein in the name of Nigeria. Furthermore, in the aftermath of Ojukwu's momentous exit, everybody confessed that Ojukwu was right in the bloody debates of 1966 to 1970. Thus, acknowledging both Aburi and Biafra as appropriate and legitimate responses. Aladimma now asks, if Ojukwu was right, is it right to keep Nigeria the unitary way we wrong-headedly and ruinously kept it all these years? Having embraced the truth, is it not time to act on it by reworking the Union in a manner that restore the hijacked autonomies of the entrapped nations, either Aburi model, that's confederation, or Araba model, which is full independence for units? In this crossroad situation, the question on every lip was, where does the Igbo go from here? Even our enemies, as if in pity for a group of orphaned children, joined in asking this question, which roughly translates to, where will these directionless Igbo go and who will lead them? Since Ojukwu's demise dramatically exposed a long-standing leadership vacuum in Igbo land. In seeking credible answers, the first step will, of course, be to define what Igbo interests are in Nigeria of today. The next will be to draw up an agenda and roadmap, which is called plan, to pursue those interests. The last would be the question of who and who will lead the charge. The replacement for Ojukwu cannot be by clownish buffoonery. It is in this light of the foregoing that Aladimma today steps forward to lead the task of total societal reconstruction of Igbo land on the basis of the core Igbo value system, which places truth above falsehood at all times. Eziokwu Bondo, which places excellence above mediocrity, which reward hard work and punish laziness, and which place merit above pedigree. We shall restore the traditional Igbo sanction system to curtail the excesses of those who have become stronger than Oha, the people. In stepping forward at this time, Aladimma has substantially concluded his consultations with all segments of the Igbo society, both home and abroad, particularly the grassroots populations, regarding what the strategic Igbo pursuit should be at this time in Nigeria, between going for presidential power in 2023 and seeking to end the constitutional enslavement of the Igbo in Nigeria. You see why we are telling you people to stop all electoral processes. All the political parties should close shop. Let us solve this problem. The problem of how we are going to live together in Nigeria. If we cannot do that, let us go our separate ways through referendum. We are talking about referendum instead of 2023 election. And as it is today, an overwhelming majority of our people are in favor of the latter. That is, going for liberty and not power under the current constitution, and Aladimma intends to lead them in that part. If we go for power and miraculously succeed, the chances are simply nil as things stand today. No doubt, a few people will make billions, probably in dollars. But the constitutional framework which enslaved the Igbo will remain intact to enslave the rest of us, our children, and our grandchildren, and our future unborn children. Why, if we go for liberty and succeed, and success is now guaranteed in the face of the aforementioned United Nations instrument and Nigeria's dying 1999 constitution, we can immediately throw off the yoke of enslavement which has been around our necks for over a century to our eternal benefit. We stand to gain a lot if we do not renew this 1999 constitution through another round of elections and selections. Let us think twice. Let us think outside the box. Let us listen to the voice of reason. Accordingly, we declare that, number 1, the best interest of the Igbo in Nigeria of today lies in pursuing the constitutional unshackling of its people and not in pursuing the presidency of Nigeria under the present constitution, nor will the creation of one more lame state alter the overall equation of our gross marginalization. Number 2, Aladima completely agrees with the assertion of President Jonathan in Udi as at that time that the problems of Nigeria flow from its very foundations in 1914 and the manipulations around 1960, and that the solution to the intractable problems must be for us to go and find out what went wrong in those periods. Aladima and his change partners have done just that. It is left for government and other stakeholders to embrace the results. Aladima will, in conjunction with his change partners, mobilize the Igbo and others who feel the same way to demonstrate their rejection of the current enslaving, the feudal constitutional order, by declining any further participation in electoral processes conducted under the evil 1999 constitution, which started with the one of 2015. We are in 2022 and we have to stop that of 2023. We should not participate in all the electoral processes. It's not boycott. It is not boycott. Please, listen to the voice of reason. Reject everything about all the electoral processes under this 1999 toxic, fraudulent, imposed constitution. That is the chain holding all of us in a cage. Number 4, to avoid anarchy, Aladima prescribes that all those in power at all levels in the three arms of government should remain in office until the transition to a new constitutional order is completed, just like South Africa did when it had to transit away from the apartheid constitution between 1990 and 1994. Number 5. Any Igbo son or daughter who decides to pursue public office under the current constitution will, by that act, present himself or herself as an enemy of the people and will attract communal frown and sanction. Think about our people who are going into 2023 election. They are deceiving you. They will not care about you. They will never think about you. And they will never bring anything good to you. Our problem continues. Think outside the box. Number 6. A 90-day window from the date of the publication of this will be open to extend consultations to those who may, for one reason or the other, not have been reached so far, and we invite such persons or groups to contact us. Sanctions will not commence until after that period. Did they listen? The answer is no. Aladima is guided by the example of Nelson Mandela and his compatriots who, confronted with a similar evil, were honest enough to tell the blacks of apartheid-era South Africa that their misery did not flow from the people in power per se, but from the apartheid order which took their lands and rights away. They, by action, refused to validate it any further. This is what we are saying. Do not go into any election. Do not cancel every electoral process, because you are going to empower them again to rule over you, kill you off, seize everything about you, close all the refineries, close all the seaports, and put everything in the hands of Fulani. Think outside the box. For the men of God in the land, who constantly recommend prayers as the solution to the Nigeria that stands on the foundation of injustice and gross inequity, Aladima wishes to point you to late Bishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, who faced with a similar evil, stood on the side of truth, and fought side by side with the oppressed peoples of South Africa until the evil constitution of apartheid was overcome. We have a constitution that lied that we the people enacted our damnation. Instead of joining hands with the peoples to uproot this evil, many of us join hands with Gowon and the rest of the criminal band with much blood in their hands to pray for Nigeria that has become a criminal enterprise, whose constitution creates and protects monumental corruption, whose constitution kills everybody, impoverish everybody, put everybody in an eternal hardship and poverty. Let's think outside the box, my people. As poverty and misery grind your flock, the masses to death, a choice has to be made now, to side with the truth or side with falsehood. Of course, we must pray, but let us also declare the truth concerning Nigeria now. The same goes for the lawyers in the land who clutch that evil constitution and fail to tell the politicians the truth. Simple and bitter as the case may be, but truth, which is eternal. Woe unto those doing this, for when the crash comes, the blood of the innocent will be on the heads of those who helped conceal the truth. We must tell the truth always, at all times. Truth is God. God is truth. Mandela was an honest lawyer who chose to use his knowledge of the law to free his people. What are our lawyers doing? Where are they? Where are our lawyers? In closing, we wish to commend the efforts of the then Ohaneze Ndigbo for holding the fort in the socio-cultural arena. Aladima steps in today to do the difficult non-partisan political bit. We also commend the sacrificial pioneering efforts of Masob and its leader, Chief Ralph Uwazurike, in the quest for self-redemption. As Chief Uwazurike steps into other roles beyond Masob, Aladima notes that injuries may have been inflicted in course of the uncharted route of a liberation struggle, such as theirs, but we plead with all to forgive any such injuries as a sacrificial contribution for freedom. And we also beg Chief Ralph Uwazurike to think outside the box, to redress and look towards the yearnings of the people, which is found in NINAS, the movement of the owners of the land. We also urge the Masop foot soldiers to take advantage of the United Nations instrument, legitimizing self-determination to reconstruct their struggle and halt further casualties in pursuing what is now the legitimate right of indigenous peoples everywhere in the world. Kosovo has moved from Serbia, South Sudan from Sudan. Scotland is awaiting a referendum to leave the UK. We, the Igbo nation, we, the Ijaw nation, we, the Ishekiri nation, we, the Beni nation, we, the Asian people, we, the Efik, the Ibibio, we are all qualified to exercise our inalienable right to self-determination. We are not talking about Biafra. We are talking about the emancipation of all these mentioned nations. We find ourselves under the umbrella leadership of the Lower Niger Congress. Lower Niger Congress is not the name of our nation. Please note. With the experiences of the past, and in readiness for the fallout of the impending change, Aladima has worked out with LNC an offshore-based asset protection and guarantee scheme to ensure that Igbo assets and those of the rest of the Lower Niger will not be lost by the owners, at least in value, on account of any changes in Nigeria. Information on the modalities for the inventory and other steps will be made public when the time comes. Aladima requests all Igbo groups, all Igbo organizations, all individuals who agree with our position on the Igbo priority to please speak up as quickly as possible so that we can demonstrate the majority support which our consultations showed. Phone calls, emails, and visit to our website are platforms to register support for or engage with our position. Persons and organizations interested in joining the movement or supporting it otherwise can do so online at www.lowernigercongress.org. Another one is www.ninasvoice.org. Long live Ndi Igbo worldwide. Long live the peoples of the Lower Niger. Signed for and on behalf of the Aladima Board of Custodians this 30th day of May 2012, Tony Nnadi and Nnamdi Ohiago. Thank you for listening. Please share and discuss with your kids and kin, with all your contacts, your family members, your friends, everybody. We wish all of us well. It shall be well. Thank you. Nwadi Igbo has read it. Bye.
I've been praying for Nigeria in distress since the 1990s, and nothing has changed. The bishops have pleaded and pleaded and pleaded. In March this year, because of the violence in this country, because of the high-handedness of security operatives in this country, because of the injustices that have made life unlivable for many in this country, the Catholic bishops of Nigeria went on a prayer march in Abuja. And as we started that prayer march, the heavens wept. It started raining. And there was a clap of thunder once. Our heads were uncovered under the rain, and some of us wept. We spoke to Nigerians and told them, we cannot go on this way. Otherwise, we are headed for ruin. They ignored us. continued life as usual. We even invited some of them privately, advised them as fathers. Things must change. No? Who are you? After praying and talking, what else can you do? On the 11th of October, 2013, just 2 months after my ordination as bishop, I spoke to this nation and told them that time there was an ASU strike that was lasting so long that our children were restive. I spoke to the nation and told the politicians and the academics to resolve their problem and get our children back to school. Because then I used the words of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and told them, if our youth get angry, it will be like an avalanche of accumulated indignation. And no amount of money that you have hoarded in this country will protect you from their wrath. In 2013, 7 years ago, reason I gave, you cannot dialogue with a person who has nothing to lose. The youth of this country have lost everything, including their future. Their future has been mortgaged, their presence has been stolen by people who keep telling them they are the leaders of the future. I tell young people, don't listen to us anymore when we tell you you are the leaders of the future. You are the leaders of tomorrow. They started saying it 40 years ago, and the people who ruled us 40 years ago are still ruling us today. Where will the future be? Some of them, as a desperate attempt, try to leave and go to Europe. They are turned into slaves in Mali, Mali, common Mali, in Libya. And eventually when they arrive at their so-called promised land in Europe, they become self-willing or self-volunteered slaves. They consign themselves to perpetual life of drudgery and slavery in the darkest corners of the society. Those who remain do everything they can to survive. Of course, how would a government that calls its youth lazy ever listen to their needs? How would a government that thinks that every young person who is progressing is a criminal ever assess their needs and assess their capacities? These boys and girls have had more than enough. Now, the time for accounting has come. Nobody knows how this thing will go. It may end tomorrow, it may not end, but whichever way it goes, this is a radical call, a distress call for a radical change. Not the change that we pronounce so easily and glibly in political campaigns. Not the change of SARS to SWAT or whatever you call it. But a change that will make these young people really know that they are going in a direction where there is a light at the end. If my generation of leaders are tired, let us get out of the way. And if we won't get out of the way, we may be pushed out. And let nobody complain that is pushed into the mud. But, as I always say, it is not about SARS. It is about a system that permits things like SARS to thrive. SARS is only a symptom, and one of the smallest symptoms of a failing, if not a failed nation. A society that has enthroned impunity, a society where only the violent, only dishonest people seem to be those who make it. A society so violent that young boys will walk out of this church in the morning, put on Oriopa masquerades, and start robbing in broad daylight in Nsukka, and nobody says anything. For your information, SARS, Oriopa is worse than SARS. And I'm waiting for Nsukka boys to rise against Oriopa. Akatakpa is worse than SARS. Because SARS are human beings, and they seem to have somebody in charge. Whether he's doing his function or not is another thing. But Oriopa and Akatakpandodo claim to be spirits. Spirits who rape women. Spirits who steal. Spirits who do all sorts of evil to human beings. And we are here saying end SARS. The question is end. The point is end every oppression, end every violence, end every evil. And young people, you have the power and the energy to do this. But be careful. These old men, and even some of you, are not as innocent as you imagine. They would want to change the course of this movement. Even Boko Haram was manipulated by some politicians. All positive movements in society that spring up, there will always be an attempt by evil men to manipulate them and divert them to their own personal interest and use. The young people should know, if they make themselves slaves of their so-called sponsors, their second condition will be worse than what they are protesting against. Secondly, once you turn violent, your name becomes Junior SARS. And you lose the moral high ground on which you are protesting. Show the adults you are more responsible than they often think you are. But leaders in this country must listen. This impunity cannot go on. It is not possible that armed bandits are settled in our farmlands and forests, and they are organized in a very military way. And the security operatives don't know where they are. Nobody disturbs them. Yet, unarmed Igbo boys hold a meeting in Emene Enugu, and the SSS, or whatever it is called, suddenly discovers where they are and lives are lost. This is not acceptable. This is the type of thing that will turn a country to a land littered with just ruins. It is not possible that here in Nsukka we hear the Muslim call to prayer from our windows in our bedrooms as early as 4 a.m. And a Christian who in Abuja takes her Bible to call people to accept Jesus Christ is murdered by an Islamic fundamentalist, and nothing happens. It cannot continue. And these are the things we have to say no to. It is not just about SARS. It is about injustice. It is about violence. It is not possible that Muslims in this country can acquire land and build mosques anywhere. Many mosques are rising in Nsukka now. And Christians can no longer obtain land to build churches, even in the so-called Christian-dominated states, let alone the London states. You may have heard that the governors of northern Nigeria said that they need SARS because maybe there they perform the function for which they were established. Correct. But then, what does that tell you? That this country can no longer be ruled or governed as if we were all the same in everything. There must be different levels of governance and autonomy, because if SARS is so oppressive in the south and so helpful in the north, then there must be different standards in the north and in the south. Some call it a restructure, some call it anything. I'm not interested in the name, but there must be some form of decentralization of governance in this country if we want to move forward. There is too much power and money at the center. That is why governance is no longer service. And finally, who is worse? A policeman with very little education, perhaps, because some of them were not very well educated. Many of them are high professionals, are high intellectuals. They are not bad people. They are good Nigerians. The system has made many of them bad. But who is worse? A policeman who is paid 30, 40, 50 something thousand naira a month with 6 children living in one room, and whose family is thrown out the very day he's killed in action from the barracks. And a university professor who collects above 400,000 naira a month, and he has been paid that salary, and parents have paid for their children to be educated, and the teacher has been paid to educate these children, and he is not teaching for months. Who is worse? Excuse me, that professor is worse than SARS. Until we make laws in this country that hold people responsible when they go on strike, and hold governments responsible when the welfare of workers is not catered for, people will continue to take laws into their hands. How many months now? If some of these young people were in school, maybe their anger would have been less. Do you remember when I pleaded with this government from this cathedral to do everything it takes, now that the COVID-19 pandemic was flattening, to call back our children to school? The parents are tired. The children themselves are tired. As usual, calls ignored for too long. Now that they are being called back to school, some of them may say they will not even go back. And besides, those teachers are saying they will not go back to the classrooms. No problems. The students know your hosts. Of course, you know they will do it, or they can do it. Now, we won't take this nonsense from anybody anymore. Whoever it is has to be held accountable for his or her actions. I plead with everybody in the name of Christ to submit ourselves to God in Christ, to submit ourselves to God in Christ, so that we can better serve our brothers and sisters in whatever capacity we may find ourselves. Whether, wherever, in whatever way this action of our young people may have started. Just like the pandemic that we still have among us, it is an invitation not only to serious reflection, but to a change of style. This is no time for window dressing. Too many people are suffering in this country. Remember, you can't dialogue with a person who has nothing to lose. If I have something to lose, you will tell me, okay, bring something, I'll give you more, and you have more of what you have, or you will lose what you have already. But if I have lost everything, let us act now when there is still something to be salvaged. We pray for our young people that they be guided right in this action. We pray for all those in public offices, not only that they listen, but that they change their style of service of the people. And we pray for our country, Nigeria, that we wake up from our confusion and our sleep. And if we are still too asleep, that the noise or even the songs and the chants of these young people may wake us up from sleep, so that we take the rightful position that God has prepared for us in the society we belong to, and contribute our own quota to the development of the world. May God, through the intercession of our Blessed Mother Mary, continue to guide the young, the old, leaders, the rest of the citizenry, that each person may give back to God his life that belongs to God, so that all of us, including Caesar, the rulers, will have no difficulty in performing our social duties. Amen.
With our very first interview on the show this morning, and focusing on what Mr. President had to say while addressing Nigerians yesterday at the 53rd anniversary speech, where he talked about the convocation of a national conference. With Victor and I in the studio this morning is one Nigerian who have been a strong advocate of this conference from time immemorial, Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the convener Movement for New Nigeria and also the Secretary General for Lower Niger Congress. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the show this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nadi. You have severally spoken about the convocation of a conference to discuss some of the most burning issues in Nigeria today, and how the decision of the president to raise an advisory committee to set out the modalities and procedures for a national conference. How did that news get to you?
Well, with a measure of relief, I must say, though I consider it a marginal improvement from what the situation demands. You know, a marginal improvement in the sense that all this while they had insisted that sovereignty now vests with the government to decide for us on all kinds of things. And our position had been that if they go to section 14, subsection 2A of the Constitution of Federal Republic, which they are using to manage Nigeria today, they will see the basis of all the argument that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. There's no other way. They know that that is the truth. Yet, Absalom Abubakar and a chain of other military presidents since 1966 took it upon themselves to usurp the sovereignty of the people and impose the constitution exclusive, to the people. That is to say, they became the sovereigns by stepping into the, almost as if stepping into the shoes of Britain that had governed us for almost 70, 80 years up to that point, to impose a constitution that starts with the preamble, we the people. That is a forgery, that's a secret.
Okay, let me get you correctly now, Mr. Nadi. So you say that this is not necessarily a solution to what we have.
The discussion we are asking for is that originating discussion amongst the ethnic nationalities that the British locked in here and called Nigeria. From that time in 1914 to now, it had not been their decision to be together, and the terms of that decision, of that being together, had already been imposed.
Let's ask you this question, because it's coming at a time where everyone is saying yes, it is very timely to have a national dialogue.
Yes.
For some people, it's not really whether it's sovereign or not. That is the issue. The issue is we have got things to talk about, and there comes a time, thank goodness, a president is talking about it. Some would describe you as a pessimist. Isn't it too early to predict that this might not lead to the outcome we all desire as a people?
I was looking at the terms of reference. The first one must commend the statesman in Mr. President in taking this kind of a decision at this time, in the midst of all the noise against it. And I was saying that it's not yet to hurry, not near. We will just come to the point where let's hope that this advisory committee, because many of the people on the list are people who have been in and out of the process we had embarked upon for over 15 years, to let Nigerians know that our situation is exactly like the situation of South Africa under apartheid constitution. What we're talking about is that all of what we're lamenting about, if you want to know what we want discussed, for which reason we are saying we have not even started, that preamble to the constitution that says we the people have decided to live here according to this constitution is saying that the Ijaw people have decided to submit their land and their people into a Nigeria. And the terms of that submission is what the constitution is supposed to be discussing. And what we're simply saying is that what happened to the closest example from where everybody can copy, so that we don't get lost in the forest, so that we don't set up a fight that can be avoided.
Okay, now when you talk about the people,
let me learn so that we can get it in perspective. We're not anarchists. Okay. I've spent 15 years of my short life to look into all the departments of we've been going all over the place, digging into the archives. I have here the documents of Lugard, by which we were chained into this bad arrangement. We have all the documents they've been trying to hide from us, and we're going to expose it to our people. We already have some advertorials running since last week, and more will come in terms of bulletins. We're saying that we have a situation in our hand that is exactly like the apartheid constitution of South Africa, in which a minority imposed a constitution on the owners of the land, on the majority, and became the new owners of the land for 80 years. It came in 1912, and stayed all the way to 1990. And what Mandela and Co, they had a parliament. Why was apartheid constitution changed by anything of the parliament? The government of Frederick de Klerk in 1990 came to the point where, having been resisted on the street enough, announced that the apartheid constitution of South Africa will have to be changed, and that the discussion that will bring a totally new constitution will have to hold.
This is what you want Nigeria to do.
This is the only thing, that's not what I want. This is the only thing that can solve the kind of problem we have.
That is,
and if they do not
do that,
if they do not do that, they will be leaving the ethnic nationalities with no option but to exit the union on their own terms.
Now, the question I want to ask you, if, for instance, now, I have reactions from Alhaji Tanko Yakisai, who leads the Nigerian National Summit Group, NNSG, saying that this could be Nigeria's last chance. Beginning now, the present, that Nigerians, if Nigerians fail to present and pursue common good positions, beginning now, but rather delight ourselves in our often vain and bitter debates as to whether or not the National Conference should hold, we'll still have none other to blame when they transform Nigeria, restructured through candid national dialogue shall emerge, without our people having been best represented by the fractiously selfish political class. And that is his reaction. I also have the reaction of the Ohane Zendibo. Are you saying that even the Afenifere that says President Jonathan should be commended, are you saying, don't you think it's too early for you to disregard this effort?
No,
in as much as the president said, the advisory committee is to set modalities. He hasn't even mentioned the nomenclature of this dialogue.
I agree.
But he has said that, look, Nigerians would expect that people like you and others who have been in the struggle, who have been asking for the national conference, would at this point close ranks and see how you can, work this out. So don't you think that it's too premature to disregard whatever is being done right now?
Let us use this precious opportunity to explain to our people all over the country what the dialogue should be all about. Our quarrel, if you go to the terms of reference, item 6, as I was looking at it this morning, the item 6 on the thing says all of what they were. If you read it out, it may fit into. Just read it out, please.
To advise government on legal procedures and options for integrating decisions and outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference into the Constitution and laws of the nation.
That thing, what you just read now, defeats the entire essence of calling any conference, and it tallies with what David Mark was telling us the other day, that the conference will hold, but that nobody is going to discuss whether we live together or not live together, and that is the only question 75% of the country wants answered, uninhibited.
No, this 75%.
Let me tell you how I arrived at 75%.
How did you arrive at it?
Tambuwal, Speaker of your House of Representatives, said
My
that
house.
all of the politicians,
Our House of Representatives.
as long as this is the basis of Nigeria, I tell you that more than 3/4 of the people trapped here do not want to have anything to do with that country. If you take a referendum today, that is what you will find. The only people who insist we must keep it, including some people I see on this list. You saw Mabeza and his patrons, how they are talking about Nigerianism. That is, they do not imagine that it is possible for anybody to say he will not be in Nigeria. They say nobody has a right to suggest that there be no Nigeria. Whereas, unless we go to agree on the basis of submitting our lands into a new union, the fraud that Lugard put in place in 1914, and we have evidence of it, has come to an end. It will expire naturally 31st December 2013. That is the full 100 years. The current fraud of 1999, in which Absalom Abaka and his confederates in the PRC made a constitution and lied that we the people made it, renders this entire document.
Okay,
so
Mr. Nadi,
we are sitting on a
tell us how
Nigeria
you plan to achieve
Nigeria is
what you are saying. Okay.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. when it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president. A better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and without much ado recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blogs of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
While the government of Nigeria is doing everything to destroy the country, to humiliate especially the Igbo people within the country, another group, the IPOB, has become essentially partner with the government in making sure that the lives of our people are messed up. That's why you have sit-at-home orders that are being enforced by criminals who were released from prison illegally. And they are roaming the streets, shooting and killing people, going about their normal businesses, disturbing lives, making sure that our people have no peace, that our people have no plan. In fact, next week they are planning on having people shut in from Monday through Thursday. Those days, Nnamdi Kanu will be appearing in the court for scheduled hearing. Now you wonder, is this group working for the good of Igbo people or for the destruction of the Igbo nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Because we've allowed failed state leaders to call the shots in our country, everything has been destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Poverty, insecurity, among other challenges, is what our people are beset with these days. And yet they consider themselves messengers and deliverers of our people. Noam Chomsky had this to say: education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Isn't it amazing that some members of IPOB actually find grounds to justify the nonsense they are doing? Sometimes they go into denial mode, but we know what's going on. We can't be fooled. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. It's obvious and jumps right out at you that Muhammadu Buhari successfully has implemented his Fulanization and jihadi plan without hindrance from any quarters in Nigeria. And to this end, Marvelous Marvels Nato had this to say: Buhari is aware. He is deliberate about his goals and objectives. Will you make excuses for Muhammadu Buhari on the premise that he has been unaware of everything happening under his government, then you are very ignorant. I must add that some people have actually stated that Muhammadu Buhari is suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, both of them, dementia and Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, we have people who are calling the shots using his name, and they are running the country aground, doing all sorts of criminal activities in the name of government. Ruga was a long-term strategy of Buhari, and the only way to implement it was to murder indigenous people by importing and arming his Fulani kinsmen beyond Nigeria to come and dispossess people of their lands, and they are succeeding daily. As I write this, the Fulani herdsmen have occupied large swaths of land in the Middle Belt and some parts of the South under military and police protection, and those lands have become theirs permanently, except the inevitable happens or the people pick up arms against them. Secondly, Muhammad Buhari's plan was to build northern economy to the neglect of others. He started by closing the southern borders to revitalize the moribund trans-Sahara trade route in the north for his kinsmen, while the patronizers of Nigeria-Benin trade routes groaned and mourned under severe hardship. The railway construction from Katsina to Niger Republic was in furtherance of his economic and trade terrorism against Nigerians, especially southern and middle belt Nigerians. A project that adds little economic value to 95% of Nigerians, but aimed at enriching his Fulani kinsmen in the Niger and beyond. Note that the people he used in implementing these projects are mainly southerners. People like Rotimi Amaechi, the Minister of Transport. The same people who insult, malign, and ridicule every step taken by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to expand the economy for all Nigerians, but now support the pursuit of parochial interest for current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Thirdly, he succeeded in transforming himself into a despotic leader by exploiting the selfishness, wickedness, and insensitivity of southern Judas goat politicians who are ever ready to throw their people under the bus for their political career. The implication is that the major political players dare to declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Just like Dave Umaru did on Monday, Bola Ahmed did on Friday, like they are taking turns to go and present themselves before the emperor. They are looking to become the next president of a country that is moribund, a country that needs nothing other than constitutional reordering, like regional, multi-regional constitutional vote that will have to happen in this country if peace were to reign in the land. These guys have no idea what is happening. Yeah, they dare not declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Buhari is the Lord who will determine who to run or who not to run. Finally, he managed to fool you into thinking that he wasn't aware of all the extrajudicial murder going on in Nigeria by the official Fulani security, that is the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all other security arms that are engaging in extrajudicial killings. Buhari is not ignorant. He is a deliberate murderer, a strategic wicked fellow. How can you claim that this man is unaware when he has deliberately and strategically taken everything for his kinsmen and turned you into a slave? Buhari appointed all the major security heads to be Fulani for them to rule this country, to run this country aground, to render the entire citizens slaves right in our ancestral lands. Don't make excuses for Muhammad Buhari through your ignorance. And again, I repeat, education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews or that Nigeria killed more than 3 million Biafrans during the Civil War. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans and Nigerians were convinced that it was required to do so. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself in 2022. Now, what's the solution? The solution is embracing the gospel of NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the message that gives hope, the message that restores vision to the blind people of the southern and middle belt Nigerians, to seek, to press, to demand for a binding multi-regional referendum that will lead to breaking of chains, the breaking of the bondage upon which our people are presently held. Thanks for listening. This has been the Voice of Liberty, the Lower Niger Territory Radio. God bless you.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world?
Nigeria.
China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again, so let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, you know, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. You know, we work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, you know, look, the Taliban has been, you know, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And, of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus. And in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders. Listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And, Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Yeah, Nigeria is holding the country award, at that level, for persecution of Christians due to the involvement of government, the coalition of government in protecting the Fulani terrorists who are going across Nigeria, killing, sacking communities. Even government policies is designed to favor them. The government tries to take over, build forest reserves, cattle routes, Ruga, shoreline takeover, all sorts of programs the government have tried to put through in order to spread these terrorists across the country. These are all part of the agenda of the current government to carry out and fulfill the ideas, the imaginations of Ahmadu Bello, to extend the life of their caliphate that died when British took over Nigeria in 1914. So they have no interest other than to pursue this jihad and see it to a conclusive end by killing off indigenous nationalities, especially Christians. They've done it in the far north. All the Christian communities there have been targeted and killed and replaced or chased into IDP camps locally, where they get bombed by Nigerian Air Force, or into foreign countries, neighboring Nigeria, into refugee camps. This is where the international organizations, especially the Christian-leaning organizations, needs to step up their game and expose what is happening in Nigeria, which the Nigerian government consistently lie about. They went to New York during the UN General Assembly in September, seeing Nigerians with their posters, patriotic Nigerians protesting against the killing of Christians and the destruction of the country. Nigerian government actually goes into New York, Bronx, to hire homeless people and other foreigners to counter-protest the expose from Nigerians against government collusion in terrorist activities in the country. I don't know what these people are thinking, but we know that there is no way Nigeria can recover except to go through multi-regional binding referendum. That's what will save the day. If not, if this joke continues, we're only delaying the inevitable. And that is a very terrible thing that will happen to Nigeria. To not arrest this situation now through a referendum, call for referendum to, calm nerves and let things, go very well for every section. Failing to do this is only going to cause more problem, more pain of separation.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable. gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and without much ado recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Nigerian Union Dispute: The Folly of Building on a Rickety Constitutional Foundation by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows: Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Ekene m unu. Abụ m nwaada onye Igbo. O nwere ozi dị mkpa nsị ka m nweta n'ụbọchị nke taata. Nke onye Chikwanya Zelu. Ụmụada Igbo ekenekwa m unu. Ndị nne, ndị nna, ụmụ okorobịa, ụmụ agbọghọbịa. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla ya na udo. N'ụbọchị nke taata, o nwere ihe m sị ka anyị tụlekena n'ozi na ije nnwere onwe anyị na-eje. Na mbụ, achọrọ m ịkọwa nwa obere ihe. Nke ahụ bụ one ndị ka anyị bụ. Anyị abụ ndị Igbo ka anyị abụ ndị Biafra. N'uche nke m masị na anyị bụ ndị Igbo. Maka na Igbo nwere asụsụ, Igbo nwere omenala, Igbo nwere ntọala, Igbo nwere ihe eji wee malụ ha. O nwekwanụ ofu ebe ana. Ọ bụ ndị Igbo nọ ebe ahụ, nke onye ọwụna ma a na-akpọ nọ ana Igbo. Ya bụ n'ụzọ na njem nnwere onwe nke anyị na-eje. Ọkwanụ ihe bụ ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ right anyị, na anyị eji aka anyị sị na ka o ya esi wee dịla anyị mma. O nwelu otu njem nnwere onwe anụnwa nke jikọtara ma ndị Yoruba, ma ndị Middle Belt, ma ndị nke nọ n'ebe a na-akpọ Lower Niger, nke a na-akpọ Ninas. Ha nwa na-eje njem nnwere onwe n'obodo a na-akpọ Nigeria. Abịa na Lower Niger, ebe ndị Igbo so, enwelu ọtụtụ ihe a na-akpọ ethnic nationalities. Ndị a bụ ndị gboo na ndị ọkpụtọrọkpụ nwelu ana, nke ndị bekee na-akpọ ancestral land. Anyị wee jikọọ ọnụ maka na anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo ama mmenwe eso anyị, ndị Ijọ ama mmenwe eso ha, ndị Efik ama mmenwe eso ha, ndị Ibibi ama mmenwe eso ha, ndị Bini, ndị Shan, ndị Urobo, ndị Ikwere, ndị Obolo, ndị Ogoja, ndị Ugep na ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche ama mmenwe eso ha. Ọkwa ya ka anyị ji wee jikọọ aka ọnụ wee sị ka anyị nọdụ n'otu a na-akpọ Lower Niger Territory maọbụ Lower Niger Block. Ozi ndị Lower Niger na-ekwu na-ewetalụ ndị niile anụnwa bụcha ndị nwere asụsụ dị iche iche na ihe eji mara ha n'ụzọ dị iche iche bụ ndị Lower Niger Block wee na-asị na ọ dị mkpa ka anyị were kene uche akọ na uche wee nụba ọgụ a. Ha wee na-asị na tupu anyị enwere onwe anyị na o nwere akwụkwọ eji achị a na-akpọ Constitution na Nigeria, na anyị ncha niile ya asigodu na nya bụ Constitution na ya akwadoro ya ana tupu anyị asị na anyị na-enwere onwe anyị. O wee bụrụ na o nwere usoro eji emenya bụ ife. Adị usoro ahụ eji eme bụ na ntụnye aka a na-akpọ election, ụfọdụ na-akpọkwa ya selection, na anyị ama ntinyezi aka na ya ka akwụsịgodie ka anyị wee dozie ihe mebiri emebi. Anyị dozicha ihe mebiri emebi, anyị wee gabazie ịtụnye aka wee sezie na ọ bụrụ na nke 2023 anụnwa na-abịanụ, maka na onye ọbụla akpọrọ afa na ọnya nwa meriri na ntụnye aka ahụ, na ọ ya ejekwa ṅụọ iyi na ọ ya akwadokwanya bụ akwụkwọ eji achị bụ Constitution. Ma ị na-ejedo ntụnye aka anwa nke ịtụnyere atụnye, gịnị melụ? Oke igbu mmadụ anụnwa ka ọ bụ agụcha akwụkwọ enweghị ọrụ, ka ọ bụ oke ịgba straịkị, ka ọ bụ ajọ ụzọ, ka ọ bụ enweghị ụlọ ọgwụ, ka ọ bụ agụụ, ka ọ bụ iwe na ọnụma, ka ọ bụ ajọ omume dị iche iche, ka ọ bụzi ogbugbu a na-egbu ndị otu Kristi, ka ọ bụzi alụ kwọ nwa n'azụ na-aganụ n'obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Naijiria. Kedu nke a ga-akọba ghara ibia? O wee bụrụ ndị a sị na ha bụ ndị politishan, ndị mfoju akpa, ndị sọsọ m ga-ebi, ndị sọsọ mụ na ụmụ m ga-ebi. Ụfọdụ n'ime ha, ụmụ ha na ezinụlọ ha anọ na Naijiria wee na-aghọrọ mgbọ Naijiria na-atụ ndị obodo dị iche iche. Anyị wee na-asị ka anyị wee natakene n'aka ọgbakwa n'ụlọ na anyị na-eji ịtụnye ya bụ votu, maka na ịtụcha ha nwa akwụgo ndị ya achịnụ andị ọkwanụ ndị otu political parties anụnwa bụ ndị na-eme nyawu selection nke a na-akpọdo Constitution. Ọdịdị na Naijiria anyị enwedo akwụkwọ ahụ eji achị ka ọ bụ nke ndị amị wetalụ si n'iwu megide n'ọnyanwa ka anyị eji na-achị anyị. Ọnyanwa bụ nke anyị na-enejedela anya ka o nwere ọzọ dị n'azụ ụlọ, ka o nwere ọzọ dị n'etiti mụ na gị. Akwụkwọ anwa eji achị a na-akpọ Constitution, o nwekwa mgbe anyị ji wee mee ya bụ ndị Igbo, ndị Ishekiri, ndị Urobo, ndị Ijọ, ndị Ishan, ndị Bini, ndị Ibibio, ndị Efik, ndị Ikwere, ndị Kalabari, ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche, ma ndị TV, ma ndị Yoruba, ma ndị Jukun, ma ndị Idoma, ma ndị obodo ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche. Anyị wee na-asị na ọ ka mma ka anyị gee ntị ihe ndị NINAS na-ekwu. NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. O nwere ozi dị mkpa ha na-ezi. Ka anyị tụdagara anya ala ka anyị gee ntị ihe anwa ha na-ekwu. Anyị asịkwa na Naijiria ya agbabi gbarie kịrịkịrị, mana anyị na-asị ka akwụsịtụgodu mbinye aka anụnwa a na-akpọ election na selection, ka anyị hazie ajọ ihe niile dị na Naijiria, ka anyị hazie ya. Onwekwa onye ọzọ ya hazie, ọkwa anyị nwa bụ ndị nọ n'obodo anwa, ọkwa sọsọ anyị nwa ya hazie. ọ bụzie na eweta nke a na-akpọ referendum anyị ebinye aka ma anyị ya eso ka anyị na-apụ. Ọkwa ebe tụnye nke gị, mụnwa atụnye nke m, onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, ka anyị na-achị eke n'azụ tụleke n'ihe a, ka anyị maa ma ụzọ anwa ọ bụ ụzọ ga-enye anyị nwere onwe ka o nwere ihe ọzọ anyị na-achọ. Anyị achọkwanụ ọgụ maka anụọ n'anya bụ ọgụ. Anyị achọkwanụ mmadụ ịnọkwanye bunie egbe, bunie ọgụ, bunie mma, bunie ihe ndị ọzọ niile dị iche iche na-agbagbusi onwe ha. Anyị achọghị ya. Anyị chọrọ ka ọ dịrị nwoke mma, dịrị nwaanyị mma, dịrị okenye mma, dịrị ụmụaka mma. Ọkwanụ maka ọdịnihu ka anyị ji ekwu ihe a. Ya bụ ka anyị gee ntị. Ndị niile na-eme politiks, ọkwa onye pụta ọzọcha echi niile ofu onye ahụ apụtakwa zọkwa another one. Ọchịcha ofu onye ahụ apụta, ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ recycling of individuals. Ọ bụ sọsọ ha maka esi eme politiks. Ma politiks a na-emekwa na Naịjirịa abụkwa ya. Maka politiks nke ha na-eme otigbuo zọgbuo, ejide mmadụ ibe gị ebunyụọ ya anya. Onyanwa ka o yi esidere anyị mma, biko. Ya bụ ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ gekenenụ ntị na ozi ndị na-asị na ezi ndị na-asị sị ka chelugodo nọ, ka anyị hazie ọkụ a na-agbanụ, ka anyị tụnyụọ ọkụ a na-agbanụ, ọkụ a na-agba n'ime obodo a na-akpọ Naịjirịa. Ogbugbu mmadụ ọdụzi ka ọ na-ewute, ọ dịghịzi dị ka ihe anyị eji ọnụ na-ekwu, maka na ụbọchị gafee ụbọchị ọzọ gafetakwa a na-egbu mmadụ. Ọ dịzie ka ọ bụghị Chineke kere mmadụ. Chetakwa na Chukwu kere anyị n'oyiyi. Chetakwa na ahụ mmadụ niile bụkwa ụlọ mmụọ nsọ. Ọkwa ihe akwụkwọ nsọ gwara anyị. Ihe anyị na-agbakwa n'ọsọ ahụ ka ọ dịrị onye ihu mma, dịrị onye azụ mma, ka ọ dịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ndị a na-eme politiks, biko kachetụnụ ka kwasagodunu ngwa ahịa ụnụ a na-akpọ political parties, ka dobegodunu ya n'akụkụ, ka anyị hazie ajọ ihe niile adakwasara anyị n'obodo ahụ bụ Naịjirịa. Ọ bụzie na o kwere anyị njikọta, anyị agbasa. Ọ bụkwa na o kwere anyị njikọta, anyị ekwuo na ka o ya esi wee dịrị onye ihu mma, wee dịrị onye azụ mma. Maka na obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Naịjirịa ọkwanụ obodo na-eme ka ndị ụchụ gbalụ, mana ụchụ agbagha mmadụ nọ na ya. Ya bụ biko geenụ ntị n'ihe ndị na-asị na-ekwu. Ndị Igbo, biko geenụ ntị, ma nwoke ma nwaanyị, ma ndị nọ n'ime afịa, ma ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ, ma ndị ụka niile, ma ndị niile na-achọ nwere onwe. Geenụ ntị ihe ndị na-asị na-ekwu. Anyị ncha niile chọkwa na ihe a na-akpọ referendum. Anyị weta referendum ahụ, anyị tụchaa ya, anyị sị na anyị ka ya nọ n'ime Naịjirịa, anyị anọdụ. Ọ bụkwa na anyị ya apụ, anyị apụọ, bido ịhazi ana anyị, bido ịhazi obodo anyị, ka anyị ncha niile wee bie ndụ Chukwu kere anyị. Ọ gwụkwanụ ka ọ ha m n'ọnụ. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Ka ọ dị.
Here is the second part of the press conference of yesterday, December 19, 2021, by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. F. Pressured by their own people, the governors of the southern states took a decision in their maiden meeting in Asaba to pass anti-open grazing laws by September of 2021, and followed with a decision in another meeting in Lagos to insist on the right of being consulted by the federal government ahead of any military deployments in their states. Most of the states have since passed the anti-open grazing laws, but the governor of Benue State has taken one more step in also signing a law under which local authority outfits could carry arms. NINAS expects that other governors of the South and Middle Belt Alliance territories will follow the courageous example of the Benue State Governor, Samuel Otom, since the invading Fulani militia herdsmen are armed with assault rifles. And I must add, some of the rifles they've been caught with bears the serial number of the Nigerian military. G. The peoples of Nigeria, in response to the increasingly loud campaign for self-determination, which followed the December 16, 2020 NINA's constitutional force majeure, poured out on the streets in pursuit of their right to self-determination, particularly in Yoruba land, taking their campaign to the streets of New York, Washington, D.C., London, and the European cities, where Easterners have been clamoring for same right over the years. H. On the international circuit, the U.S. did cancel an order for attack helicopters from Nigeria, and China did cancel a $1 billion loan on Nigeria in circumstances that indicate that both the U.S. and China were paying close attention to the union dispute raging in Nigeria. It is against the backdrop of these happenings and upon a review of all that has happened since the December 16, 2020 activation of the constitutional force majeure that we invite you here today to share with you information on the commencement of the retirement processes for the 1999 Constitution, for which we state as follows. 1. As Nigeria continues to wobble in the throes of state failure, written in blood, as the constituent components of Nigeria continue their frantic search for extrication from the bondage of unitary Nigeria that has become for them a union of death, attrition, and backwardness, we invited you here today to announce to our people and the concerned international community the success of our December 16, 2020 constitutional force majeure in precipitating the countrywide consensus required for the immediate decommissioning of the caliphate-imposed 1999 unitary constitution of Nigeria, by which we are in bondage in our homelands, and from which all the many miseries, woes, and failures of Nigeria and Nigerians flow. 2. Standing on this countrywide consensus that now includes practically all the constituent ethnic nationalities of Nigeria, the federal government, via the restructure to reduce cost of governance prescription by the Director General Budget Office of the Federation, in the presence of his principal, the President, and the conservative North, Umar Galinaba. I will go over 2 again. Standing on this countrywide consensus that now includes practically all the constituent ethnic nationalities of Nigeria, the federal government, via the restructured reduced cost of governance prescription by the Director General Budget Office of the Federation, in the presence of his principal, the President, and the conservative North, Umar Galina, about obsolete constitution thesis for the wholesale jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution. It is therefore with a huge sense of relief that we announce to you today the commencement of the people's-led processes for the orderly retirement of the 1999 Constitution. 3. Still on the question of consensus amongst the ethnic constituent components of Nigeria on the total rejection of master servant union imposed on them by the 1999 Constitution, as well as the self-determination imperative for the peoples of Nigeria, NINAS firmly supports the far-reaching decisions on self-preservation by the All-Ijaw Summit in Yenagua of December 4, 2021, particularly resolutions A, B, C, D, E, and F, relating to Ijaw rejection of Nigeria's current unitary constitutional arrangements, as well as the unequivocal resolve to pursue and actualize the Ijaw inalienable right to self-determination, using all peaceful, diplomatic, and other non-violent tools, including civil disobedience. 4. Let it be known to the whole world and the operators of the Nigerian state that this position, clearly articulated by the Ijaw for themselves in the aforementioned December 4, 2021 declaration, largely apply to and represents the collective aspirations and resolve of the rest of the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria, particularly in the South and Middle Belt, now cooperating as NINAS. 5. Let it also be known that the purpose of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance, Nigerian Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, full text published on advertorial on pages 38, 39, 40, and 41 of the January 2020-21 edition of the Guardian newspapers of Nigeria, was to aggregate the grave constitutional grievances of the constituent components of Nigeria, such as was raised by the All Ijaw Summit in their December 4, 2021 declaration at Yenegua, and to provide a viable time-bound framework and processes for an orderly resolution of those grievances within the context of the self-determination rights of each of the nationalities currently trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914. Number 6. It is significant to note that the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation incorporated and adopted the November 16, 2018 Open Memorandum to President Muhammadu Buhari on the restructuring debate, written by the NINAS Alliance, as a comprehensive articulation of the exact meaning of restructuring, as well as the step-by-step procedure for undertaking that inevitable fundamental reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional basis of Nigeria. Guardian newspaper of November 18, 2018 contained this information. We make bold to say that this open memo offers the clearest guide for addressing the grave constitutional grievances raging across Nigeria as encapsulated in the union dispute raised by the NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation, now driving Nigeria to a disorderly collapse. 7. As indicated in the 5-point proposition by NINAS, the successor constitutional arrangements dictated by the self-determination right of the peoples of Nigeria shall be ratified by the referendums and plebiscites to be undertaken during a period of transitioning that would commence from the point at which a formal announcement is made suspending preparation for further national elections under the repudiated 1999 Constitution. Number 8. As we prepare to commence the practical winding up processes for an orderly retirement of the 1999 Constitution, let us remind ourselves that everything we currently lament in Nigeria flows from the 1999 Unitary Constitution. Whether it is the killings going on everywhere in Nigeria, the general insecurity, the seizure of all economic assets, including oil and gas, the ports and other maritime assets, solid minerals, including gold, the monumental corruption we see, quota system, and skewed opportunities distribution, the egregious impunity constantly on display, the decay in infrastructure, the lack of electricity, and mounting tariffs, the broken down refineries, and the frequent hike in petroleum prices. Everything flows from the 1999 Constitution, especially the 68-item federal exclusive legislative list. Also, there is no possibility of the rule of law under a worse-than-apartheid 1999 Constitution. Nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Let us also remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution, then a transitioning process during which referendums, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINAS 5-point proposition. Now to the action we must take to commence the decommissioning and orderly retirement of the 1999 Constitution. The logic. It is no longer a matter of debate, A, that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flow is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. B, that the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years by general elections. C, that only political parties contest elections in Nigeria as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. D, that all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the electoral elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office, swear to and sworn by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Unfortunately, on account of the humongous personal, financial, and other benefits that flow from political power in Nigeria, the political parties and political merchants of Nigeria, who are fully aware of the evils embedded in the 1999 Constitution, chose to be dishonest by constantly grandstanding about changing the lives of the people for better or bringing down paradise for the people if voted into power, knowing fully well that nothing will change for the masses. They prefer to take advantage of the ignorance of the masses, who, despite being the chief victims of the impoverishment and deadly malfeasances of the 1999 Constitution, get easily lured every 4 years by the political parties and political merchants into elections under the same 1999 Constitution that simultaneously guarantees their damnation as well as the opulence of the political merchants. The next round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It's obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINAS CF and Constitution First Major of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. Call to action. To current political office holders in Nigeria, Nina says that our campaign is not to get you out of office, nor are we anarchists. That is the reason for the transitioning process contained in our 5-point proposition, under which current governance structure will remain in place on an adjusted basis for the period of the transitioning, just as apartheid-era South Africa had to do in 1990 to ease itself out of the quagmire of apartheid constitution. We cannot continue to play the role of the Judas goat, luring our own people to deeper damnation, impoverishment, and slaughter every 4 years. We could be statesmen for once, even in our own enlightened self-interest, as the kind of societal collapse staring Nigeria in the face right now will not spare anyone. To the media, Nina says Nigeria is in distress and the people are dying in large numbers. The task of taking this redemption message to the masses of our people falls squarely on you, the media, just as was the case during the fight for independence from British colonial rule to the religious leaders in Nigeria. Nina says, on which side are you in this contestation between light and darkness? Where are the Bishop Desmond Tutus in this land? Daito, for the lawyers in Nigeria, where do you stand in this debate that is costing lives and blood? To the peoples and masses of Nigeria, Nina say, the prison gate is open. Let us get up and walk swiftly past it to our freedom. All we need to do is firmly tell the political parties and merchants that we shall not go with them to renew our enslavement yet again in 2023. That choice is one between life and death, as failure to stop the vicious cycle only leaves us open to the invasion of those who are on a mission to conquer us and who are being enabled by the 1999 Constitution they imposed on us. To the young people who enacted the End SARS revolution, Nina says, the redemption of your future that is mortgaged by a country that feeds on its young is in the 5-point proposition of the Nina's constitutional force majeure. Amen. Join the task of halting the voyage to the next renewal of your bondage in 2023. When they ask you to form or join political parties to take over power, ask them, under which constitution? Thank you for your attention. Long live the indigenous peoples of Nigeria. This message was issued 19th day of December 2021 by the NINA's Board of Conveners.
Any Nigerian who is still hanging around waiting for 2023 to change Nigeria is a fool. Line 20 Daily Faro me up and ask them to become president of Nigeria. 20. Multiply their brain power by 10, factor of 10, and then force them to operate the 1999 Constitution with the governance system that is enshrined in it. We shall fail spectacularly. The problem of Nigeria can never be resolved by personnel changes.
Oh yes.
The system is designed with impunity undergirding it.
Constitutional force majeure is the only rescue here.
Positive to the Nigerian peoples. Be those Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani, whatever they care to be. Make an Igbo man president of Nigeria in 2023 and force him to operate the 1999 Constitution. Complete waste of time. Indigbo will continue to suffer the brunt of the wickedness of the Nigerian state. Every Nigerian is rendered stateless by the 1999 Constitution.
Thank you. Here's an article on the prophets and the powerless. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and Jehoshaphat in Judah, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. There was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the powerless heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus, at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Here is the Nigerian Vanguard's live report of the World Press Conference held by NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities for Self-Determination, or NINAS, titled Why 2023 Polls Should Be Put on Hold by NINAS, reporting by Dapo Akinrefon. In Lagos, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, yesterday, that is December 19, this is December 20, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general elections with the 1999 Constitution may truncate Nigeria's peace and lead the country to a failed state. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at a press conference on behalf of the NINAS Board of Conveners 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, warned that failure to heed warnings may lead to grave consequences for Nigeria. Turaki said, "Nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power." Let us all remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution. Then a transitioning process during which referendum, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINA's 5-point proposition. It is no longer a matter for debate that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flows is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. That the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years through general elections. That only political parties contest elections in Nigeria as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. That all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the general elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office, swear to and govern by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Besides, he said, the new round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It is obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Turaki is the leader of the Middle Belt. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINA's CFM of December, NINA's Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. This is a wonderful release from NINA's Secretariat. I hope that the minders of Nigeria, those who erroneously think that they own Nigeria, I hope they are listening, they are paying attention. The people are not kidding. Our people are not kidding. We're serious. We're serious to have a binding multi-regional referendum that will be supervised by the United Nations for effective implementation of the results from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations. Whether we seek independence as sovereign state entities, regional autonomy, so-called, restructuring or resource control, the first order of business is to take down the 1999 Constitution to end the unitary union we are trapped currently in. The focus on 1999 Constitution continues.
Since the December 2020 launch of the Constitutional Force Majeure and the escalation of debates around the agitations in the land, the grievances that have led to demand for independence and self-determination, of course, all kinds of questions have now come to the arena, especially around the Constitution in question, the Constitution 1999. Many people are asking, what is it about this Constitution that connects with everything that, whether it's the killings that are happening to them or their assets that are detained, or all kinds of the security that has broken down all around them, and the hopelessness pervading the poverty that has swallowed the land. Nigeria is now the world poverty capital. 2 days ago, Nigeria became the country with the highest number of unemployed persons, and all of that. So all such negative things. People are asking, what are those things in that Constitution? Because at every turn, we say it is the Constitution 1999. What is the solution to the problem? It is taken down that Constitution. So we've come now to provide some general answers to some of those inquiries, particularly the specific provisions, so that people can see that there are provisions in that Constitution directly responsible for the shackles on their legs, the manacles on their hands, and all of what has brought about all the things they are talking about. So let's take it from the preamble and go all the way down to the end, where you find the exclusive list, so that for every part they can see what is it that is responsible for what they want to escape from. To now realize that it is the taking down of that Constitution that is the beginning of the solution to their problem. Whether they want out of the Union entirely, or they want autonomy to a certain degree, which is not present at this time, or they want just good governance, whatever, or end to corruption, whatever it is you want different from what you are seeing. The starting point is to help now take down that Constitution. The preamble, for instance, is where the question of our sovereignty, how Nigeria took over our lands and called it Nigeria, are refusing to talk with us. The preamble that says we the people have solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country called Nigeria is like the memo of a company. You know, the memo and article, because the preamble, the constitution to the country is like the memo and article to the company. The memo creates the company. That's where Johnson, Jude, and Jeremiah come together to form John Jude Limited. The articles is where the relationship between those three as the owners of the company are defined. Who brings what, who takes what, how will new people join them, how will they exit, how do they treat their profits or their debts, and how do they wind up or branch into other businesses. Everything they have to do as the owners of that company is what you find in the articles. In the same way, the Constitution sets out the general agreement of how we become the Union. And so that preamble that says we the people means we the Jaw, we the Ogoni, we the Fulani, we the thief, having solemnly resolved, it means that is the point at which we submit our lands and our people into the Union. Then it comes to the closing part in that same preamble to say, do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. That is now the articles. Who is going to be governor, who is going to be senator, what tenure, or who is going to control what in that Union of Nigeria, assets, citizenship, right of this and left of that. And so it is that preamble, that make you Nigerian. It is that preamble that brings your land, into the union of death called Nigeria. And that is your signature right there, authorizing your own damnation. Everything you complain about in the rest of the Constitution, whether it is the 36 states into which the 4 regions were now fractured, or the seizure of the assets of those regions by the federal government, now compiled in those 68 items of exclusive list, or the corruption provision, the provisions that fuel corruption, that authorize corruption, and give immunity to the beneficiaries of corruption, or the infrastructural decay that is occasioned by the fact that those who are in need of the infrastructure are forbidden by that constitution from building them. In all of it, everything that has gone wrong, that is now responsible for all these outcomes we are seeing, flow from that authorization from you, that is how you want to live. If you want to understand how that preamble affects everything, just add to it that it is a lie that we the people have resolved to live together. If you add the word, it is a lie. If you add those words, it is a lie, you will then see the full meaning. Then you come down to the do hereby make. You also say it is also a lie that we make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. And that preamble applies to every single provision of that constitution. If you want to know the gravity of it, you come to oil and gas that is on the exclusive list, for instance. You take that preamble to say, we, the Ijaw people, have solemnly resolved to live with the Fulani in this manner, so that this oil and gas we also hereby accept that the oil and gas will belong to the Gawa people. That is what that preamble applies. You come to the appropriation provision that give the spare key to the president and the governors, the spare key to the treasury. You again bring the preamble to say, we have all agreed that this president should have the spare key to the treasury. We have all agreed that this governor should have the spare key to the treasury. You come to 308, you say, we have all agreed that those who are in control of this treasury should not be accountable to us. Even if they kill us, well, we have to endure it. That preamble applies to, we have all agreed that we will live in a formation of 36 states in which the federal government can be in charge of everything. We have all agreed, that's exclusive list. We have all agreed to be in 74 local government areas in which Kano can have 44 units and Bayelsa have 8 units, with all its implications for representation at the National Assembly and resource allocation. So when you hear about preamble, that is the point at which your signature has been put on a document that took all your assets. So when we invite you to come and join in taking that damn constitution, we're inviting you to come to retrieve your signature so that you can retrieve your sovereignty. It is that preamble that sees your sovereignty. Then you come to the next one of the formations in which we live, the 36 states, the 74 local government areas, because they are all listed in those first few sections of the Constitution. You come to section 6, section 6C, that says that nullifies the whole of your benefit as citizens, listed in chapter 2. Every good thing that is your own share of the social contract. The Constitution is the social contract. There were things you looked forward to in submitting your sovereignty to a bigger union, so that you can get security, you can get welfare, you can get equal treatment in that union. You can get, all the things that are supposed to be for the citizen, healthcare, school system. Section 6, subsection 6C, nullifies it because it makes it discretionary to those in government. It says they can do only at their own, only as is convenient for them. So you do not have a legal recourse against them if they don't do. And so, bottom line, the government does not owe you any obligation. Everything listed for you is put at their discretion. If they don't do it, well, you only go and cry in your closet. If they do it, you have to kneel down and thank them. They are doing it out of make of human kindness, going by that. You come to section 6, subsection 6D. There's a period of 33 years listed from 15th of January 1966 to the 29th of May in 1999. 33 years of immunity. All atrocities committed by people who govern Nigeria, particularly in the military era, everything they did in that period to hijack everybody's assets that have now become oil blocks from Niger Delta or some of the big farms we have around today, including the one in Ota. It is Land Use Act that they use to take everybody's assets. Petroleum Act, we see people going to stand around in Abuja now talking about petroleum industry bill. All those things that were done by which these assets, economic assets, were confiscated and shared as allocations. That's how Dangote is in control of half of the port of Lagos. That's how Atiku through Intel is in control of half of the port in Port Harcourt. Allocations, all kinds of things. Everything done in that period. Section 6, subsection 6D, grants immunity to the beneficiaries. Say, the jurisdiction.
Who is still hanging around waiting for 2023 to change Nigeria is a fool. Line 20 Daily Faro me up and ask them to become president of Nigeria. 20 of me, 20. multiply their brain power by 10, factor of 10, and then force them to operate the 1999 Constitution with the governance system that is enshrined in it, we shall fail spectacularly. The problem of Nigeria can never be resolved by personnel changes. The system is designed with impunity undergirding it, and it can never deliver anything positive to the Nigerian peoples, be those Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani, whatever they care to be. Make an Igbo man president of Nigeria in 2023 and force him to operate the 1999 Constitution. Complete waste of time. Indi Igbo will continue to suffer the brunt of the wickedness of the Nigerian state. Every Nigerian is rendered stateless by the 1999 Constitution. It is an iniquitous, wicked, and evil document. It has nothing good for the Nigerian people. And this longer we continue to fool ourselves believing, and let me enter one quick caveat. Our rulers are actually very intelligent when they care to be, especially when it comes to their own preservation. And I know as a fact that they're already making noises about restructuring in Abuja. The Mace Snatcher and the Lawan and that one that calls himself Baja, all of them are sat there running helter-skelter, cobbling together some lies that they intend to sell to us as constitutional, what do they call it, amendment. Let's be clear. You cannot continue to build on top of lies. You can't sustain that lie. And as long as justice is missing in a place, you continue to have strife. We need to tell ourselves the truth, and that truth is that the closest we can come to normalcy in Nigeria is to have a return to the original agreements that founded this country. Those agreements are very clear in their fundamentals. One of them, federal system. Nigeria is today not a federal system. Let's stop lying to ourselves. The word federal was brought to life by the American election. Each state has its own electoral body because it is essentially a country within a larger country. That was what our fathers agreed.
In other countries, even local governments, municipalities have their own electoral bodies. In case of municipal election, the electoral body of that municipality handles such elections. And then if it is provincial election, then the provincial electoral body handles it. And if there is federal election, the federal electoral body handles it. This is how it works.
Nobody agreed a situation where a clueless man will sit down inside a rock and begin to issue edicts and diktats to every other person. Nobody signed on for that in 1960. All the constitutional conferences, beginning from 1948 all the way to the 1951, all the way to 1960, each and every one of them was very clear and unambiguous. Nigeria was meant to be a federal system based on parliamentary democracy. It wasn't by accident that our fathers settled on parliamentary democracy. They wanted to make democracy as close to the people as it could be. So it simply meant that if you're a parliamentarian, you knew your people knew you. It was the aggregation of the parliamentarians that determined who became the prime minister, and they were also the ones at the regional level who determined who became the premier. So democracy was devolved. It was easier for the people to become involved. What we have today is not a democracy. What we have today is not a federation. We've just become a nation of liars who readily accept every lie that we are told.
That's a fraudulent country, Nigeria. Yes. Here's news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria. This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles.
The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans, loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun, disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China.
Here is Nina's press statement on March 1st, today, 2022. All amendments to the 1999 Constitution will go down with that Constitution. A note of caution to the legislative conclave at the refugee camp of regional renegades. Nina's Secretariat, March 1st, 2022. 1. In the face of the union dispute declared December 16, 2020 by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on account of long-standing grave constitutional grievances emanating from the Caliphate-imposed Unitary Constitution of Nigeria 1999, the participation of the members of the Nigerian National Assembly from the Alliance territories of the South and Middle Belt in the ongoing Constitution Amendment exercise of 2022 is tantamount to an affront and a defiance of the sovereignty will of their people, who have repudiated the fraudulent 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Nigerian Union. 2. Let it be recalled that by a public statement of February 25, 2022, titled "No Quantum of Amendments Will Save the 1999 Constitution from Going Down Wholesale, nor can amendments confer legitimacy on that fraud of 99. NINAS had dismissed the 2022 round of Constitution Amendment charade of the National Assembly as an exercise in futility and a treasonous affront on the people, being done in usurpation of the sovereignty of the people. 3. The February 25, 2022 NINAS public statement was to remind the errant legislators in clear terms that the contention of their constituents and encapsulated in the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation is that the peoples of the Nigeria have not agreed upon nor made any union constitution contrary to the false claims in the preamble of the 1999 Constitution. 4. For the sake of clarity and emphasis, it is the contention of NINAS that the refusal of the operators of the disputed Nigeria state to first engage this incurable fundamental flaw is now being compounded by the so-called amendments to the 1999 Constitution, since the legislative mandate of the National Assembly is limited to lawmaking and does not extend to constitution-making, which required constituent powers to reside exclusively with the people as an incident of their sovereignty. It is in this sense that NINAS views the amendments exercise as an arrogant affront to the people, an assault of the sovereignty of the people, and such a dangerous defiance of the sovereign will of the people, capable of triggering unpleasant consequences from their own people being killed, impoverished, and traumatized under that obnoxious 1999 Constitution. 5. Whilst reiterating the postulations and warnings of the February 25, 2022 NINAS public statement, the purpose of this short statement today is to remind the senators and members of the House of Representatives from the Alliance territories, that is, South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, who will be voting in the 2022 Constitution Amendment charade, that the growls of the people you claim to represent will not be about whether or how you vote, but about why you partake in a constitutional amendment exercise that reinforces the hijack and confiscation of the sovereignty of the people you claim to represent by an illicit caliphate-controlled federal government presiding over the extermination and impoverishment of the same people you claim to represent. Number 6, ahead of the State Assembly's concurrence and ratification processes for the current Constitution Amendment circus, and ahead of the doomed 2023 election ritual, let it be heard loud and clear that the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination insists that in place of election, the operators of the distressed Nigerian Federation must now initiate a transitioning process to undertake the inevitable constitutional reconstruction in redress of the grave constitutional grievances outlined in the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation issued by NINAS, particularly in the 5-point proposition regarding sequence and modalities. This is from the NINAS Secretariat, March 1st, 2022. Talking of restructuring after 2023 is beer parlor promises.
But where does knowledge begin to meet ignorance in this matter? Many of the people who are shouting about their turn to come and be president are brothers from the East who say their turn. Instead of trying to solve the problem that is choking you, a few people are leading you to come and say, if we merge, all will be well. Unfortunately for all those who are listening to them, we have engaged all those people, the frontline contenders in this matter. We can tell you authoritatively, and we're going to, in a recent broadcast, we have said we will call names of the people we have engaged in this matter. Atiku Abubakar, for instance, in year 2016, we sat down with him when he began to talk about restructuring. We sat down with him, 9 of us. I led that discussion to say, sir, what do you mean? He narrated what he thought, everything, and just informing us now that there's no restructuring that will happen if Atiku becomes president, because his understanding of restructuring is limited to what the National Assembly will do. If he believed in the constitutional reconfiguration, the constitutional reconstruction that the country requires, let us ask Atiku what he has done since after the 2019 election to identify with the people who are pursuing that campaign. And that is after he had agreed with us in the meeting and then taken the materials that we used to support our presentation, turned into book form, presented himself as the champion of restructuring. We can tell you authoritatively, no restructuring in the manner you think will happen if Atiku becomes president. He took the ticket from PDP. I had to tell some of the topmost leaders of the PDP at the time it happened that they believed him and gave him their ticket for 2019 election in Port Harcourt. I told them the only reason we did not collapse his campaign was because we also wanted a contest between him and the Buhari that was carrying on as if Nigeria had become one big cow ranch. But now that same Atiku, who did not lift a finger on what we needed to do to solve this problem, which was what we agreed in 2016. Anybody who wants to know the detail should go to YouTube and click the title, Nigeria at the Valley of Decision. Nigeria at the Valley of Decision. On YouTube, you will see the 2016 on AIT, where we went to share with the Nigerian public what we were discussing with the Atiku. We had described in that video as a statesman, not politics, because he agreed with us we should solve the problem before we went for the elections, as at that time. But right after that meeting, the goalpost changed until after the ticket was secured by pretending restructuring was going to happen. All of that now in the past. Then we turn up in 2022, and the same article is turning up to promise everybody that restructuring will happen when he comes. No restructuring is coming, even if he comes. As it is with Atiku, so it is with Kingsley Moghalu. The same thing with the people doing mega party. From the Utomi to the rest of them in that journey to mega party. They know that this is what needs to be done. They know that it has to be done before elections. That if we wait until after elections, it will not be done. Akim, Baba Ahmed and co, they are just trying to get us to election so that that constitution can be saved for their own purpose, for their conquest. It must be our own foolishness that will lead us to going with them to that journey. The same thing with Peter Obi and those from the east. The same thing with Ojikaro and the rest of them from the east who want to be president. My good brother Samuel Habunwa, how are you going to solve this problem? If you want to walk us through the fire, the Fulani will conduct this election. INEC is in their hand. All the guns are in their hands. The PVC in their hands to print and give to whoever they give. And they already came out to tell us that if they make the mistake of giving up power at this time, we saw the governors when the PDP was fighting over where the chairmanship will go so that the presidency can go to the other side. We saw the governors on the PDP platform from that caliphate north coming to tell us that on no account will they allow power to leave them at this time, that they might be pushed out of Nigeria. What else do you want them to tell you? They're going to have a candidate in that election. They are going to be the ones processing through INEC all the other candidates for the election. They are the ones printing the PVC to give to whoever they choose. They are the ones that will control the guns on the day of the election. They are the ones that will count the vote and announce the outcome. At what point are you going to begin to compete with them? So anybody else who is going to participate, who is going to contest, is only validating the journey, is only validating the process, not that they have any chance. Some might become governor, others might become senator, but where does that leave everybody else? In the valley of death, we can be wiser than this. Let us insist. Ninas has placed a plan on the table. The 5-point proposition tells us start to finish what we need to do to reconstruct the damaged foundations of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. It doesn't have to be anything more than we saw in South Africa when they moved from apartheid. Just a transition. Let us accept we can continue to build on this foundation of fraud. It will collapse on our head. It will kill more people. Can't we be reasonable for once? and save lives?
The Caliphate and their southern partners, the Judas goats, are going broke in order to continue keeping Nigerians under subjugation. Nina's mission is to keep them in reverse mode, to stop them and set our people free. But our people have to do their own part too. Get the message and act on it and live by the tenets. Enough of playing around. It's about time that we get serious. Crashing the Ruger entrenching Constitution Amendment and halting the doomed voyage to 2023. Nina's Special Bulletin Series, March 2022. Editor's comment. Here is a 3-part special bulletin series by the Nina's Secretariat in video format and as well as audio format, ranging from 15 to 7 minutes in length. Yes, the war for self-determination is on. On one side, you have those who created the forgery called the 1999 Constitution, and their various helpers who either swear to govern by it, or those others who endorse and defend it, pretending that it is a legitimate union agreement. On the other side, you have the owners of the land, and they are repudiating that sham and illegitimate document in increasing numbers. It is futile and compounding the fraud by these exercises of amending the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and consciously deceiving the people by supporting those amendments. Now it has come to the 2022 amendments, being a grand scheme to smuggle in Fulani colonies called Ruger throughout the country. I repeat, the war for self-determination is on. It is a war between darkness and light. In this audio series, the way of justice contrasts with the way of injustice. And Nigeria being a multinational entity, it is right and proper for ethnic nations to be the ones to democratically agree and produce their legitimate union agreement. Please follow ninasvoice.org for more on this and other important issues that Nigerians must attend to. Thanks for listening. This has been your guide, Stephen, from the Nina's Lower Niger Territory Radio. Here is a very interesting one that you would think will attract the attention of the United States to deal with Nigeria effectively. U.S. sanctions 6 Nigerian bankrolling Boko Haram. United States sanctions 6 Nigerians bankrolling Boko Haram. This is from March 25th, 2022, Friday. The United States has designated a network of 6 individuals connected to the Nigeria-based terrorist group Boko Haram, now under the control of ISIS. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, made this known in a statement on Friday. While stating that they have added the citizens to the terror support list, stated that all 6 were found guilty by establishing a Boko Haram cell in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to raise funds for and provide material assistance to Boko Haram insurgents in Nigeria. They are Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad. Abu Dhabi convicted Abud Rahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad for transferring $782,000 from Dubai to Boko Haram in Nigeria. Salihu Yusuf Adamu and Suraj Abubakar Mohammed were sentenced to life imprisonment for violations of United Arab Emirates anti-terrorism laws. Abud Rahman Ado Musa, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, and Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan were sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by deportation. I must interject here that Nigeria has been a very cozy home for terrorists. When they release them, they let them go the other way. Not a single one of them have been convicted. In fact, they even take Boko Haram fighters and tell us that they are repenting them. I don't know what colors they are painting them when they repent them. But they just let them go. They melt into the society and even they recruit them into the military. I mean, Nigeria is getting surrounded daily by this. By the actions of government enabling terrorists. These 6 people that were convicted have now been specially designated nationals and blocked persons pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended. The U.S. government stated that OFAC's action follows arrests, prosecutions, and designations in the UAE in September 2021, demonstrating the commitment of the Emirati government to using judicial measures and targeted financial sanctions to disrupt the flow of funds to these networks, terrorist networks. The U.S. government stated with this action, the United States joins the UAE in targeting terrorist financing networks of mutual concern, said Under Secretary of the Treasury, Brian Nelson. Treasury continues to target financial facilitators of terrorist activities worldwide. We welcome multilateral action in this Boko Haram network to ensure that it is not able to move any further funds through the international financial system. As a result of today's action, all property and the interests in property of the individuals named above and any of the entities that are owned directly or indirectly 50% or more by them individually or with other blocked persons that are in the United States or in the position of control of U.S. persons must be blocked and reported to OFAC. That's an agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Unless authorized by a general or specific license issued by OFAC or otherwise exempt, OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or within the United States, including transactions transiting the United States that involve any property or interest in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. This man wouldn't have actually been convicted if it was to be handled by Nigeria. Furthermore, engaging in certain transactions with the individuals designated today entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Pursuant to this authority, OFAC can prohibit or impose strict conditions on the ongoing or maintaining in the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or a payable through account of a foreign financial institution that knowingly conducted or facilitated any significant transaction on behalf of a specially designated global terrorist. The power and integrity of OFAC sanctions derive not only from its ability to designate and add persons to the specially designated nationals and blocked persons list, SDN list, but also from its willingness to remove persons from the SDN list consistent with the law. The ultimate goal of sanctions is not to punish but to bring about a positive change in behavior For information concerning the process for seeking removal from an OFAC list, including the ASEAN list, please refer to OFAC's frequently asked questions for detailed information on the process to submit a request for removal from the OFAC sanctions. Again, this is that the United States has sanctioned 6 Nigerians convicted in the United Arab Emirates, 6 of them, all from the Sharia belt, all Ariwa elements, working, facilitating terrorist group Boko Haram, providing Boko Haram with a large amount of money. I mean, there are many going on. Like I said before, the government is the one repenting them, injecting them back into the society, and then they continue to sabotage any effort, any war effort against terrorist groups, because the government is behind it. Again, Abacha said it while he was alive that any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, the government has a finger in it. Muhammadu Buhari has proven that to be nothing but reality. Have a nice day. In international politics, there are no friends or enemies. Only friends, unquote, and enemies, unquote. France was such a friend, unquote. The reason for its support, I believe this is referring to Biafra, was, of course, not philanthropy, but competition with the co-colonialist UK. Not to forget that and how France had plundered Haiti, including African countries, to this day. France is still doing it. But hey, France in the League of Powers was the only friend of Biafra. Friend, unquote. Image of a music cover containing the names of Biafra and Nixon. The name reference Nixon probably refers critically to the Nixon scandal. On the other hand, it was President Nixon who credibly expressed heartfelt regret about Biafra in 1968. However, due to the constraints of the presidency, he could not or would not do anything. There is a note here. Note evenpast.org/foreign policy from candidate to President Richard Nixon and the lesson of Biafra. Since then, the deep state in the US, the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy, has shown only cold disinterest in the southern Nigeria. Don't mix up deep state with government or population. During the Biafra War, millions of whites were affected and supported Biafra through associations, etc. But the deep state prevented the government from doing the same. The same superpower, the US and middle powers, hereinafter referred to as the powers for short, are now demanding your commitment to Ukraine. As usual, they want everything from you and give you nothing except the caliphate. All the powers and their systemic media system continues to firmly and effectively suppress your voice during the caliphate consummation in Nigeria, which is still ongoing, I must add. But the same powers want your verbal support for Ukraine. Ukraine. Mafia bosses, oligarchy, right-wing extremists, the social and governmental system as amenable to Western modernization as Afghanistan. Of course, similar things can be said about most post-Soviet states, that is, including Russia, but it is not necessary here because the Western systemic media system already spreads this sufficiently. To be honest, I am not really interested in the world situation or Ukraine. I am not interested in your opinion about Ukraine. Please, no comments on the situation in Ukraine, but I'm interested to see how to proceed in your very own matter, Nigeria. I register with astonishment the extent of the Ukraine expertise of my friends from South and Southeast. I am saddened to see that the same expertise is hardly applied to the situation in southern Nigeria. Don't let a commitment be extorted from you for free in support of Ukraine. Demand value for money. Use your brains. Russia was supplier of MiG planes against Biafra. Well, Ukraine, like Russia, was part of the same former Soviet Union which supplied the MiG fighters flown by Egyptian pilots to the Caliphate for the Caliphate to destroy Biafra. The Soviets were no more system friends or enemies of Biafra than several other powers. All the powers considered pros and cons, and in the end, almost all, example, UK and Soviets, were united for the destruction of Biafra. This is correct. And I must mention at this point that Bernard Warner is right on the mark here. He knows exactly what he is talking about. This is our living history. We are alive. We are part of this history. At an earlier stage of Ojukwu's negotiation with the Soviets, Soviet support for Biafra with arms supplies and probably diplomatic support was considered if Biafra would make some parts of the oil fields available to the Soviets. Ojukwu had declined. The rest is history. Biafra's only friend from the League of Powers was France. France secretly armed Biafra. France even let its aircraft carrier pass in front of Biafra from Gabon as a symbolic support. The picture is included on this post. If you still want to unthinkingly express your emotions in media support, forget Ukraine. Forget Ukraine and a fan club found by France. Better still, forget emotional underpinnings in the friend-enemy scheme. Of course, you can curry favor with the powers that be. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. But the powers have more experience with this behavior and your partly unconscious motives than you think. You will only be heard if you have something to offer. The Caliphate knows the game very well. It's already well taken into account. At all these international conferences in which Nigeria participates, the Caliphate Fulani minister is actually the decisive international partner. And so the Caliphate can, of course, very well support Ukraine verbally and wallow in the goodwill of the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy. For the people in the South and especially Southeast, the same support for Ukraine brings nothing at all. There is simply no quid pro quo that the Western powers would want to or need to give in return, simply because South and the entire Southeast, including Southeast, do not yet play a role in the power play. And this is true. That's why they abandon Nigerians to their fate, to the fate that has befallen them, which is jihad, takeover of the entire landscape. Are the powers now pigs? Are the powers now pigs? Not necessarily. It seems to be an anthropological constant that absolute power leads to pig morality. That is simply how power politics works. If you manage to find common interests, pigs become friends. The Western system is not bad per se. In many areas, it is better than all other systems. For example, I can write text like this one in it, as long as not too many people read it. However, the powers that be are not interested in your welfare, only your resources. Then, if ever a common interest basis with powers is found, make a fan club. Conflicts for jihad. In May 2021, a 96-year-old businessman died in Rome, Italy. In his lifetime, Ahmed Idris Nasreddin might have amassed a personal fortune of close to $500 million. but the death of NASCO Group's multimillionaire founder barely made the news. At first glance, the only extraordinary thing about his life story was that it embodied the African entrepreneurship dream. Nasreddin was an Eritrean who moved to Jos in Plateau State and grew his business, small manufacturing business, into a $460 million conglomerate involved in everything from breakfast cereal and confectionery to pharmaceuticals, real estate, and energy. After many years of growth and success, he eventually handed his sprawling business empire over to his son, Atia Nasreddin, and retired at an old, satisfied age. In an official statement released after Nasreddin's death in May, Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong said, NASCO has over the years remained a major employer of labor in Plateau and continues to contribute to economic prosperity of the state and Nigeria at large through tax revenue and corporate social responsibility. Well, that was the cover story anyway. In reality, as it is so often the case in Nigeria, the gap between the facts and the information released to the public is so wide as to be scarcely believable. What on earth could this shrewd, respectable businessman who looked like he could not hurt a fly have done to put him in the same article as a story about the world's deadliest terrorist organization? Why would the brand he built, which to many Nigerians evokes memories of a beloved childhood breakfast staple, appear in the same sentence as Boko Haram? To answer these questions, our story begins on another continent in 1955, some 8 years before his father would move to Nigeria and establish NASCO Group. A scholar from Zamfara. The year is 1955, and a 33-year-old Islamic scholar from Gumin in modern-day Zamfara state has made his way to Mecca for his first Hajj pilgrimage. Alongside him is a certain Ahmadu Bello, who is the premier of northern Nigeria. During this trip, the scholar impresses both Ahmadu Bello and the Saudi king Saud with his Arabic translation skills. He rapidly makes a big impression on many locals and clerics in Mecca. These relationships will later become his most valuable asset following the events that take place after his subsequent return to Nigeria. Upon returning to Nigeria, he takes up positions teaching Arabic studies at Islamic schools in Kano and Kaduna. His style of teaching focuses on educating his students about the differences between Islamic religious doctrine and local customs. Based on his strict Sunni understanding of the Quran, he teaches his students to adopt a pure Islamic identity at the expense of practices that he considered bid'ah, roughly translated as innovation or corruption. Bid'ah is further broken down to mean the Sharia definition of bid'ah is a newly invented way, beliefs, or actions in the religion in imitation of the Sharia prescribed law by which nearness to Allah is sought, but not being supported by any authentic proof, neither in its foundations nor in the manner in which it is performed. He also becomes the first Islamic scholar to translate the Quran from Arabic into Hausa, which puts him in a uniquely influential position comparable to that of Ajayi Crowther in 19th century southwestern Nigeria. Using this leverage, he becomes an increasingly powerful figure in northern Nigeria, with his essentialist view on Islamic doctrine gaining popularity. To him, the existing Sufi orders of northern Nigeria are polluted with bid'ah and unfit for purpose. He becomes well known for attacking the Tijana and Qadriya brotherhoods during his appearances on Radio Kaduna, while advocating for a return to Islamic purity. Following the death of his friend and benefactor Ahmadu Bello, the scholar finds himself in a precarious situation. The new Nigerian federal government, led by soldiers, has a motive to crack down on anyone who is outspoken and influential. He may be a giant in northern Nigeria, but he is a giant with feet of clay. His solution is to seek financial, doctrinal, and political help from his friends in Mecca. The Saudis, as always, are ready to help. And let me add here that the Saudi Arabia and the United States knew all along about this, that Saudi-based charities raise money to fund Islamic uprising in countries like Nigeria. Saudi-based charities were supportive of those that bombed the 9/11, the Twin Towers in New York. Those in Saudi Arabia were behind Osama bin Laden, and they are still supporting Islamic uprising that is going on in Nigeria by the Fulani and current government of Nigeria. The United States knows all about this. They are not responding to it. Instead, they think it is to stoke up war, tension, proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. His Saudi backers are keen to use him to espouse the Saudi Arabian state's official interpretation of Islam, which is based on the work of 18th century Islamic scholar Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. His fundamentalist doctrine, often known as Wahhabism, fits very closely with the teachings of our hero in northern Nigeria, and he enthusiastically sets about gathering support for this new Saudi-funded project. In the 2009 book, The Wahhabi Mission and Saudi Arabia, historian David Cummins says, the Saudi-funded Muslim World League, also sent missionaries to West Africa, where it funded schools, distributed religious literature, and gave scholarships to attend Saudi religious universities. These efforts bore fruit in Nigeria's Muslim northern region, with the creation of a movement, the Izala Society, dedicated to wiping out ritual innovations. Essential texts for members of the Izala Society are Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's treatise of God's unity and commentaries by his grandsons. Reaching out to his elsewise students across Kaduna and Kano over the course of the 1970s, the scholar-turned-politician slowly builds a coalition of strategically aligned individuals who will someday become very powerful people in northern Nigeria. In 1978, one of his prominent students, Sheikh Ismaila Idris, takes charge of this increasingly powerful but somewhat unofficial movement and calls it Jamal Istatil Bidar wa Ikamatus Sunnah, Society of Renewal of Innovation and Re-establishment of the Sunnah, also known as JIBWIS. JJBWIS, based in Jos and known colloquially as the Izala movement. This organization will go on to become the most influential Islamic body in Nigeria over the next few decades. Its members will become some of Nigeria's most revered imams and clerics. They will achieve high ranks in the Nigerian armed forces. Sheikh Gumi, the one that is meeting with terrorists across the north, the spokesperson of the jihad, the Islamization and jihadi movement sweeping across Nigeria, he is of this school of thought, the Izala movement. The current Minister of Communication, Issa Pantami, is of the Izala movement.
IBWIS will come to exert a level of influence over Nigeria's national politics, national security, and governance that is unprecedented for a religious body in Nigeria. Soon it will become almost impossible to achieve power in many parts of northern Nigeria without identifying with the Izala movement. Among other things, the scholar states that Muslims should never accept a non-Muslim as ruler, which can be interpreted as a call for insurrection against a Christian Nigerian president. He is never held to account for this statement. In any case, he no longer believes that writing books or teaching people about Islam will, on their own, lead to an Islamic renaissance in northern Nigeria. Now he is all about partnership and politicking. He maintains his membership in northern Nigeria's legacy Islamic group, Jamal Nasrul Islam Group for the Victory of Islam. But he is unmistakably the beating heart of the new Izala movement. To all intents and purposes, this is the birth of modern Salafist Islam in Nigeria, and they are in government as we speak. Without firing a shot or winning an election, this Islamic scholar has become one of the most powerful men in northern Nigeria. His name is Abubakar Mahmood Gumi. That's the person I was talking about. Abubakar Gumi, a former captain in the Nigerian military turned Islamic scholar, being funded by Saudi Arabia. The clerics, the Saudis, and what happened in Algeria. By the way, this is a footnote, editor's note. Sheikh Ahmad Abubakar Gumi is the son of Abubakar Mahmoud Gumi, the close friend of Ahmadu Bello. Keep track of this whole development. The clerics, the Saudis, and what happened in Algeria. This will be in series. This will be part 1. Fast forward 33 years. It is Christmas Day in 2011, and Abubakar Gumi has been dead for over 19 years. A bomb suddenly goes off at St. Teresa Catholic Church, Madala, on the outskirts of Abuja, killing 35 people and wounding a further 52. Almost simultaneously, a series of coordinated bomb attacks and shootings take place at churches in Jos, Gadaka, and Damaturu. An obscure Islamist group calling itself Boko Haram claims responsibility for the attacks. You see Abubakar Gumi's connection? During the trial of the main suspect, Kabiru Umar, a.k.a. Kabiru Sokoto, 2 years later, a masked witness claims that an Algerian Islamist group provided funding and support worth 40 million naira or $250,000 then, at the time, to carry out the attacks. To the general public, it is unclear what the link is between Islamists in northern Nigeria and well-funded terror groups in North Africa. To those in the know, however, the incidents of December 25, 2011 are not only expected, but are likely to intensify and become more regular. This is because while the Nigerian public up to this point has been fed with what amounts to a tiny percentage of the actual story behind the Boko Haram group, this group has in fact been incubating and nurtured on the highest level of theological, economic, political spaces in northern Nigeria. Boko Haram in reality is so much bigger than Mohammed Yusuf and Abubakar Shekau that reducing it to those two men serves to miss the actual story spectacularly. Mind you, this is 2022. ISIS moved into northern Nigeria about the time United States and its allies chased them out of northern Syria and Iraq. They relocated to West Africa. And in fact, I think it was last year that ISIS executed Shekau. They killed him
and took over the structures, took over the management of Boko Haram. So ISIS is in charge of Boko Haram, and ISIS has a foothold in Nigeria today. Okay, to start to get some of the picture of what Boko Haram is, and including Fulani herdsmen terrorists, and where it came from, let us retreat from 2011 to 2006 to read an excerpt from a letter written by the permanent representative of Nigeria to the United Nations, Aminu B. Wali, addressed to the chairman of the Counter-Terrorism Committee. This letter is available in full online. You can get it, just search it on Facebook, and I'm going to be sharing it again. This has been shared many times. From the official repository for UN documents, written by the Nigerian government to the UN, it lays out the measures it has taken to fight terrorism in Nigeria. Take special note of the names mentioned in bold letters. It will end here. We will try part 2, but again, it probably will not exhaust, so you have to read it more online. It's titled Conflicts for Jihad, the Boko Haram Origin, Add Fulani herdsmen and other terrorists that this Abubakar Gumi has been going to the bush to visit with. If you add them up, you know where we are, how far they are out to take over Nigeria, and why you must go for referendum. Have a great day. It's Lower Niger Radio reaching out to you. It's been Stephen, your guy. Nigeria can never be one. Not now. Not in a million years. Because there are two very potent cultural and ideological differences tugging at its seams. The reason you see only majority Southerners in the video that will be included shortly, and very few, if at all, Northerners, is because of the ideological and cultural differences between the North and South. The following is the video in question, where Nigerian youths were lamenting being held in a very small holding cell, where many of them were huddled in because they couldn't get help from their country. And they are blacks, and so they will be mistreated in Eastern Europe. Hear it.
This is us. I would like you to please put forward across to the person and disturb them. If you have family members who can get across to them and disturb them.
We're so stranded. We've not eaten, no place to rest. We're just here. And like we just left the cold outside for like 6 hours. We've been outside. We've been begging, pushing, dragging, like it's been so traumatic just trying to get into the border, and we're not able to get there. Since morning we've been told that all Nigerians, the embassy has gotten buses for us and stuff, but we've not seen any. And then like we watch other nationalities leave, and it's really so sad. Like people have been crying, people fainted. It's really horrible. Please Nigeria, please come to our aid.
The lady speaking said it is very traumatic watching other nationals leave and they are still where they are being held without help. They've been outside for 6 hours in the freezing winter of Eastern Europe. The North believes in a predestination of poverty as an ideological, religious, and cultural way of life, whereas the South believes in predestination of success and wealth as a way of life. The North accepts that once a child has a tragedy of being born into poverty, then that child must remain poor for the life in service of their feudal elites, whereas the South believes that even if a child is born poor, that he or she must be allowed to fulfill his or her ultimate destiny, which is to create, make, and embrace wealth through hard work or education. They do not fold their hands and wait for handouts like their fellow Northerners. They put plan to paper and pursue their dreams even all the way to Ukraine. The tragedy of this phenomenon that is called One Nigeria is exacerbated because the character who accepts a predestination of poverty as a way of life is now tragically in the same entity with the other that believes in the creation of wealth as a way of life, and the poverty-minded character up north are now ruling and lording it over the ones that want to create wealth and achieve Western education, which the Northerners actually consider to be sin. Going by Boko Haram doctrine, which brother called his Muhammad Buhari called his brothers, they believe that Western education is sin, is evil, doing bad things. This is exactly the reason why the Northern leaders pile up debts for Nigeria in all its history, and the Southern leaders serve as the cleanup crew that clean up after them and pay off the debts. That is also why, after the term of office of any Southerner, the Northern character comes in and reverses every Keynesian economic policy formulated by the Southerner to put the country on the pathway to wealth, claiming that those policies are anti-North. Actually, that's what Muhammadu Buhari has done. All the debts that were paid by former President Olusegun Obasanjo through the finance minister then, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, they all have been reversed, and even more. The debt burden now is probably quadrupled under the change agent, Muhammadu Buhari. Admittedly, they operate these opaque models of governance in concomitance with rogue agents from the South who simply have no qualms being slaves just so that they can line their pockets. As long as every long-term economic policy is anti-North, they will forever hold the South hostage, and the South will never achieve its destiny. So for those that shout One Nigeria and don't even understand the potency of their affliction, I say, you characters are in for a very long night. Well, the author of this article is unknown, but fortunately there is a solution to what he pointed out here, and that solution lies in multi-regional binding referendum that will include the Middle Belt, the Oduduwa, and Lower Niger Territory nations. We have to go back to our people to ask our people what they really want. Do they want Nigeria as is, or they want definite changes, such as standing alone as independent nation states? The answer from our people would decide how Nigeria goes. Otherwise, the situation of Ukraine and Russia today, the last day of February 2022, will be far better than that of Nigeria. Because Nigeria is not out of the gate yet. The situation is worse than anything anyone can imagine. So, while other countries are airlifting their citizens, while India, a fellow third world country, is going into Ukraine, providing aircraft to remove their citizens from harm's way, Nigeria has abandoned their own citizens, students, to their own fate. Whatever befalls them, befalls them. Of course, if they're in Nigeria and they try to protest, they can get shot. The government will send soldiers and police to kill them and clean up their blood. That is the lot that has befallen Southerners. Because we are strange bedfellows with a people who can do anything, including lying on the constitution of the country. I mean, the foundation of Nigeria is laid on a shallow ground. And even the Bible says that a house that is built on such a ground, when the wind and the storm comes, there will be no place found for such, because it will be swept away. That's where Nigeria is today. That's why there is no love for the failed country. The only thing that will give Nigerians love, the only thing that will give Nigerians hope, is to go through referendum. That's when the healing process will start. It's your guy, Stephen, speaking. Hi, here is an Indian official, airborne, speaking to Indians that are heading back to India.
Welcome back, everyone. Very happy happy to have all of you back safe and sound, back in our motherland. On behalf of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
They've arrived in India, and the official is inside the aircraft addressing them, welcoming them back to their country.
And I are present here to welcome you back. I know you have all been through a very, very difficult time, a very, very trying time. But know this, that the Prime Minister is with you every step, the government of India is with you every step, and 130 crore Indians are with you every step of the way. And we will leave no stone unturned until every single one of our citizens are back safely back home in India. So please pass this message on to all your friends, all your colleagues, that we are with them and we will guarantee their safe passage back. Pradhan Mantri ji is in touch with the Ukrainian Rashtrapati ji. The conversations are on to ensure that everyone is brought home safely. Conversations are also on with the Russian government, and we assure you कि एक एक नागरिक को वापस अपने मातृभूमि में हम लोग सुरक्षित रह के ही चैन की सांस लेंगे। बहुत बहुत आप लोगों का स्वागत प्रधानमंत्री और एयर इंडिया की सभी टीमों को भी मैं अपने पैनल से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि आप लोगों को लाने के लिए इतनी मेहनत और मशक्कत की। आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। I know now
that all of them will be accounted for. All of them will be accounted for. None of them will be abandoned. That is what Nigeria cannot even afford Nigerian citizens. And right now, the only thing you'll be expecting now will be APs going there to pick them up at the cost of the owner of that airline. Otherwise, all those southern citizens stranded in Ukraine will get no help. That is the burden of being a Nigerian and traveling on Nigerian passport.
Yes, we come to you once more from the Secretariat of NINAS. It is one thing to complain, raise alarm, make suggestions for how, just lament. It's another to have a strategic plan for how to solve a problem. Everybody has been talking about the constitution that has to be done away with. Everybody has been talking about restructuring. Everybody has been talking about even the ones that say they want to leave the union. The ones they say they want referendum now. Odu nation, Biafra nation, resource control. All those things that you want changed from what Nigeria is, offering you as at now. How will it be done? And we've heard people who probably hadn't paid enough attention to what Ninas is saying. From that constitutional force majeure, anybody who has education, anybody who can read and write, who has not read that proclamation is shortchanging himself or herself. We plead with you because it could mean life or death for you or people very close to you that you read to know, or that you did not read and therefore did not know. That constitutional force majeure of December 16th, 2020, provided an elaborate framework for engaging all of that reconstruction that must now have, that has become imperative. Whether you want outright exit from the union of death Nigeria has become for everybody, or you want a return to the autonomy levels agreed at Lancaster House, that's regional autonomy, or you want to control your resources and your environment, we hail the door for coming out as clearly as they came out the other day. And we rebuke the Obasanjo that was said to rebuke them for speaking up. Anything you want, the way and means of getting it done is different from sentiment and lamentations. And therefore, in that constitutional force majeure proclamation of December 16 by NINAS 2020, we had adopted and incorporated a document titled Open Memorandum to President Muhammadu Buhari on the Restructuring Debate from the Alliance, dated November 16, 2018. Guardian newspaper reported on it on November 18, 2020. You can 2018. Sorry, 2 days. We wrote it out on the 16th, and it was in Guardian newspaper on the 18th. We can very easily check that out. And what was it? It is in that open memo on the restructuring debate from the Ninas Alliance, addressed directly to the president, who went to France in that period. He went to Paris to say, all these people who are looking for one adjustment or the other in the constitution, they don't seem to know what they are looking for or how it can be attained. Let them bring it. So he went pretending, and I use the word pretend advisedly, because he was part of the Fulani delegation that came to Pronaco 2005-2006. He understands exactly what we're talking about. That was why they put restructuring in their manifesto.
Very dishonest.
And so now nobody seems to know how to do it. But we also took time to detail step by step, start to finish, how it can be undertaken. We have acquired a body of knowledge on this subject matter, coming from NADECO to the Pronaco that took 2 years to bring all the nationalities together to look at the options available to us. And moving on to the MNN that took this constitution to court in 2007 to say we didn't make it, and all of the things that led to the Solemn Assembly, the joint multi-regional actions that became the Solemn Assemblies that we saw in Port Harcourt in April of 2015, in Ibadan in September of 2017, and in Makodi in July of 2018. Those processes have become a body of knowledge sufficient to solve this problem that is looking intractable. And so that open memo is simply, to identify the two-step procedure. Anybody who is talking about calling national conference, or Basojo called national conference, Jonathan called national conference, the reason those conferences didn't work was because the modalities were wrong. If you call another conference today to say, oh, come, let us all reason again, you're going to fail as woefully, even more woefully. What needs to be done is in 2 stages. That is why we put those 5 points of proposition in our proclamation. Anybody who will read those 5 points will see exactly how we can come to those 2 stages. We must accept that constitution we have now cannot carry us anywhere. We must accept that it has to go. We must accept that we can't go to another election under it, so that we can put a time frame. Otherwise, we'll be at this discussion another 10 years, and people will be dying in millions. And so we come down to that open memo. We adopted and incorporated it in that December 16 proclamation of 2020, so that in one hand we had stated clearly what the problem is and what the solution should be. On the other hand, by adopting that open memorandum on the restructuring debate from this alliance, we also placed on the table a step-by-step articulation of how to undertake that fundamental reconstruction that we can no longer postpone. Let nobody from after this broadcast, let nobody come saying we don't know what to do or how to do it. We challenge those who may want to say so to go to the website of NINAS to read that open memo. You can even Google it, Open Memorandum to President Muhammadu Buhari on the restructuring debate from this alliance. And then you will see exactly what needs to be done to come to the restructuring that you want, to come to the referendum that you've been seeking. If we go in this sequence.
NINAS is www.ninasvoice.org. ninasvoice.org. Keep on listening.
Those who want 100% autonomy can then vote in that referendum to be by themselves. Those who are satisfied with 80% autonomy can vote in that referendum. But we must get to the point, the threshold of transitioning, where those choices will be made, because the campaign we are leading is to restore the sovereignty and therefore the self-determination rights of the constituent components of Nigeria without exception of any section. All the nationalities, big or small, will agree among themselves how they want, in what formation they want to federate. Those who want to relate will stay together. Those who don't want to relate will say so by making maps that will exclude other people. But the whole thing is to accept now that we must go to taking that decision on how we want to live. The decision we took in 1960 at Lancaster House has been overtaken, and that is what we have to resolve now. If we do not act quickly enough to resolve it together, those who are being killed across the Middle Belt and the South, those whose future have been ruined, who are roaming all over the world, young people who are fleeing from Nigeria. I tell you, the right to self-determination, which is what they seek now, whether they are asking for restructuring or they are asking for Oodua Republic or Biafra Republic or whatever it is, or resource control, all of those things are issues of self-determination arising from the constitutional grievances imposed by the unitary constitutional arrangements. They are all connected. They are just a matter of degree of autonomy that will be acceptable to them. The process, the procedure by which that choice has to be made is what Ninas has placed on the table. Anybody who is not already a part of it, anybody who is not already a part of the campaign to shut down the journey to another election under the 1999 Constitution is a part of the problem. Silence is not golden here. Silence is complicity. Tribute to Bishop Tutu, who told the whole world that keeping silent in the face of a moral question is support for the evil.
True.
Let us stand up now and join in insisting that we should go and that we must solve this problem now, other than waiting for it to consume everybody. The process for doing it is clearly articulated in that open memo. A word is enough for the wise.
Ninas has done well for our people. The sleeping heads only just have to wake up. Here's a message to those we consider to be compatriots. Please forgive in any way you might have been wronged by the sometimes uncouth language the robust polemics brings here. We realize that there is a statesman in every politician, just as there is a politician in every statesman. The only difference is that the politician thinks more of the next elections, while the statesman thinks more of the next generation. I therefore invite every politician here to allow the statesman in him or her to watch and deeply reflect on the above message we're about to pass from the Lower Niger Territory, as well as NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, on the voyage to 2023, aiding the enemy in a war against our people. I also invite every statesman here to allow the politician in him drive the dissemination of the message of the video, to derive it, benefit from it, digest it, see if it makes sense or not. Enjoy listening.
Continue our mobilization towards halting the voyage to the 2023 elections. We see the enemy also, hastening up, doing all kinds of things to get us into the electoral train, by all means. And who is that enemy? The enemy that imposed the constitution that makes us slaves in our lands, who wants to save that constitution and therefore their stranglehold against the rest of us. We are now all familiar with the things happening to us on account of that constitution. We are slaves in our lands only on account of that constitution. The people that impose that constitution and who are refusing to come to a meeting of reconstruction of the union agreement are the ones who desperately want to get to elections. This broadcast is for those political merchants from the South and the Middle Belt who are now aiding that enemy to save the life of that constitution at a time we have repudiated and rejected that constitution, at a time we are saying we can't go to renew the life of that constitution by way of elections in 2023. So it is clear to them, we want it to be absolutely clear to them that they are aiding the enemy in a war of extermination we are caught in at this time. Because that enemy has seized all our assets, our sovereignty, all our rights, and that enemy is actually in the process of exterminating us. They are killing people, they are invading and killing people. And it is that constitution that empowers them to do all of what they are doing, particularly the killings, because it is that constitution that gives them monopoly over the guns in the land, in all the uniform services. And so we come back to the question of whether we are going to the election in order to renew the life of that constitution, or we are stopping the journey to the election in order to rework the constitutional basis of the union. And therefore, this broadcast is to address those who are trying to railroad us to those elections, to the election in national elections in 2023. The people from the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political merchants from the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, the political parties, operating in the South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria. What they are doing is, for their own pursuits, in pursuit of their personal benefits. The ones who want to be governor, the ones who want to be senator, the ones who want to be president, they are all on the same mission of rerouting us to that election, working with that caliphate that want to save that constitution. The day after the election, the 36 states imposed by that caliphate on us will remain in place. Therefore, we remain the political minority, permanent political minorities we are under that constitution. The day after the election, the 68 items on the exclusive list will remain in place, and therefore our assets, economic assets, are detained, and the powers to work those assets. The day after the election, the insecurity we suffer will continue because the control over the guns and all of what we need to be able to protect ourselves will still be where they are. And those who are going to win those elections, before they can access the office they want, whether they are president or governor, will have to swear, senators. They will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution. And therefore, we've come to inform them at this time. We are still in January of 2022. We've come to inform them that if anybody is hoping to frame the next elections, to frame the restructuring and all of what we need to do now in order to rework the constitutional basis of in the face of the union disputes that have been declared, in the face of all of what their own people are doing to extricate themselves from bondage. If they are hoping, if anybody is hoping among the candidates, among the parties, to now bring that restructuring or that union reconfiguration imperative as a campaign issue, let us now come that, because that's what some of them are already saying in whispers to us. Say, oh no, Tony, come, let us now put it in as a campaign issue, so that when we win, we'll go to do it. This broadcast is to let them know, to tell them to the hearing and seeing of everybody that they are being dishonest, because we will be asking them what happened to the earlier promises in which some of the people who were part of discussing all of what was wrong and who then put that in their manifesto, the APC put in their manifesto. What has happened 8 years after? At the time we were raising the issue of the fact that these things are not being done and the country was going down, but more importantly that Nigerians were now being killed and being impoverished, what did they do? What did those candidates do? What did those parties do? The parties that are coming now to tell us that they are the ones who are going to do it when they win or if they win. Nobody's going to buy that scrap from any of you. If you are not already a part of those who are working to take down that constitution in order to save the people who are dying under it, then you will be treated as that enemy you are. And you are compounding that situation by going to that election at a time the people you claim to represent, the people you claim you are coming to save from whatever is happening to them now, are doing their best to stop the journey to the election. You are hauling them into the vehicle, into the train, into the ship of the election that will only renew the life of that constitution, that will facilitate the stranglehold of the enemy against them. We're seeing all of this because in the days ahead, all of those who are going to be making such promises and such suggestions that, oh yes, we understand it. We had Baba Hakim, whatever, what's his name again? Hakim Baba Ahmed, the one that is involved with the Utomis who are forming mega party. They are now coming to tell us that it is when they win power that they will come to do whatever has to be done. But people are going to be confronting them with what they already know about this matter, so that their dishonesty can be exposed. All of those who, both in PDP and in APC and in AGA, all the things that have transpired over the years in terms of what we brought to your knowledge about this calamity that is befalling people, which you did nothing about, but now coming to ride on it, to canvass for vote, so that you can go to power, swear to defend the document, and then do what after? It's not going to work.
Thank you. As you can see from part 1 of this video, Fulanis have reasons to be proud of their leadership's achievements over southern politicians, military generals, professors, diplomats, chiefs, and Christian movements. Though I do not share some of their operational and leadership philosophies, the truth is I admire the Fulanis for achievements in Nigeria with little or no personal resource commitments, other than a mission, leadership, organization, and forward planning. This should summon the Igbos to revisit their own history, evaluate their leadership, and develop strategies to avert any impending calamities. For this reason, it is worth reminding Igbos and their leaders about their recent past. Igbo race bore the brunt of the West African slave trade, and known to be the most industrious and also rebellious. For example, most recorded slave rebellions were led by Igbo slaves. In Savannah, Georgia, 1803, Igbo slaves drowned themselves rather than be kept as slaves. Evidence that Igbo value freedom, independence, progress, and advancement. It is worth reminding that the victimization and marginalization of today existed even as far back as 1949. The British disliked and punished the Igbos for their supposedly arrogance and argumentativeness. Are they really? Igbo are vastly misunderstood and misrepresented. Genetically, Igbo are created diligent, resilient, strong-willed, proud, progressive, competitive, and highly independent. The late famous writer Langston Hughes wrote, and I quote, "The Igbo looks proud because he is bred in a free atmosphere where everyone is equal. He has to depend on anyone for his life's need. He is strong and able to work or fight. He is generally happy in his society where no one overrides his conscience. He likes to advance and he is quick to learn. He likes to give rather than to take," unquote. These are the attributes Igbo leaders have failed to communicate and promote aggressively across Nigeria. They remain the major source of Igbo hatred and envy. Not surprising, the British Prime Minister Harold Wilson feared our future such that he vowed never to allow Igbo nation to exist, no matter the millions of dead Igbos from starvation and bullets. Now, if we had true and selfless leaders, this pronouncement is enough to invest heavily in our future and trigger the best in Igbos, the greatest African race on earth. Unlike the Jews, Armenians, Rwanda, and Darfur genocides, the Igbo genocide has been neglected by the government of Nigeria, scholars, activists, and community leaders due to weak, compromised, or non-existent Igbo leadership. Now, are you aware that in March 1945, Igbo residents were massacred in Jos, followed in 1953 by another gruesome massacre in the city of Kano? Leading functionaries of the Northern Nigerian Native Administration were deeply involved in the planning. Now, similarly, in 1966, another genocide against the Igbo was conceived, planned, and executed with the support of public officials, including Northern emirs, district heads, former politicians, top civil servants, university students, British nationals, and law enforcement officers. Lest we forget, the Nigeria-Biafra War was imposed on the Igbos. Early 1967, Eastern Nigeria, harboring about 1.8 million refugees, sought restitution after successive genocides of the May 29, July 29, September 29, and October 29, 1966. A British-organized conference in Aburi, Ghana, yielded a signed treaty. Pressurized, General Gowon reneged on the agreement, leading to the Biafra secession. On 7 July 1967, the federal government declared war. The instruction to soldiers was clear and on record. Kill every Igbo to avoid a repeat of the German World War II experience, in which they survived and later dominated the world technologically. Starvation was used as a weapon against Igbo civilians. Hunger killed more Igbos than bullets and bombs. Mothers could not provide breast milk for their babies, as they too were famished, malnourished, and dying of starvation. They carried children reduced to living skeletons, bloated bellies, and dying like flies. More than 1 million innocent civilians died of starvation. In Asaba, over 1,000 innocent Igbos were senselessly and brutally massacred. Wole Soyinka was imprisoned over Biafra. Steve Jobs of Apple Corporation abandoned Christianity in protest against Igbo genocide. John Lennon returned his MBE to the Queen. Jimi Hendrix played concerts to feed starving Igbos. Dr. Kano Ibiam returned his Queen's honors for Biafra's sake. Bruce Mayrock, a young American student, burned himself to death, protesting the Igbo genocide. The million-dollar question is this: what are Igbo and their leaders prepared to sacrifice to avert future calamities and restore security and progress for the Igbo race? There remains ominous signs that should keep Igbo and genuine leaders on their toes and with all eyes wide open. For example, northern states occupy over 752,000 square kilometers of land space. Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo, and Ebonyi total 29,000 square kilometers. Kogi State alone is 30,000 square kilometers. Niger State alone is 76,000 square kilometers. The entire southeast is a little less than Kogi State. Yet, Igbo states are under pressure to share this little space with imported aliens, with conflicting religious and cultural values. Not as visitors, but indigents. No one queries why the huge interest in 29,000 square kilometers rather than 752,000 square kilometers of space in the north. The satanic verses called the 1999 Constitution, with all the limitations it imposes on Igbo security, progress, and development, is another minefield. Listen to the frustrations of our elder statesman, Nia Gordo.
49 people selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility.
Nigeria of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa has taken serious bath. Presently, Igbo lack a leadership fit for the new Nigerian realities. That gap gave birth to resistance movements like IPOB. In critical mass, Igbo need leaders as capable and determined as the Fulani. Igbo need a new generation of selfless, patriotic, dedicated and visionary leaders to execute the following agenda in the interest of this and future generations. Fight ignorance and misinformation out there on Igbos with dedicated radio and TV stations, programs on the culture and values of the Igbo race, targeting Yoruba, Hausa, and Fulani youths. Igbo billionaires like Obi Kabana and supporters. Assemble Igbo great minds from across the world and in all fields every 5 years to brainstorm and set milestones for the Igbo race 20 to 50 years ahead. Tony Elumelu's charity and others can support us. Emphasize education, science, technology, and research in our primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, and raise funds locally and internationally to support competitive advantage in these areas. Igbo expatriates worldwide will support this, providing accountability is guaranteed. Daily, God exposes his gifts in technology and science to Igbo kids with little or no formal education. These talents, inventions, technologies, and science should be harvested and nurtured through a well-funded body of eminent scholars and business executives. State governments, companies, and universities can support the initiative. Periodically, it is important that we engage the Fulani, Hausa, and Yoruba leaders and strategic thinkers in debates on the future of Nigeria and how Igbo can make a difference in a new Nigeria. It's an opportunity to sell the values that make us who we are. Publicize and openly celebrate special historic dates, traditions, and beliefs, promoting Igbo history, culture, and values across Nigeria, and follow it up with a press conference. Swiftly recognize, publicize, and develop strategic response to security situations in our homeland, and with the support of the state governments, traditional leaders, and Igbo youths. Rescue, publicize the cases of Igbo youths and adults languishing in jails, military detentions, and slaughtered for expressing desire to be free and progress in their homeland. Identify, expose, and deal with saboteurs, no matter their rank in society. Hold Igbo representatives at federal and state levels accountable. Sponsor and promote new generation of politicians to take over from poor performing and compromised representatives. That's not too much to ask, is it? On issues that require national consultations and consensus, negotiate from position of strength with all the skills, wisdom, confidence, and generosity of the Igbo race. Develop strategies to unite pockets of Igbos, politically carved out through state creation, including rivers and delta, and nurture strategic partnerships with people of Middle Belt, Ibibio, Anang, Efik, and more. Now, next to God's power is political power, given only by the people. Hold regular meetings with church leaders to seek support in reinforcing unity, political activism, family discipline, traditional Igbo values, and respect for rule of law. We need it. Now, formulate a constitution or codes of conduct for the Igbo race to be taught at schools and workshops held in communities. Evil has descended on Igbo land and must be destroyed. Ritual killings, kidnapping, assassinations, cannibalism, and others. Make time to study your enemies and neighbors. Make time to know yourselves and strike out the saboteurs. Finally, who emerges Igbo president or governor of Igbo states must no longer be left to political parties and their sponsors alone. It is suicidal installing a foreign agent to occupy and regulate the heartbeat of Igbo land. Ndi Igbo, please note, your enemy is not Hausa, Fulani, or Yoruba. At worst, they are misinformed competitors. Your enemy is yourself, within and in leadership. Compromised Igbo leadership poses a calamitous threat to Igbo existence, survival, and progress. Unite and purge this leadership. We are of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and with the capacity to transform deserts into oases. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We are the light of Africa. Let's dream big for Africa's sake and build a new Jerusalem. Yes, we can. Of course, we can. Thank you so much. God bless and secure our homeland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ndewono.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and without much ado recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the movement for a new Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against a secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocs of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Thank you very much for still being there with us. Tony Nadi is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and also the spokesman of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt territories. Ninas, he joins us now as we shall be looking at the issue of Constitution Amendment. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us.
Thank you. All right, let's begin by getting your opening comments from the interview we had with the Honorable Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed. Well, what else do we expect? In fact, some of our people in distant locations across the world who were watching were already taunting us to say, here your man goes again. One actually recommended that I send a copy of the little book called Animal Farm to him, so that he can know that those he's speaking to are already familiar with all the antics of using statistics and gymnastics of logic. He just confirmed to us our worst fears, that the people running Nigeria do not understand that the people they are managing are able to see through their shallow schemes. Here we are, faced with an existential threat of, just life and death, straight life and death issues of people who are upon the communities of Nigeria across, the length and breadth. But I speak now from the perspective of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That is the alliance of, for the purpose of illustration, the part of the part of the country, for the purpose of illustration, here is a map that represents what I'm talking about. The portion in white is that alliance. The portion in white, which is the whole of the South and the whole of the Middle Belt, which make up the NINAS we're talking about. Now, the minister was saying that up until 2015, that bombs were going off everywhere. And then from 2015, it began to subside, and we have a substantially, a remarkably different situation now, and we should all begin to clap. I will have to remind him, because some of the viewers are old enough to recollect that in the days of Abacha, bombs were going off in all kinds of places. Nadeco was being blamed. Our perception of the situation concerning the bombs for which they are taking credit, for the cessation, what we see is that those who were detonating the bombs at the time Jonathan was in office, as a part of their grand strategy for, bulldozing their way to power, simply stopped detonating the bombs because they got the power. That's our own reading of the situation. They stopped throwing the bombs since they were they got to power. And then I heard him talk about the railway that.
Mr. Nadi, what do you mean by they stopped throwing the bombs since they got into power? I mean, we're still facing some emerging challenges in different parts of the country.
No, the situation is that we saw how Boko Haram came. We saw all of what was happening. You remember in the tenure of Jonathan, you remember the GOC of the 7th Division that was shot by his troops as he came to commiserate with them, for yet another round of avoidable accident, avoidable, carnage. That action came against the backdrop of suspicion that GOC was actually in league with the enemy to compromise the troops. Such incidents had happened a number of times, and then on that occasion, he will send them in one direction, set up something that will relay them in that same direction. They finish an operation, so that we can be specific. They finish an operation, and their base, the way to their base will pass through a stretch that was very dangerous. They pleaded for their movement back to base to be delayed till the early morning, early hours, so that they could at least go in the daytime to be able to see whoever might be laying ambush for them. And then the GOC insisted that they had to move that night, and they got to the place that was dangerous, and they were attacked, and people died. And then he turned up in the morning to come to commiserate with them. They looked back at how many times such things had happened, and they felt that one of the soldiers opened fire on him, just that they had a bulletproof vehicle with. And in that period, Jonathan was shouting that there were people working for Boko Haram inside this government, in his military, the military he commanded. And so we have seen progressively that collaboration. We had General Danju, my former chief of army staff, raising alarm that what was going on presented, looked to him like a collusion with the very federal government that was supposed to be leading the fight. And when from every side you look at it, you will see where are the people who are doing these killings. How many of them have been apprehended? Or rather, you begin to hear things that sound like the government was hands in glove with them. We don't know how else to interpret it. They may want to tell us what they tell us, but we are also able to reason. And in terms of being the victims of the brigandage and the killings going on, we're entitled to perceive what we perceive and to say it as we see it. And I've been privileged to present these same viewpoints in the places of decision-making in Washington, at Capitol Hill, and in other places, all the way to New York at the UN, which was reason this Special Rapporteur on Nigeria, Agnes Callamard, came in August of 2019 to investigate the extrajudicial killings, all kinds of killings going on in Nigeria. The police is killing, army is killing, Boko Haram is killing, Hezman is killing, kidnappers are killing. And then the UN was looking at a situation in which Nigeria was progressively looking like a problem the whole world will have to contend.
They could not see these traits in our ancestors. They concluded that they had been blessed with enough slave labor created by the gods to fuel and power their empire. Consequently, while carrying Bible on one hand, as they walked our ancestors like ox, even to death, they felt no guilt. When they assassinated our leaders, loot and impoverished the wealthy African continent, it was not a matter of conscience, for the gods chose Africa for slavery and exploitation, according to Greek philosophy. Similarly, behind Fulani victories, actions, and relationships, are leadership, beliefs, and practices passed down generations as follows. A commitment to the territorial agenda of Usman Dan Fodio shapes their political agenda and aspirations. Nigeria is considered their great-grandfather's inheritance. A strongly held belief that with Arab blood, they are superior to other African tribes, second-rate citizens to be used for the good of the Fulani man. A culture of revenge killings that every Fulani, including elites in high places, subscribe to passionately. A duty to learn the languages of others for infiltration and economic, political, and religious advantages. The native language Fulfulde is reserved for planning and execution of policies and therefore rarely spoken in the presence of others. Now, a culture of unity, no public criticism or breaking ranks, both in good deeds and execution of anarchy, deceit, and chaos. Mastery of creative survival strategies, very tight-lipped, secretive, calculating, patient, and tough-minded. Yes, knowing when to sue for peace and when to crush the enemies. Cultivating corrupt satellites and saboteurs in every ethnic nationality, while politically or militarily annihilating the true leaders. Awareness of own limitations too. Yes, they do. They're no good at frontal wars. Therefore, deceit, sabotage, and sudden killings in large numbers, particularly at night, is the preferred way to fight a war and drill fears into host communities. A well-developed medium of unhindered, effective, and mass communication, mostly Fulani-led. What are they? The mosques and radio. Though considered by many as callous, some mindless, and heartless, they are hardly remorseful. Now, these beliefs and practices condition the Fulanis to believe, entitled to lead or rule wherever they are, regardless of comparative intelligence and capability of their host communities. The born to rule ideology. That is how the Fulanis conditioned indigenous black Africans of today's northern states for more than a century. To conquer the South and Middle Belt, Jihad faced stiff resistance, so they opted for patience and intelligence gathering. It delivered years of endless dividends. They discovered that Southern and Middle Belt political elites think along party lines. Fulani elites think along ethnic lines. You can see the difference. They discovered that Southerners and Middle Belts are treacherous, corrupt, and littered with potential saboteurs. Their strategy to get on the ladder is to sacrifice their people and religious values. The Fulanis used these weaknesses with ruthless wisdom. For example, according to Governor Ahmed Sani Yerima, I love that man, Governor Peter Orderly aspired for president, squandered River State money on northern emirs and northern opinion leaders. At the end, he failed. Rotimi Amechi is lobbying to be the next vice president in 2023. He is completing the biggest rail and road line into Niger Republic, while the roads in the south are impassable. He will fail in the end. James Ibori wanted to be vice president. Delta State Liaison Office in Abuja became an ATM for northern PDP members. At the end, he failed and imprisoned. President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan postponed South-South development in pursuit of a second term, rehabilitated the Amajuris and MS palaces, built Abuja Kaduna railway line and universities. At the end, the Northern INEC chairman he appointed dismissed him from office. Now watch this. In recent times, for 2023 presidential ambition, in glorying fire victims of the Adeniji Adele Market, Lagos, Bola Tinubu donated 50 million to Katsina Market, ravaged by fire. He will fail. Ignoring market fires in the southeast, Nyesom Wike, for political ambition, donated 500 million to reconstruct Sokoto Central Market. He will fail too. The Fulani race, through leadership, organization, and unity of purpose, have scored successes never possible elsewhere on the African continent. For example, in the period of military dictatorship, through the influence of their emirs, they ensured the best of everything. Today, the Federal Civil Service, NNPC, CBN, and NPA workforce are dominated and controlled by the Fulanis, though not as qualified as their southern counterparts. Though no seashore or oil wells in the north, they are in control of all seaports, the NNPC, and oil wells. Though the poorest region in Nigeria, they are in control of taxes, industries, and revenues generated in the South. Clever stuff. Though a minority and less educated compared to the South, they are in total control of the presidency, Senate, judiciary, and the military, the police, the Air Force, civil defense, and immigration. They successfully nurtured a politically aware and active Fulani race, such that on polling day, rain or shine, even the handicapped, sick, starving, underage, and elderly turn out to vote for political power. Southern professors and uneducated professionals maintain criminal silence with the hope of attracting appointments from the Fulani-led administration. The Southern politicians jostling to be president in 2023 have also been subtly subdued into acquiescence in order to prove to the Fulani leadership that they will be worthy partners if allowed to mount the presidency. Now, hopefully, you have figured out why the Fulani and their leadership are not moved by accusations of brutality, insensitivity, carnage, and illegal occupation of lands in Nigeria. It is worth noting that the Fulani's practice of borderless global citizenship, proclaimed by Governor Bala Mohammed, will never apply to Arab African countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt, and will not apply to Europe and America. These are superior races. You can now appreciate the wisdom in General Tsu's words. And you have just witnessed the handwork of a true and patriotic leadership. You may not like the sight, sound, taste, and smell of the outcomes. However, be bold to acknowledge the genius in the Fulani leadership. They are not our enemies, but aggressive competitors on a mission. That's my expectation for a true Igbo leadership. In part 2, I will address the failures of Igbo leadership and propose a way forward. Thank you.
The valley of decision between restructuring and dissolution. This 2016 video clearly dissects the issues driving debates and actions around the Nigerian Union dispute and inevitable fundamental constitutional reconstruction for distressed Federation of Nigeria. This audio also provides a deep insight to reasoning behind the watershed December 16, 2020 joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS. It is a must listen for those who wish to participate meaningfully in the task of winding up the failed toxic Logadian experiment of 1914 the world calls Nigeria. Caveat: in negation of the statesman appellation contained in this AIT interview, Atiku Abubakar relapsed into his politician shoes shortly after the 2016 meetings, plunging into the 2019 presidential election fray as candidate and flaunting his restructuring credentials. Worse still, in all the periods since after the 2019, he did not lift a finger in the push for union reconstruction campaign being championed by NINAS. This does not support any claim to being a champion of restructuring.
we're talking restructuring and the call to renegotiate Nigeria. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has for some time now been advocating for that. In fact, he's been on the front line for that call for restructuring the country. And this time around, he said, unlike what different people have been saying, Nigeria is negotiable. Atiku described the current system as strange federal contraption and said the current economic challenge had a root in the bad political structure of the country. Now let's give you some of the details which he presented at that occasion. He said they believe that what necessitated the current over-centralized and center-dominated federal system is as a result of political expediency and fear bolstered by the command and control character of military regimes. And after 50 years, Atiku says, 50 years of unitary federalism, it is clear that the system is not working because unlike the current states, the regions in the First Republic had autonomy and do not wait for the federal allocation or federal locations before implementing the programs to pay salaries. Atiku also said that when federating units had greater autonomy, the regional governments did not owe salaries for several months, shut down schools, and universities did to strike. He also said that over the years, industries and establishments taken over by government at the center have not performed well. We will be revisiting the debate on restructuring and fiscal federalism and the option of renegotiating Nigeria. We have joining us now from our Lagos Center, the Secretary of the Lower Niger Congress, Tony Nadi. Tony Nadi, good to have you there. Point and the need for restructuring or renegotiating Nigeria. When people say, or like the former vice president talked about renegotiating Nigeria, what in your opinion did he really mean?
Well, just like all the Nigeria has become used to empty sloganeering and jingoisms. One moment change, everybody shouting, nobody wants to examine the content. And now we're talking restructuring all over the place. Some of us, luckily, some of us who have been on the search for how this union could work, and if it's not working, how it could be peacefully dismantled into what could work, had found a way to get ourselves together to build such a critical mass that will convince all concerned, including the government, to get back to that discussion, because the house will collapse on everybody's head if that is not done. And it's because of this attempt to build that consensus countrywide that things like Pronaco had happened. We went on to the MNN, that it even went to court, challenging the existing constitution. And of late, as recent as September, when the former vice president had gone to Kaduna to remind those who were opposed to restructuring that the end point of that stance, that hard stance against restructuring, will be a non-ceremonious collapse of the union. Some of us had consultations amongst ourselves, and we decided to go to interrogate what he was speaking about, whether he was now on the same page with the rest of us who have been saying it for many years, almost getting 20 years now. And such was it that we went and we had that meeting. I will say the article that is speaking now is not the article, the politician. That was my assessment after an eyeball-to-eyeball interrogation of what he was talking about, comparing with what we were talking about all the while. And he was quite blunt in saying that he's concerned, because a lot of people will say, oh, because he has to contest the election in 2019, he wants to buy cheap sympathy. He said his concern was that if we do not resolve this matter from what he now knows, that there may be no Nigeria to conduct any election even in the 2019 as near as it seems to many. And therefore, the restructuring he was talking about, the language he has used now, because this is about the third public intervention. In June at the Biafra book launch, of course, he made the first loud statement. Then subsequently in July in Kaduna, he also told the people, his audience, that that the North will lose more if they do not come to meet the rest of the country halfway. And now he goes one further step, and that's very critical, to say that the very existence of Nigeria has to be negotiated. And why I say he took a further step is that, as it is, the federation of Nigeria is in technical dissolution. It collapsed since 1966. All the attempts to bring it back to life have been rebuffed by a section of the country, and to the point now where we are closer to an undiscussed dismantling, because everybody waving their own flags here and everywhere. You go to the eastern side, it's Biafra all over the place. You come to Yoruba side, they're just sitting and looking. And you come to the middle belt where people are being slaughtered house to house. Nobody is thinking about the Nigeria the way it should have been, because yes, the country is there. Sokoto will not move. Kano will not move. Maiduguri will not move. Port Harcourt will not jump into the ocean. The country is just the geographical expression it has always been. But the federation is one in which the peoples of all those territories are joined together in one union. And that is what the Constitution does. What we're talking about restructuring is to say that the agreement that brought us together into one union at independence had been abandoned and jettisoned since 1966. And what we have in place, which the 1999 Constitution will be shouting about all these years, is an imposition. And what it has done is to distort the federation that we had, almost putting it in an inverted situation. A federation is a union of constitution. I want to break it down to the understanding of all of those who might be listening, wherever they may be. A federation is simply a union of constitution that is giving an interpretation to restructuring in the manner that the article is speaking about now, in the manner we have been speaking about. A federation is a union of constitutions, which means that it is just like countries that want to cooperate so that they can have a larger site and economy of skills. And what we had at independence was where one in which the Western region, as far back as 1957, towards independence of 1960, had their own constitution in their hand. The Eastern region followed. The Northern region came along in 1959. And it was these three constitutions that were federated by negotiation in the Lancaster House conferences in London that became one federal union, because these three could have gone off into their independence after the British colonial adventure. And it was the jettisoning of those constitutions that defined the federation. There would have been no one country called Nigeria if not for the level of autonomy that was agreed at the time they were going into that union. So to have abandoned that autonomy by jettisoning those constitutions that come to, just like Europe under like European Union, in which Germany and France and Portugal are cooperating to form one larger union. That was the kind of thing Nigeria went into at independence. So for those five constitutions, that's four regional, Western, Eastern, Northern, and the Midwest that came in 1963, and then the federal, the one in which they donated some of their powers to a central authority to take care of some of the responsibilities. Of course, the financing being a contribution from them. What happened to us in 1966 was that whole arrangement got toppled upside down, and that center that was created seized the entire territory and began to do things, creating states from 1967 to topple the foundation upon which the entire thing rested. assets of these federating units became confiscated by the center and they're still holding it to date. The power to work those assets became confiscated, and we have 68 items today on the Constitution 1999. And the consequence of it is that the federating units, which are now called states, are not in any position to do most of the things that governance should be all about, the things the regions were doing. Which was the reason why we had we're now looking back into that First Republic as the golden era of the...
All right.
Go back there.
Just to be clear on some of the points you've made so far, let's make it a bit brief so that we can interact properly. Restructuring does not mean suppression. Is that the point you're making?
Is like a reconstruction, and it presents a gamut of outcomes depending on the goodwill still left to federate. Where we are now, by 1966, especially in 1967 when the matter went to Aburi for the Nigeria collapsed, and the leaders from the four regions of the time went to Aburi to try to re-establish the union. And what was available at that time, the opportunity that was lost at that time, was to get back to those four regions, being in one unit. From that time, that opportunity remained in place all the way to where we did PRONACO 2004, 2005, concluding in 2006. And we had a draft constitution that would have taken us as close to where we should have been as possible. Again, the same set of people blocked it. But a new thing now came in which there was Sharia introduced by 12 contiguous states. I wish the camera could pick the picture I have here. There was Sharia in which 12 contiguous states of the far north introduced the Sharia simultaneously in 2000 and started enforcing it in a manner that dislocated people from the rest of the country. And we now have that additional distortion to the discussion that was going on about how we live together. Where we are now is that restructuring can end in a federation like the US has. Restructuring can end in a confederation like the European Union has. Restructuring can also end in a no federation situation in which, like Soviet Union, went from being one country to about 15 countries now. And the danger is that those who have been pressed so hard have come to the conclusion that it's better for them to leave the Union. And for people like us who had done so much of trying to make the Union work, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, with this emergency broadcast, something extraordinary has just happened. It has to do with the amendment exercise, the current amendment, the 2022 amendment process to the 1999 Constitution. What we are about to listen to now will determine what will happen to this union of death. If we grasp it and take action, we might escape. Otherwise, the caliphate that imposed that constitution has found a way. At the time, our attention was focused on what's going on in the Ukraine, to smuggle in their pathway to the Ruga. The Ruga they've tried to bring in, through all kinds of ways that have been blocked so many times. They've continued in this push to constitutional amendment in a manner that is loaded with all kinds of things. Of course, it was their knee-jerk reaction to the constitutional force majeure the union dispute declared on the 20th of the 16th of December in 2020. That was how it was initiated. But what we see now is that in the midst of the long list of matters that they have slated for their so-called amendment, they managed to smuggle in something none of you will have imagined was their purpose for pursuing the entire amendment process. Just like in the Obasanjo's third-term campaign, it was because he wanted to remove the term limit in the Constitution that he initiated the whole long list of amendments that looked all so beautiful until that one item was identified and it scuttled the entire process. This 2022 Constitution Amendment round is targeted at paving a clear pathway for how the Ruga that the Fulani have been targeting across the whole country can be institutionalized via the Constitution, Constitution Amendment. How have they, structured it? The so-called local government autonomy, by which the finance of the local government is supposed to be coming straight to them from the federal government, or the sharing in Abuja. One side of the story, which is the beautiful side, is that it is to curb the corruption that have been introduced to local government funds by the governors who steal from it. Nobody is thinking about how to curb the heavy corruption that is going on in Abuja. It is the one of local government that has become more important. Accountability. Everybody, the union, Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees are rejoicing that all will be well. That's one side of the story, that is all going to get well and development will come to local government. But their purpose is to take control of your communities by being directly in charge of the local governments, because in that direct allocation to local governments, INEC will take over the function of conducting election into local governments. So basically what they are doing, what that amendment will do, is to remove the governors from the equation so that the federal government that is under the exclusive control of the Fulani in all its tiers, in all its departments and arms, will now be in charge of your local government, meaning your communities. And when INEC, when federal government, when Abuja is the one selecting or processing who will be council chairman in all the 704 local government areas, and Abuja is the one to transmit money that is allocation to them every month, the governors are no longer able to meddle with it. It is whatever Abuja wants that will happen in your communities. That's where we've landed. If nothing happens now to halt the journey to this, to the conclusion of this amendment exercise. All the other things they put, Nina's already answered them. Nina's already told everybody that the issues to be addressed in Nigeria, the constitutional dispute on the table, is not one for National Assembly to meddle in. They are just committing treason against the rest of us for stepping into our sovereignties, to now be the one discussing our constitution. Constitution making, the mandate of National Assembly is limited to law making. It doesn't extend to constitution making. Constitution making requires constituent powers that are exclusive to the constituents. It is the units that could have been countries of their own that will have to discuss on how to form a union. That is where the power to make constitution comes from. The lawyers in the land, we want everybody to confront the lawyers they know in their own areas. Anywhere you find any lawyer in Nigeria, especially the ones who go to the TV to deceive people about all kinds of things. Section 14(2)(a) of that constitution, even as bad as it is, admits, confesses that sovereignty belongs to the people, from whom government, through that constitution, derives all its powers and authority. There's no other way. Like the memo and articles of a company is the exclusive business of the owners of the company. The owners of this are the Yoruba that could be a country of 60 million people, or the eastern side that could be a country of 70 million people, or the middle belt that could be a country of 40, 50 million people. Those are the ones who have to come to submit their sovereignties and then decide the terms on how they want to relate. And so the National Assembly already know that they do not have constituent powers to either make or remake our constitution. But the force behind
that National Assembly at this time is a caliphate that wants to take over your lands to now establish the aruga that you've been blocking them from doing. And so it is by taking direct charge of the local government that they are going to be able to do that. What can we do now? Because it's one thing to get to know about a problem and another to find solution. NINAS has a solution, but we are time bound if we have to save ourselves from this impending calamity. That solution is this. The process of amendment, as you can see in the Constitution, if we go to check, the process of amendment does not begin and end in the National Assembly. The state assemblies, 2/3 of the states, let us listen carefully. The key to our salvation right now, the key to halting the amendment process, the same way the third term was shut down in Obasanjo's presidency, we are able to shut down this round of amendment to save ourselves from falling into an irreversible situation in which our land now belongs to these invaders. And so the solution to the problem at this time is that because the requirement for completing that amendment process involves the concurrence of no less than 2/3 of the states of Nigeria, there are 36 states, so 24 states must agree with the National Assembly whenever they finish collating what they have approved for amendment. The way to scuttle that movement to that amendment is that the state assemblies must know that it is only if they vote yes for these amendments that it will sail through. And so NINAS is challenging the state assemblies of the South and of the Middle Belt, all of the state assemblies. And it's in that same regard, calling in the governors of the states. They know how they do their business in their states. They know how they collaborate with their state assemblies for all the other things they've been doing. This is now an emergency. The governors of those states, the state assemblies of those states of the South and the Middle Belt, because this is now a caliphate agenda that is being driven through the National Assembly in the name of the Constitution. And so NINAS is inviting the state assemblies to wake up and block any possibility of passing, in terms of concurrence, the resolution that will support this amendment that the National Assembly has processed for this round. Let us forget all the things that may look like improvement, which they've done. They want everything they move to the concurrent list in the amendments they've done. If you go and read, you will see that in that concurrence list, the federal government still has an upper hand. If the federal government has any interest in the subject matter, the federal government will override you. So there's nothing that has changed. All the things are cosmetic. The important things that should change, they are not addressing them. It is the preamble that says that we, the people, have submitted our sovereignty and that we have made constitution. Those are the things that must be addressed before we go to any other thing. Otherwise, what we have now in as 1999 Constitution does not represent any union agreement. We have not met, we have not agreed, we've not made any constitution. And so we come back to what has to be done. Those state assemblies and their governors must now collaborate to make sure that no single state in the South or in the Middle Belt will pass a resolution for adopting this round of amendments. If we do that, the exercise is at an end. If we don't do it, we will, by acquiescence, allow them to pass this amendment that allows them control of our local government areas and our communities. We know that the transitional rulers are attached to the local government. The stipend they get in the month comes from what the local governments get. And so this caliphate has perfected a plan to go and get hold of our grassroots, the local governments and the communities. The Ruga will just be a matter of, it won't even be so many years. It will just be a matter of instant. Whatever land they want, they will take it, because there's nobody there now to, there's nobody at all to slow them down. I think that's what we have, the 1999 Constitution that they are standing upon. If we don't take down that Constitution, we're handing ourselves over as slaves to the masters that want to, exterminate us. Let us come together now and shoot down that constitution to save ourselves from the bondage we have been in for so long, but which is now going to get worse if we allow some more powers to be assumed. We saw what happened with the petroleum industry bill, in which the communities that bear the oil, that bear the brunt of oil production in Nigeria, were deceived into an amendment, a petroleum industry bill that will make life better for them. What did they come out with? 3%. And then communities in the north, where pipelines pass, now become, oil, whatever they call it, oil producing oil, whatever they call it. They now allow them 10% or something much higher than the ones who are bearing the brunt. That's the kind of thing you get under this constitution. Our best bet is to act now that we can. State assemblies and the governors of those states of the south and middle belt, let no one, pass any resolution in support of this amendment. The peoples of these states, if these amendments pass, your land is gone for good, straight in the hands of the Fulani. And therefore, the members of the House of Assembly, your tenure will come to an end. The governors of those states, your tenure will come to an end. The people who are going to be at the receiving end are the owners of the land that will be taken for Ruga. If any such thing should happen, let it be known to all of us that those who are in that assembly, those who are the governors of today, will be held responsible by those whose lands will be, because it will come down to a fight. That's where it will end. If people say they can't accept this, which they're already saying in various ways. But let us know for sure that the first line of rage, the first line of pushback, the first line of knowing who to hold by the gruff, by the neck, will be those members of the House of Assembly that will pass, any House of Assembly that will pass a resolution in support of this amendment. Let all the members of that House, let the governor of that state know that they are the individuals that will be held responsible for whatever goes wrong in this matter. I think we can drop it there.
This is coming to you from the Lower Niger Territory Radio, revealing the secrets of the criminal, illicit government and constitution of 1999 that is a tool in the hands of the dubious Fulani Caliphate to steal the indigenous lands from the indigenous nationalities. To be forewarned, they said, is to be forearmed. Do not act in ignorance. Know what's going on. Be updated. This is your guy, Stephen. What is Constitution?
Okay, so before we talk about what a constitution is, let's first explain why we need one. Let's start by looking at the fundamental things we all need as human beings. These are a voice in the decisions that affect our lives, material well-being such as food, shelter, and education, security and protection from violence or discrimination, and recognition and respect as individuals and communities. To help meet these needs, people create governments and delegate powers to them to exercise for the common good of society. The problem, though, is that while governments need powers to perform their functions, history tells us again and again that power without limits can lead to corruption, dictatorship, and oppression. Free, fair, and regular elections might help ensure good government. They allow people to select who they want in power, and over time, to vote out those who perform badly. But we also need some basic rules to control how that power is used, so that those who win elections still have to respect your rights and promote your interests, rather than using power for their own benefit. Just as in a game of football, there have to be rules and a referee. So in a democracy, there must be rules by which all the players are bound. These rules are provided in a constitution. The constitution is a law, but it's not just an ordinary law. A constitution is a supreme law that establishes, organizes, and empowers the government and determines how other laws are made and implemented. It is also more difficult to change than ordinary laws, so that those in power cannot make up the rules as they go along. Football wouldn't be fair if the winning team could change the rules, and democracy isn't fair if those in power can just change the constitution according to their own whim. The constitution harnesses the energy and power of the state, ensuring that the people control the reins. This explains why when people are trying to establish a new, fairer society, one of the first things they do is write a new constitution. This is what Norway did in 1814, India in 1950, South Africa in 1996, and Colombia in 1991. Indeed, nearly all countries in the world have a constitution to establish rules for using power. On the other hand, we've seen that when a democratic government is illegally overthrown, one of the first things the coup leaders do is set their sights on destroying the constitution. They don't want any inconvenient limits on their ability to rule by force. So the constitution both organizes and constrains power. Now, how does it do that? Well, there are several ways. One way is to divide power between different political institutions. For example, sharing functions between a president and a prime minister, or between two houses of a legislature, or between different levels of government, the national level, the regional, state, or provincial level, and the local level. A constitution defines the powers of these institutions and regulates the relationship between them. It also ensures that power is rotated. One year we may vote for one candidate or party, but after a few years, their time will be up, and we will have the chance to choose someone else. This means that no one person, party, or institution can accumulate too much power or stay in power too long. It is important to maintain a strict separation between the political institutions on the one hand, such as the elected parliament and government, and on the other hand, the permanent neutral institutions of the state, such as the courts, the military, the police, and the civil service. Constitutions also constrain power by saying what governments must and must not do. For example, a set of constitutional rights may specify that you can't be tortured, that you can't be imprisoned without due cause, and that your freedom of expression can't be infringed. Other provisions may direct the government to provide for basic human needs, such as education, healthcare, sanitation, or housing. Constitutions don't only protect the majority. There may be special provisions for minorities and marginalized groups, for their security, their participation in government, and protections for their identity and culture. Most constitutions also have a nation-building function. They seek to embody national unity and to reflect and declare the identity of the nation and its people. The Constitution announces to citizens, to the government itself, and to the outside world what the nation is, what it stands for, where it has come from, and what its vision for the future might be. A good constitution is just one step along the road to a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic society, but it is a fundamental one. By setting down the rules by which the state should be governed, a good constitution helps to ensure that the democratic aspirations of a people become and remain a reality.
If the Constitution is a compass by which the ship of state has to sail, then what Nigeria is doing is actually headed to a big boulder that would destroy that ship. If the Constitution were to be a GPS under which Nigeria is driving to a particular destination, then Nigeria is headed the wrong way. the wrong destination. And it doesn't look good for the country, because the people that are supposed to help rescue this country, they are actively pushing it the wrong way. They are actually actively ignoring the obvious. In fact, the truth is presented to them and they consistently walk away from it, choosing instead to do the wrong things. Like Senator Abaribe said, how can they change the system that is taking care of them? How many of them in the National Assembly? None of them are honest enough to say, this is our problem. A senator once stood up in that floor and waved the document and said, here is the problem of Nigeria. Yet people like Enyinaya Abaribe and the rest of them don't recognize this urgent need. It's very shameful, very sad, very pathetic that we have people like this, criminals, armed robbers, in the National Assembly and House of Representatives, where they come to parade their wives, their harem of wives, 4 wives, where they come as Islamic caliphs, sitting in the chambers of the National Assembly to tell us that they are there to take charge. This is not the country for us. This is not the constitution we consented to. And so the need to have fresh protocols is imperative. It's unavoidable. This has been your guy, Stephen, speaking.
National report on the killings of agitators in the southeast. They said they've denied it. They said they didn't do it. Anyway, but that's a subject matter for another day. We're still talking about this other region because as much as we talk about what is fair to those who have resources, quote and unquote, natural resources embedded on their soil, we also look at other people from other regions and other places in the country. I want to ask you, what, for instance, will non-oil producing states and states who do not have seaports, regions who don't have seaports, what would they depend on if we are able to, for instance, achieve this kind of restructuring which we are talking about? What would they depend on?
When people were carving out states as they deemed fit, some to settle their concubines, others or for all kinds of reasons, because there was oil money they could take from, the oil having been hijacked and confiscated by force. When they were creating those states and local government areas, we have 774 in number as at now. Kano has 44, and it was from Kano that Jigawa was cut out. Jigawa has almost 30 or something, and Bayelsa, from where that money must be taken, has only 8. Jonathan was president. There was nothing he could do to add to that in Bayelsa or to subtract from that in Kano, because those who have to decide it already outnumber all of us in the place of decision, all by the fiat of decrease. That was how we came about the number we have in all those places. We're saying, let first things be settled first. Let us accept that we have to redefine the federation, the terms of the federation. The conference in 2014 decided, because of that conspiratorial alliance between the North, the conservative North, and the renegade wing of the Southwest, which form a majority. Let me tell you, and I speak on behalf of those who are now saying they don't want to continue in this journey to nowhere, in this journey of death in the eastern side. You may shout Nigeria as loud as you like. You may sing your anthem 20 times in one day. Those being shot, those whose assets are seized in the creeks, those being shot on the streets of Aba, there is an imaginary map in their mind upon which they place the actors in this whole shenanigans. They ask themselves, who is the commander-in-chief that sent this army? They place him on that map. Who is the GOC in Enugu or Port Harcourt? They place that GOC on that map. Who is the commander in the field? That's in the Aba or Nicha or Yenagua or Boni that is being occupied. They place them. Who are the police commanders? Aiding. They place them. Who is speaking to the international community? Oh, Musa Sagir. They place him. Who is controlling the media reporting these killings as not happening? Because that is part of what we have seen. They place them because there you begin to see the Southwest turning up. Those people are entitled to make their deductions from the fact of what they see. That people from some of the rest of the country, so to say, are now parading, masquerading, and marauding in the name of Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the name of Federal Government of Nigeria, to do what they did in 1967 to 1970 in the East one more time. That is what is going on. That's the interpretation going on in the place. And it comes to the point where it may boil over. Like I said before, we are standing in a difficult middle, trying to persuade those who are still non-violent in their approach to say we can maintain it because of this instrument that makes it possible for us to go to referendum. We can go to a meeting. We've been at it for so long. But the very same people who ganged up in that 1967 sordid episode are the ones telling us now that the matter is not up for discussion. I pray it doesn't come to where it is settled on the streets. We have no quarrel with those from Katsina and Kano who are in that operation in the East. All our quarrel, starts and ends with our own people who hold onto this constitution as the basis of their authority. They must join us, whether they are governors or senators or assembly members or even party proprietors. Those talking about election in 2019 on the basis of this constitution to go and reinforce and renew it are going to find out that the people who will die as long as this constitution remains in place will do anything to prevent them from renewing the democracy and the governance structures and the processes under this constitution one more time. We have almost 2.5 years to the next point of the election they are advertising. Atiku is shouting and crying now, nobody's listening to him. That we should seize the moment, seize this period to go and discuss that Nigeria so that we can re-establish that Nigeria as basis of election. Those from the East who are going to join the enemy to hold on to this constitution because of what they get every month are going to have to confront those people being shot in the name of Nigeria that does not exist. In Eastern Nigeria, Lower Niger Congress is shouting it to the whole world to hear that Nigeria as it is now was not the Nigeria we went into. It has been turned into something else, and it is costing blood, costing livelihoods. The region is being occupied by people from the rest of the country. And they call it democracy.
Or simply, as much as we talk about equitable distribution of resources and justice and fairness, my question was, what happens to those in other regions where they're not oil producing, although they're telling us they're sourcing for oil in the Chad Basin and several other places. They don't have seaports as well. How then do you expect these people to survive? Because whether you like it or not, whether you might not believe in the concept of Nigeria, these are human beings. And for years, this is the status quo that we have known. So how then do you ensure survival and sustenance for those ones?
For them a living. Does Japan have oil? Oil is the most, the worst distraction anybody can be citing in this kind of a thing. There are 1 million things that can keep us going. Is it oil that Philip Emeagwali is producing that makes him what he is today? There's one HRO that had to sell something of knowledge for $1 billion, which Nigeria cannot easily afford. I'm sure his state government cannot afford it. We are talking about the right to live. Somebody owes it a duty to his faith to kill me, the infidel. That is my first concern. I'm not asking anybody to come and give me anything. I want to take the coal I have to fire a power plant that will generate electricity for me. The government of Eastern Region realized that we needed electricity for Aba, Onitsha, and Port Harcourt to grow, and they set up Oji River Power Plant. The forces that call themselves Nigeria now shut down that plant. Today I don't have electricity except as Nigeria will give. The roads that connect Enugu to Port Harcourt and all the other federal roads in the east are in such a horrible state because they are federal assets and they can only be how anybody wants them to be. The port in Port Harcourt was asset of eastern Nigeria under Emma Abara. At the time he planned the regional economy that was the fastest growing in the then third world, which includes the Asian tigers of today. What is this discussion about oil? If people do not want to fend for themselves, there are 1 million things that they can use to fend for themselves. Why must they suck my blood to live? If we have brought our federation to the point where it is now mutually exclusive, if I'm alive, the other man has to die. If I have to live, the other man has to die. It cannot work. I owe it an urgent obligation to save myself and be alive.
Very passionate about this thing. I think language is also very key because you talk about people sucking your blood and doing all those things. You're talking about renegotiation, so I think approaching it from a more pliable language would be better. But quickly, I also want to find out from you, I don't know what your thoughts are about this particular matter, because we're looking at ensuring that federating units are strengthened and ensuring that these federating units are strong. But at the same time, the extreme of this argument is let's have our own, let's control our own, and the belief being that if we do, it's going to be a land flowing with milk and honey. But we've seen recent examples of states who wanted to have their own, which has been a hotbed of crisis. South Sudan, case in point. Do you think that pursuing what you are agitating for, the other extreme part of it, and attaining it will automatically mean stability, peace, and prosperity for the region?
To leave us to worry with that. Why do you point at South Sudan? How many of the countries that came out from Soviet Union are at war today? Why don't you cite the example of Czechoslovakia that has the Czech and the Slovakia, surviving and doing well today? Is Ukraine coming to beg food from anybody? Is Georgia coming to beg food from anybody? Why do you cite South Sudan where we know the forces at play? So the matter, all these shenanigans, the 36 states that were created by fiat, anybody who is hoping to build on such a foundation is going to come to naught in that thinking. Give me one example apart from Lagos colony that became Lagos state, that is still Lagos state. That's why Lagos is working. Lagos never came under this whole mess. But the people who were creating the states found a way to create internal strife. The people in the warrior area, the Urobo, the Shekiri, were looking for how to extricate themselves from the Benin control. They agitated for states. The states got created, and their Shaba it became the capital. From that point to date, Delta State had not been the project of the Shekiri and the Urobo, who agitated for many years for it. You come to Port Harcourt, there's the upland, there's the waterland. You come to even Abia, there's Okwangwa, there's Bende. All kinds of things were embedded to make sure that people who should be reasoning together are not able to reason together. The things we're asking, the meat of the restructuring that people are talking about revolve around the 68-item exclusive list on the federal exclusive list in the Constitution. It is that list, and the people in the National Assembly who are carrying on in criminality of ignoring the fact that we have not mandated them to make constitutions on our behalf. Our contention is that we, the people, in exercise of our sovereignty, must decide the contents of the Constitution, having first decided to live together. We have not decided to live together, and it must go to referendum. We will then decide after that referendum what we want to give for and what we want to keep. Those who sit in Abuja hoping that just by cancelling small and adding small are going to save this constitution, not one alphabet will survive from this constitution when the rains as we can, so that it will be a consensual event.
Thank you so much. Tony Nadi is the Secretary, Lower Niger Congress, and is very passionate about issues of restructuring and renegotiating Nigeria. He joined us from our Lagos Center. Thank you very much, Tony, for your time. All right, you're still watching Kakaki, the African Voices Midweek Edition, Wednesday. We'll be taking a short break now, and when we return, we'll have something.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principle for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Chief Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there is any doubt among us as to what should be written into the Constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark.
One more alarm. Asset stripping. The burning house of Lugard the world calls Nigeria is heading to its demise. Those who came to take it for themselves are doing all kinds of things to take all the important economic assets for themselves. And so, whether you were looking at the ports and the concessions behind the ports, or the oil and gas and the distribution of the oil blocks, or the bitumen and the limestone and the concessions, to whom were these things allotted? From whom were these things taken? Looking at this map, put all the beneficiaries of the allocations on this map and put the owners of the assets and the locations of the assets on this map, so you can see what we mean by asset stripping. And all by the instrumentality of the 1999 Constitution, particularly the exclusive list that confiscates those assets and make it property of federal government, which in itself is exclusively owned now and controlled by the Fulani. Fulani owns federal government owns the assets, and the Constitution is the mechanism by which it is now codified into law. Nobody can challenge it. Exclusive. Don't talk, don't come there. The latest of the assets being confiscated on account of that Constitution, big assets, the huge gas deposits in eastern Nigeria, the one you call the Southeast, Igbo land. Suddenly, there is a pipeline being laid to land in Kano industrial area and then taken across the North African stretch through the Mediterranean to supply gas to Europe. I'm sure we recall the gas project, the pipeline project from which China pulled off not long ago, when Ninas raised alarm about the foreign loans that were being taken recklessly all over the place. Then we remember recently that Buhari was boasting about how they were going to boost the economy of Nigeria by switching over to gas. Of course, the oil the global, how will I even describe it, campaign of beating down, where they say hydrocarbons, no longer, the importance of oil is being deliberately diminished. Yes, there are technologies that are replacing aspects of it. It's being deliberately exaggerated, that it's not of any importance anymore. While that is going on, gas is going to be the replacement, and Eastern Nigeria has so much of it you can't believe. But Nigeria, that is the Caliphate Nigeria, the one Nigeria that is unitary Nigeria, as imposed by that constitution, has become the owner of that gas. So the Eastern Nigeria that requires that same gas for its industrialization, Newi is lying prostrate, Port Harcourt, let's even leave Port Harcourt of it. Aba is dead, Onitsha is dead. All of the, what should have been the industrial complex of Eastern Nigeria, and if you ask me, it will extend all the way to Port Harcourt, extend to Tinapa and all of that. But no, nobody from those 11 states will have any stake or say in what will happen to that gas. The owners of Nigeria are going to pipe that gas, land in Kano industrial area for themselves, leaving the East in the ruins of the war of 1967 to 1970. The infrastructure that got damaged, the Oji River, powered by coal that's been shut down for over 30 years and all of that. But Naji and his power plant in Aba will still have to struggle for how to get, but this gas will have to now go to wherever they will use some part and sell the others to the outside world. So this broadcast is to alert the rest of us that the same people who took the oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta and allotted as oil blocks to their own members, who took half of the port of Port Harcourt and allotted to Inters, owned by Atiku today, that took half of Port of Lagos to allot to Dangote, who doesn't deal with customs other than at his own convenience. The same people who have licensed Dangote in monopoly to build refinery, because all these things, the ports, the oil, the gas, the solid mineral, are all on that exclusive list. Not just the materials themselves, but the power to work them. So it's wanting to seize oil and gas. It's yet another to seize the power to refine, because Lagos could buy crude from whoever has crude and license people to, Lagos could be the one licensing people to set up refineries, not federal government to license Dangote monopoly like we have seen. Refinery of oil and fertilizer. As long as the basis of that project is the seizure of the oil and gas assets of the owners, and now allotting the product of that seizure or the object of that seizure to one of their own, that refinery is not our project, it is their project. The 4 refineries that Nigeria should be, they decided to the federal government, okay, we can refine petroleum, only we can generate electricity, only we can provide security. All of those things seized by the exclusive list, the economic assets, the ports, the limestone of Benue that has turned Dangote to the richest man in Africa. The limestone in all the places that are turned his cousin, the one that does Boa Cement in Sokoto. All of those things are seizures, asset stripping, taking away what belongs to the indigenous peoples that can be quantified in billions and billions of dollars just seizing them by instrumentality of constitution and allotting them to the scions, the sons of the caliphate. This gas of eastern Nigeria, which is now, finding even a new market circle in Europe on account of the war between Russia and Ukraine. That's what has brought them to the urgency of doing it now. But we can see it's all a continuation of the asset stripping that touch all the economic assets of southern Nigeria and the Middle Belt. We have a chance to halt that madness and recover our assets, to begin to reconstruct and rebuild our spaces. If we take down that constitution, we have a chance to take down that constitution if we do what Nina has asked us to do today. Just shut down the journey to the election. That constitution collapses, and with it, the stranglehold of that caliphate. The hand of that caliphate is broken for the oil and gas of Niger Delta. It falls back to them and their sovereignty. The hand of the caliphate is broken for the port facilities of Lagos and everything else they've seized from Yoruba land, with Yoruba sovereignty dropping back for them. The same thing in the eastern side, the same thing in the middle belt, all the solid minerals. So it is a choice we have to make. Everything that has been tormenting us, that make us slaves in our homeland, is flowing from that constitution. The impoverishment in which we are now to be begging with bowl in Abuja every month for small portions of what was taken from all of us, whether it came from oil and gas or the ports of Lagos or the VAT that we all contribute. That is where the problem is. But there's a chance to upturn that situation by taking down that constitution. And all that is left after these 22 years of working out a framework for taking down that constitution, what is left is to stop the journey for the renewal slated for 2023. If we do that little part, we will recover our sovereignty, our assets, and our right to rebuild our society and be part of the 21st century. Thank you for listening.
Concluding part of Tony Nadi's address at the Aladima meeting at Enugu some time ago.
Biafra was declared on the 30th of May in 1967. 3 days before, Lagos announced the creation of a River State and Southeastern State that have become Akwa Ibom and Cross River today, such that you go to where you want to solve the problem at the UN, the people of River State or Akwa Ibom will be telling you that they were not in your eastern region that became Biafra on the 30th of May in 1967. And as mischievous as it may all be, it will be factually correct until you find an answer to it that is satisfactory to them, which was why the LNC started by going around to sit down with them. We went to the Jaw, the Anang, the Efik, and they bought into it to say we will be a region of 70 million people standing together to recover what Nigeria took from us. And if others are willing to walk along, the Yoruba will have no quarrel with, the Middle Belt will have no quarrel with. The only problem is the strange civilization Sharia and then 12 contiguous states, the Caliphate. And if anybody says we don't have a problem emanating from that, that person needs to do some more study. Between them and the British joint venture, they don't belong here. They came by jihad. They got the northern part and had it for 100 years before the British got here. They came from the Atlantic front, conquered and deceived. They met halfway in the Middle Belt area, the Lorry-Benue axis, and like two robbery gangs, after one target, they formed a joint venture to capture that target and share the benefits. That was what became Nigeria in 1914. That caliphate was part of how it was all worked out. We were not told until it was announced. It was resisted here, but there were Dobas up north in Sokoto and Zungeru to celebrate that merger. And that joint venture is still taking 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, ready to kill whoever stands their way. That was what consumed 3.5 million people in Biafra. That's what led to all the arrangement to tie us up and down. 80% of the oil Nigeria is selling today, Umanu Igbo. Has anybody been to Boni here before? Has anybody been to any other language in Boni? Okrika, Degema, and all of it. So what they did in 1960 was to begin this pretense that there was some Niger Delta somewhere. Yes, there's a Boni language, there's a Joe language, but in all of what they have put together to divide up that place so that we're not on speaking terms anymore, it's just to make sure that we're not able to even know what is wrong with us. And therefore, we've come to where this constitution will go down. Those planning elections on it, those planning to renew it for another 4 years by holding elections on it, are going to have to contend with all of those who have repudiated it. Those repudiations were not matters of accident. They were worked out, programmed, and sold to the grassroots. And today, while they plan their election, the reason we've been in one retreat after the other, those who are going to make things happen in their places, we say, we will not accept one more electoral round to renew our enslavement for the same reasons. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, and all of them rejected apartheid. There was also the Bantustan regime in which some blacks in South Africa were persuaded to take it slowly, like some of our people talking restructuring. Let's go, take whatever we can find and not die. No. We say this document will go, and our strategy for shooting it down, because it's been talk and talk, nobody has seen much of action. The action around it is that those who reject it are rejecting election, and if elections are shut down, this document will not survive another month from the point that happens. And we're talking about 2018. We know security people are here. In fact, some of them are streaming live to Abuja. But it doesn't matter. We are convinced that it is within our reach to shut down this instrument of enslavement. And that was why we had to identify with the ADF when they said that our people are not in search of how to fix Nigeria. We want self-determination, that we reject this constitution as basis of Nigeria, and that we must go to a referendum to decide whether we're going with Nigeria or with ourselves. I think if all we take from this convention and this celebration is for our people to know that such is coming, that would have been a great achievement. Thank you very much.
That has been Tony Nadi of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, speaking at the convention of Aladima ADF, Alibo Development Foundation, at Enugu a few years back. I hope you gained a few insights as to why we need a referendum in Nigeria and why Nigeria is the way it is. Nigeria was set up to manipulate a particular people, to divide them, to sow the seed of discord among one people, telling Oloibiri people, Boni people that they are not Igbo, meanwhile they are Igbo-speaking people. They are the same people, Nothing divided them. They are one people. But for it to work for Nigeria, they had to divide them. Now our people have to actually wake up from their slumber and see the reality on ground, that all this thing has been designed to manipulate them. The 3 million barrels a day oil that is being lifted by Nigeria, which is now going for over $90 a barrel at the international market. It has not profited the people of Ijo. It has not profited the people of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogoni. In fact, they have received massacres, genocides. So the earlier we subject Nigeria to referendum, the better for all of us. Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our grandfather Ottoman Danfodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory. And that's exactly what is going on today. The full execution of the Ahmadu Bello mission statement and battle script of 1960 resulted in the current Master Servant Constitution of Nigeria, 1999, imposed by the political descendants of Ahmadu Bello between 1966 and 1999, everyone according to his station in the script. From the Movement for New Nigeria, Lagos Declaration, June 30, 2011. The Northern Bogoys and the Yoruba Bogoys have conspired to keep the Igbo out of the scheme of things. They have been defeated in war, rendered paupers by monetary policy fiat, their properties declared abandoned and confiscated, kept out of strategic public sector appointments and deprived of public service. The rest of the country forced them to remain in Nigeria and has continued to deny them equity. Our present political leaders have no sense of history. There is a new Igbo man who was not born in 1966 and neither knows nor cares about Nzogwu and Ojukwu. There are Igbo men in the streets who were never Biafrans. They were born Nigerians and are Nigerians, but suffer because of the actions of others. Anything short of a northern president is tantamount to stealing our presidency. If Jonathan or any other southerner becomes president, the North is determined to and will make the country ungovernable. This is the born to rule mindset by Lawal Keita, former governor of Old Kaduna State, October 20, 2010. The North does not want Nigeria to continue to exist by their own very behavior, by their conducts.
We also have the Secretary of the Lower Niger Congress with us, Tony Nadi from our Lagos Center. We're still talking restructuring. Now, Tony, before we went on that news break, I wonder whether the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, taking his message to the people in the northern part of the country is preaching to the choir. I mean, when you hear the sound bites coming from some persons from that region who really do not support this call for restructuring, and even the president himself, who recently said, look, Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable. How do you cross this very big barrier?
The president is behind the times on that issue. It was the same Muhammad Buhari that stood at the podium at the United Nations asking his colleague heads of state and governments to facilitate the independence, the rights to self-determine for the Palestinians and the Sahrawi Arab Republic of Morocco. There came in 2007 an instrument from the UN to settle the kind of matter that Nigeria has found itself confronted with. That instrument has to do with what we call self-determination. And it is that self-determination that those who appear not to be aware of that, paradigm change are still calling secession and treason and taking people to trial for insisting that they are no longer interested in what was imposed on them. And where we are on it is that whether anybody in Nigeria likes it or not, including Buhari, that right with the UN, by which the UN seeks to remove most of the wars. The UN discovered that all the wars, whether the First World War, the Second World War, all the wars in Africa and elsewhere, arose from one form of ethnic domination or the other. If it is not Hitler declaring that the Nazis were superior to everybody else, it will be the Tutsi being overwhelming the Hutus, or the Fulani insisting they are born to rule the rest. What the UN did by that instrument was to say, look, from now on, if you are in your ancestral space, no matter how small you are entitled to be there by yourself. And if anybody wants to be in a union or with you or some other business that will bring you, all of you interacting, that person must convince you. If you're not convinced, that person has to dress back from you so that you can use what you find in your space to the best of your ability to seek your advancement and happiness. And what that introduces to let us take Nigeria so that we can put it in context. Let us take Nigeria as a sick, as a sick patient which has to be treated. That sickness is the over-centralization that came upon us in 1966. That is unitarism. That's the name of the sickness. The cure to that sickness is federalism. The treatment plan that will deliver that cure is called restructuring. And the very medicine, the very potent medicine that is at the heart of that treatment plan is called self-determination. So that if we accept that this patient is sick unto death, unlike what some people, including our president, seem to be saying, that look, this patient there's nothing wrong with it, it has to be the way it is. If the rest of us, because he's only one person, he only happens to be president for now, if the rest of us insist, like Atiku is insisting, like those who are waving Biafran flags in the East are insisting, that we must take charge of what happens to us in keeping with that rights that have been established. If we accept that this patient has to be treated and we go into the process of the treating, it is that self-determination that makes it imperative to go to that renegotiation now. Otherwise, those who organize themselves will go to a referendum, and I can assure you that steps are being taken. I have myself been in places of discussion in New York, in Washington, everywhere, those who are going to get involved, because if Nigeria boils over, there are many stakes, that there are many things that will go wrong in many places. So we are discussing these things everywhere they have to be discussed,
And we will go to referendum in the formations that we saw Scotland going to referendum in the UK the other day. We saw the UK going to referendum in EU. What is it about Nigeria, in which 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria, not to go to referendum on this issue? Somebody
I asked, do we have a constitutional basis for a referendum in this country?
We are saying that we have not made a constitution. The decree number 24 of 1999 that Absalami and his co-travelers imposed on us cannot be basis of trading away my sovereignty. What we have in Nigeria today is a sovereignty called Nigeria, suppressing the sovereignties that are supposed to compose Nigeria. The same way the sovereignty called Britain suppressed our sovereignties all the period up to 1960. So what we have now is that some other group have taken over that shoe of Britain to lump us together by decree, call it Nigeria, define it the way they want, take over whatever they feel like taking over, and wielding a power of life and death over me, and then calls it democracy. It's not democracy for me.
You cited the Scottish example, but there in that region, they have a legal basis for them to have called for that referendum. That's why I asked, do we, because it's easy for us to say we'll convoke a referendum, but you need somebody to convoke a referendum, and you need a legal basis to convoke a referendum. But if you are saying we don't even have a legal basis at all, because the constitution we are operating is a fraud, that means we don't have any basis legally to call this entity Nigeria. So what is your starting point? What is your starting point?
Point is to accept the truth. The truth being that the basic the basis of Nigeria, the federation, the constitution that defined the Federation of Nigeria was toppled by force, and now we have a replacement by decree. And after 50 years, those who imposed that replacement by force are telling us to our faces that it's no longer available for discussion. The starting point will be to look at the UN instrument on the matter, because this case falls squarely into that category. And if we accept that we have not agreed, as claimed in this constitution, because that we the people means that we the Ijo, we the Ogoni. And if we accept that we have not agreed, as claimed in this constitution, because that we the people means that we the Ijo, we the Ogoni, we the Idoma, we the Kataf have discussed, we the Yoruba have discussed amongst ourselves and come to the conclusion that we want to be in one country. That claim is false. And if it is on the basis of that falsehood that people are selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, killing whoever tries to challenge them, if it is on the basis of that falsehood that I'm not able to into a decree, and then they call it constitution, we are saying that we do not have a constitution in place. We are not anarchists. Therefore, we are prepared to accept a transitioning in which the governance structures we have will remain on a transitional basis for us to quickly discuss how we can refloat the dead union. The Federation of Nigeria is dead. The country is still there, pretending to be alive. But the Federation is that agreement for us to be one union. That agreement is not there as of today. And if anybody is thinking that deployment of troops will keep the union for him, that person must be hallucinating, because it's not going to hold for a long time. It's not going to hold. Those who from that eastern part go to sit in Abuja in the name of this constitution are telling the people who are being killed and shot and traumatized that they will rather go with the enemy. And we're just saying that let the matter not come to where those who are being shot, begin to do whatever comes to their hand to do. the Lower Niger Congress is standing in a very difficult middle in that situation. The Avengers are already throwing bombs. The MASOB and IPOB people are still being persuaded that we can go to a referendum on this issue, that there can be a transition, that we must shut out violence in the matter. But those who are deploying troops to respond to a matter of simple constitutional grievances that are well known should realize that they are the ones who have made the Union of Nigeria impossible.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus, to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union. In 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNC team visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Igbo Manifest Destiny by Nnamdi Azikiwe, June 25th, 1949. In the following address given 11 years before Nigeria independence, Nnamdi Azikiwe calls for self-determination for the Igbo as they, along with other ethnic groups, march toward an inevitably free Nigeria. This address was delivered at the Igbo State Assembly held at Aba on Saturday, June 25th, 1949. Please listen to this address very closely and patiently and see the higher plane Zik was operating from. No, it was not really a higher plane. It was and remains the Igbo plane. Zik did not want the Igbo to be controlled by anyone. He knew the Igbos were not controllable by outside forces. He wanted the Igbos to be within a federated framework, part of Commonwealth Nigeria and United States of Africa.
and we worked for it. After salutations, harbingers of a new day for the Igbo nation, having selected me to preside over the deliberations of this assembly of the Igbo nation, I am conscious of the fact that you have not done so because of any extraordinary attributes in me. I realize that I am not the oldest among you, nor the wisest, nor the wealthiest, nor the most experienced, nor the most learned. I am therefore grateful to you for elevating me to this high pedestal. The Igbo people have reached a crossroad, and it is for us to decide which is the right course to follow. We are confronted with routes leading to diverse goals, but as I see it, there is only one road that I can safely recommend for us to tread, and it is the road to self-determination. For the Igbo, within the framework of a federated Commonwealth of Nigeria and the Cameroons, leading to a United States of Africa. Other roads, in my opinion, are calculated to lead us astray from the path of national self-realization. At this juncture, excuse me, I must add that Nigeria Zik had in mind died less than 6 years after independence. And we're still on it till today. It would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of their resolute will to live. Since suffering is the label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. Is it not fortunate that the Igbo are among the few remnants of indigenous African nations who are still not spoliated by the artificial niceties of Western materialism? Is it not historically significant that throughout the glorious history of Africa, the Igbo is one of the select few to have escaped the humiliation of a conqueror's sword or to be victim of a Carthaginian treaty? Search through the records of African history, and you will fail to find an occasion when, in any pitched battle, any African nation has either marched across Igbo territory or subjected the Igbo nation to a humiliating conquest. Instead, there is record to show that the martial prowess of the Igbo at all stages of human history has rivaled them not only to survive persecution, but also to adapt themselves to the role thus thrust upon them by history of preserving all that is best and most noble in African culture and tradition. Placed in this high estate, the Igbo cannot shirk the responsibility conferred on it by its manifest destiny. Having undergone a course of suffering, the Igbo must therefore enter into its heritage by asserting its birthright without apologies. Here's a very interesting article from Nigeria. A Catholic priest has just been sent on an indefinite leave of absence. He has just gotten suspended. Catholic priest gets suspended. A Catholic priest has been sent on an indefinite leave of absence by the leadership of the church over some discriminatory remarks. This, I understand, took place in Benin, in Edo State. The priest was said to have banned the use of Igbo songs and choruses in any of the church's activities at the Holy Trinity Church, Ewu Owa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. Reverend Father James Anelu was said to have argued that the Igbo people tend to dominate the church everywhere you find them, and as such must be contained. Wow, this guy is better a politician than in the priesthood. So why don't he just resign immediately before the Catholic Church fire him? They should fire him immediately. The Catholic Church has suspended Reverend Father James Anelu, the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Ewowa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. In Lagos State,
The Punch reports that Reverend Father Anelu was suspended by the church leadership for banning Igbo songs and choruses in his parish. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Church of Lagos, Alfred Martins, directed Reverend Father Anelu to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. This guy is a racist right inside the church. He does not represent Jesus or God or anything, whether it is the idol of Benin, he does not represent nothing. But he's a little racist. He's as guilty as the slave dealers, those who took our people by slave ships and put them in camps like slaves in chains. Those who threw our people in the ocean as they were taking them to the North Americas, to Europe and the Caribbean islands, even as far as to Australia. The Arabs, who did it? All of them. This guy is like them. The white people who did it, the Caucasians, the Europeans, the North Americans, they are exactly like this Mr. Anelu or whatever he's called. Yes. Sources said Anelu cited a case in his Benin diocese where Igbos dominated the activities of the church to the extent of securing a seat as bishop of the diocese. What is wrong with this guy? He reportedly claimed that the Spirit of God recognizes only the geographical languages of the parish. Can you imagine how people limit God, how people make God look so little? This guy is a little mind. He believes that God is only restricted to geographical languages of the parish. When you have a population that can follow in the song of worshiping God, well, what is this guy looking for? Is he of this world or the world that is to come? Is he having any hope of after this life? Like, why so racist? However, in a letter dated February 7th, 2022, Archbishop of the Lagos Diocese, Martin, said it has come to the notice of the church that Anelu made some completely unacceptable comments about Igbo songs being sung in the church. If Igbo people cannot find the church as a place of sanctuary, what is the place of Ndibo in such churches? If the church cannot be a place of refuge for Ndibo as citizens, as tribe, as a nation, Ndibo are like more than 10 times the size of other smaller countries. The population of Ndibo is country in 10 times, like that. I can name countries: Monaco, Jamaica, Cuba, a lot of places, Fiji, a lot of places in the Caribbean islands. Their population are not 1/10 of Ndibo in Nigeria, including the territorial cover of Ndibo. Martin said that the unsavory remarks by Reverend Father Anelu do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of peoples of all tribes and religions. Well, Catholic Church has done well by doing this. But they should relieve this guy of everything in the priesthood. He should be fired immediately. For this reason, he has been asked to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence to give an opportunity for a thorough investigation of all the matters relating to his ministry on the parish. This guy should be fired from every Catholic church location in the world, not just in Nigeria, so that he can go do something else and possibly repent, because he is not a person of the religion that he claims to be representing. The leave of absence takes effect from Tuesday, February 8, 2021, till further notice. The Archbishop further urged all Catholic faithful to continue to hold on to their faith in God while worshiping the Almighty as one and happy family that cannot be separated by race, language, or culture. The Catholic Church took a good decision here, but they need to fire this guy. They need to fire him. The traditional materials seen in the viral photos are
Nigeria has been having problem until, from independence actually, or before independence, the country have been under close watch of the Islamists after the British sent them packing with the amalgamation of 1914. Now, since independence, they've been scheming, they've been planning on what to do with Nigeria and Nigerians in particular. And so, Muhammadu Buhari happened. All that they've been doing from 1966, including the unitary system they established, all the military coups with their changes in constitution, and the 1999 criminal constitution that Abubakar Abdul Salam handed us, all these things were designed to overpower the indigenous Nigerians. So Muhammadu Buhari showed up to actually fast-track that Othman Danfodio Ahmadu Bello mission of total conquest. They do not want Nigeria that will be equal to all Nigerians, but they want a Nigeria that they will control. That is what they are doing. That's why there is different rules in different places. That's why when members of Biafra movement showed up in the southeast, they were shot when they were not armed. That's why when Sunday Igboho came out saying that those that were disturbing the peace in their area, those that were raping and killing people, stealing their land, destroying farms, that they should leave, they hunted him and went to his house and killed probably a dozen. And even cats, like pets, were shot and taken away because they were told that Sunday Igboho changes into cats when faced with threat. Now this is the Nigeria that they want us to believe in. This is the Nigeria they are fighting everything to block the call for a referendum. The call for referendum is actually to give Nigeria a very peaceful landing. Otherwise, what awaits Nigeria is better imagined than spoken of at this time. Listen to Reverend Paul Enenche. I don't know the name of his church. Maybe the Dunamis, Dunamis Ministries. But this is Reverend Paul Enenche, Dr. Paul Enenche.
Now we have faced such level of oppressiveness in our land, such level of frustration in our land, such level of suppression, where in one segment of the nation, blood will flow like water, killings and killers will arrive, level a whole village overnight. In some cases, they will own up that they are the ones who did it for the sake of whatever reasons they claim. Nobody is arrested, nobody is prosecuted, nothing happens, no consequence. In another part of the country, probably the southwest or south or southeast, some people come out for demonstration, and before you know it, people are leveled to the ground. People are arrested. All right? So there is one law for one part and one law for another part. That is the situation we have faced so far, the situation of injustice and inequality. Now you look at the situation with appointments and positionings, and it will appear to you as if intelligent people don't exist in no other part of the country apart from some parts of the country. We have a multi-ethnic country. We have a multilingual country. We have a multi-religious country with two dominant religious bodies in the nation. But if you look at sensitive positionings, whether it's in the executive, in the judiciary, in the legislative, in the military or paramilitary,
he's talking about the Fulani.
as if there are no people in
Only
any other part of
Fulani.
the country.
Only
Take a
Fulani.
look at this.
They are the eggheads.
You have President Northwest Muslim. You have Senate President Northeast Muslim. You have INEC Chairperson Northwest Muslim. You have Speaker of the House of Representatives Southwest Muslim. You have Chief of Air Staff Northeast Muslim. Minister of Defense Muslim, North. Chief of Army Staff, Northeast Muslim. Inspector General of Police, North Central Muslim. National Security Advisor, Northeast Muslim. Director, National Intelligence Agency, Muslim North. Director General, SSS, Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Immigration, Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Customs, North Muslim. Comptroller General of Civil Defense, Muslim North. Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Prison Service, Muslim North. Acting Chairman of EFCC, Northeast Muslim.
This is the execution of the planization.
Northeast Muslim.
The planization agenda
Muslim, Northeast.
is being fast-tracked by Muhammadu Buhari.
Managing Director of Post Authority, Northwest Muslim. NIMASA, North Muslim. NNPC Managing Director, Northeast Muslim. Minister of Education, Northeast Muslim.
It's takeover of
National
Nigeria.
Universities Commission, Northwest Muslim. JAMB, Southwest Muslim, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
We can keep on going on and on. Someone has said that the top 20 positionings in NNPC is occupied from the same region as well. What comes to mind is there is no intelligent person and no qualified person from any other part of the country. There is no intelligent Ishekiri person, no intelligent Ijo person, no intelligent Biron person, no intelligent Magavul person, no intelligent Tif person, no intelligent Idoma person, no intelligent Igala person, no intelligent Ibira person, no intelligent Ibibio person, no intelligent Anam person, no intelligent Efik person, no intelligent Ishan person, no intelligent Bini person, no intelligent person from no other part of the country that can be in any of those sensitive positions except people from one region and one religion, and people are meant to be forced to exist in peace under that kind of upside down, highly nepotistic, clanistic situation. That is absolutely impossible. If it was a charm, it cleared. If it was a mentality, bankruptcy mentality is returned. It's impossible. There can be no peace in such level of inequality, in such level of brazen effrontery at taking a whole nation for granted.
May God bless you, Paul Enenche.
Did not experience one over 100 of what Nigerians have experienced and scattered in pieces. Soviet Union is nowhere to be found. Yugoslavia was one country that scattered and splintered into 8 countries out of one country. Czechoslovakia splitted into 2. They didn't see 1 over 100 of what we are seeing. Nations in the world that are wise enough, that are multi-ethnic, did their best. The United Kingdom, even though it's a nation, has ethnic groups that took care of the ethnic groups.
Nigeria needs to go through referendum. Pastor, say it.
To the Irish and
say
the Welsh.
It. Nigeria needs to go through referendum.
Has 4 ethnic groups, and they make their presidencies sit to revolve around these 4 groups. What is the solution to the situation in our land today?
Referendum.
There must be peace. There must be equity. There must be fairness. There must be justice. People have clamored for restructuring.
Referendum.
It is the devolution of power. Otherwise, there may be the dissolution of union.
No, the union got dissolved long time ago.
And we pray and trust God that it doesn't happen in our nation. It's not time to play the ostrich and hide the head under. What is not confronted cannot be conquered. In medicine, we call something the debridement of wounds.
Nigerians need to go for referendum.
You clean them out. In order to repair them, you make them bleed. Truth is what heals. And if truth is not spoken, healing doesn't happen. And it is time to tell the truth. People have been suppressed, subdued, subjugated, and treated second-rated as if they don't have sense and they don't have reasoning. And this nation is one of the most intelligent nations in the world.
There is a government that is powering terrorists, and that is led by Muhammadu Buhari.
Nigerians and Nigeria people have the highest rate of PhDs in America of any ethnic group apart from maybe Americans themselves. And it is time for us to sit up and say these things must be corrected and do the right thing, and we do the right thing on time so that Jehovah can hear us and answer our prayers.
God has answered the prayer of Nigerians, but we need to trigger it by referendum to make it a reality. And the people need to demand for it. They need to step out.
Lives, no destruction of properties in any form. Let life not flow because there is abnormality in the land. And we believe that the Lord will help us.
Things are falling apart for Nigeria.
And I know you will not remain the same. Share this link with your friends and let every one of us join forces together with God Almighty and let our land be healed and be saved. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
The healing will only start. The healing can only get triggered by the people doing the right thing, which is, in this case, a very simple one. Demand for multi-regional referendum. Reverend Paul Enenche, if you ever get to listen to Radio Lower Niger Territory, the call is for the Middle Belt, where you come from. Or I don't know where you come from anyway. But if you are part of the Nigerian First Union, Middle Belt, that is coming under genocide, being sustained by the current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Middle Belt that is getting targeted by Fulani coming in from West Africa, being supported by all these people you mentioned, those top positions in government, including the presidency. What will checkmate them is referendum. What will checkmate the Ruga shoreline acquisition, essentially stealing land from the indigenous nationalities. What will check it is a multi-regional binding referendum. Speak it up, Pastor, and God will bless you. See your guy, Stephen.
It was from Europe.
Thank you. As you can see from part 1 of this video, Fulanis have reasons to be proud of their leadership's achievements over southern politicians, military generals, professors, diplomats, chiefs, and Christian movements. Though I do not share some of their operational and leadership philosophies, the truth is I admire the Fulanis for achievements in Nigeria with little or no personal resource commitments, other than a mission, leadership, organization, and forward planning. This should summon the Igbos to revisit their own history, evaluate their leadership, and develop strategies to avert any impending calamities. For this reason, it is worth reminding Igbos and their leaders about their recent past. Igbo race bore the brunt of the West African slave trade, and known to be the most industrious and also rebellious. For example, most recorded slave rebellions were led by Igbo slaves. In Savannah, Georgia, 1803, Igbo slaves drowned themselves rather than be kept as slaves. Evidence that Igbo value freedom, independence, progress, and advancement. It is worth reminding that the victimization and marginalization of today existed even as far back as 1949. The British disliked and punished the Igbos for their supposedly arrogance and argumentativeness. Are they really? Igbo are vastly misunderstood and misrepresented. Genetically, Igbo are created diligent, resilient, strong-willed, proud, progressive, competitive, and highly independent. The late famous writer Langston Hughes wrote, and I quote, "The Igbo looks proud because he is bred in a free atmosphere where everyone is equal. He has to depend on anyone for his life's need. He is strong and able to work or fight. He is generally happy in his society where no one overrides his conscience. He likes to advance and he is quick to learn. He likes to give rather than to take, unquote. These are the attributes Igbo leaders have failed to communicate and promote aggressively across Nigeria. They remain the major source of Igbo hatred and envy. Not surprising, the British Prime Minister Harold Wilson feared our future such that he vowed never to allow Igbo nation to exist, no matter the millions of dead Igbos from starvation and bullets. Now, if we had true and selfless leaders, this pronouncement is enough to invest heavily in our future and trigger the best in Igbos, the greatest African race on earth. Unlike the Jews, Armenians, Rwanda, and Darfur genocides, the Igbo genocide has been neglected by the government of Nigeria, scholars, activists, and community leaders due to weak, compromised, or non-existent Igbo leadership. Now, are you aware that in March 1945, Igbo residents were massacred in Jos, followed in 1953 by another gruesome massacre in the city of Kano? Leading functionaries of the Northern Nigeria Native Administration were deeply involved in the planning. Now, similarly, in 1966, another genocide against the Igbo was conceived, planned, and executed with the support of public officials, including Northern emirs, district heads, former politicians, top civil servants, university students, British nationals, and law enforcement officers. Lest we forget, the Nigeria-Biafra War was imposed on the Igbos. Early 1967, Eastern Nigeria harboring about 1.8 million refugees sought restitution after successive genocides of the May 29, July 29, September 29, and October 29, 1966. A British organized conference in Aburi, Ghana yielded a signed treaty. Pressurized, General Gowon reneged on the agreement, leading to the Biafra secession. On 7 July 1967, the federal government declared war. The instruction to soldiers was clear and on record. Kill every Igbo to avoid a repeat of the German World War II experience, in which they survived and later dominated the world technologically. Starvation was used as a weapon against Igbo civilians. Hunger killed more Igbos than bullets and bombs. Mothers could not provide breast milk for their babies, as they too were famished, malnourished, and dying of starvation. They carried children reduced to living skeletons, bloated bellies, and dying like flies. More than 1 million innocent civilians died of starvation. In Asaba, over 1,000 innocent Igbos were senselessly and brutally massacred. Wole Soyinka was imprisoned over Biafra. Steve Jobs of Apple Corporation abandoned Christianity in protest against Igbo genocide. John Lennon returned his MBE to the Queen. Jimi Hendrix played concerts to feed starving Igbos. Dr. Kano Ibiam returned his Queen's honors for Biafra's sake. Bruce Mayrock, a young American student, burned himself to death, protesting the Igbo genocide. The million-dollar question is this: what are Igbo and their leaders prepared to sacrifice to avert future calamities and restore security and progress for the Igbo race? There remains ominous signs that should keep Igbo and genuine leaders on their toes and with all eyes wide open. For example, northern states occupy over 752,000 square kilometers of land space. Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo, and Ebonyi total 29,000 square kilometers. Kogi State alone is 30,000 square kilometers. Niger State alone is 76,000 square kilometers. The entire southeast is a little less than Kogi State. Yet, Igbo states are under pressure to share this little space with imported aliens, with conflicting religious and cultural values. not as visitors, but indigents. No one queries why the huge interest in 29,000 square kilometers rather than 752,000 square kilometers of space in the north. The satanic verses called the 1999 Constitution, with all the limitations it imposes on Igbo security, progress, and development, is another minefield. Listen to the frustrations of our elder statesman, Nepo.
49 people selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility. I didn't know who was printing it, and my ministry was supposed to pay for the printing. And Obasanjo was sworn on a constitution that had not been read by anybody. And the National Assembly could not be constituted until 4 days after he swearing in, because there was no clean copy of the constitution. You cannot build on quicksand. A country cannot live on falsehood.
The Nigeria of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa has taken serious battle. Presently, Igbo lack a leadership fit for the new Nigerian realities. That gap gave birth to resistance movements like IPOB. In critical mass, Igbo need leaders as capable and determined as the Fulani. Igbo need a new generation of selfless, patriotic, dedicated, and visionary leaders to execute the following agenda in the interest of this and future generations. Fight ignorance and misinformation out there on Igbos with dedicated radio and TV stations, programs on the culture and values of the Igbo race, targeting Yoruba, Hausa, and Fulani youths. Igbo billionaires like Obi Kabana and supporters. Assemble Igbo great minds from across the world and in all fields every 5 years to brainstorm and set milestone for the Igbo race, 20 to 50 years ahead. Tony Elumelu's charity and others can support us. Emphasize education, science, technology, and research in our primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, and raise funds locally and internationally to support competitive advantage in these areas. Igbo expatriates worldwide will support this, providing accountability is guaranteed. Daily, God exposes his gifts in technology and science to Igbo kids with little or no formal education. These talents, inventions, technologies, and science should be harvested and nurtured through a well-funded body of eminent scholars and business executives. State governments, companies, and universities can support the initiative. Periodically, it is important that we engage the Fulani, Hausa, and Yoruba leaders and strategic thinkers in debates on the future of Nigeria and how Igbo can make a difference in a new Nigeria. It's an opportunity to sell the values that make us who we are. Publicize and openly celebrate special historic dates, traditions, and beliefs, promoting Igbo history, culture, and values across Nigeria, and follow it up with a press conference. Swiftly recognize, publicize, and develop strategic response to security situations in our homeland, and with the support of the state governments, traditional leaders, and Igbo youths. Rescue, publicize the cases of Igbo youths and adults languishing in jails, military detentions, and slaughtered for expressing desire to be free and progress in their homeland. Identify, expose, and deal with saboteurs, no matter their rank in society. Hold Igbo representatives at federal and state levels accountable. sponsor and promote new generation of politicians to take over from poor performing and compromised representatives. That's not too much to ask, is it? On issues that require national consultations and consensus, negotiate from position of strength with all the skills, wisdom, confidence, and generosity of the Igbo race. Develop strategies to unite pockets of Igbos, politically carved out through state creation, including rivers and delta, and nurture strategic partnerships with people of Middle Belt, Ibibio, Anang, Efik, and more. Now, next to God's power is political power, given only by the people. Hold regular meetings with church leaders to seek support in reinforcing unity, political activism, family discipline, traditional Igbo values, and respect for rule of law. We need it. Now, formulate a constitution or codes of conduct for the Igbo race to be taught at schools and workshops held in communities. Evil has descended on Igbo land and must be destroyed. Ritual killings, kidnapping, assassinations, cannibalism, and others. Make time to study your enemies and neighbors. Make time to know yourselves and strike out the saboteurs. Finally, who emerges Igbo president or governor of Igbo states must no longer be left to political parties and their sponsors alone. It is suicidal installing a foreign agent to occupy and regulate the heartbeat of Igbo land. Ndi Igbo, please note, your enemy is not Hausa, Fulani, or Yoruba. At worst, they are misinformed competitors. Your enemy is yourself, within and in leadership. Compromised Igbo leadership poses a calamitous threat to Igbo existence, survival, and progress. Unite and purge this leadership. We are of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and with the capacity to transform deserts into oases. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We are the light of Africa. Let's dream big for Africa's sake and build a new Jerusalem. Yes, we can, of course we can. Thank you so much. God bless and secure our homeland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ndewono.
Here is about 559 repentant Boko Haram fighters, murderers, terrorists, are being repented by current Nigerian government and using the military and police to repent known murderers, killers, terrorists, enemies of society, bloodsuckers, people they used, at least it's now obvious that they used these guys to rescue government from Jonathan. And they are rewarding them by repenting them and bringing them into the Nigerian military. This is all in the plan to take over the country.
Area of one state.
This is to take over the country from the indigenous nationalities, because these are the same people that are working with Fulani herdsmen terrorists, the bandits, and the Boko Haram, and ISIS. The Nigerian government is sitting in the middle of it. The government is involved. Remember what Abacha said, that if insurgency lasts for more than 24 hours, that the government is involved. The Nigerian government is not just being involved as looking at it from the sidelines. They are involved. They provide funding to Miyetti Allah, the parent owners of Fulani herdsmen terrorists. They are involved in other ways too. Sheikh Gumi, that evil terrorist, that Saudi agent, is known to fraternize with terrorists. The government knows about it. They don't do nothing. State governors from the Ariwa Sharia belt, the 12 states, meet regularly with terrorists and nothing happens. And yet some people are buying forms to contest the presidency of Nigeria, ignoring the call for constitutional rearrangement to go for referendum so that we can decide where we want to be in this unfortunate country that fell into the hands of criminals. The Ottoman Danfodio elements would want to restore the failed jihad that died at the entrance of the British. And so the British restored it back to them in 1960, and Nigerians thought they got paper independence, which had nothing in it. 6 years later, pogrom occurred. Mass killing happened in the north against Easterners. Eventually, the Civil War, or the War of Genocide, where they killed over 3 million Biafrans, including over 1 million children that died of starvation and lack of medicine. With British providing air, land, and sea blockade, the same people, the same British, the same Western countries that saw 3-something million killed in Biafra are telling us that Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. If Ukraine is to be tried and Obasanjo, Muhammadu Buhari, Ibrahim Babangida, and others that are still alive that are not yet dead do not stand trial for genocide committed in Biafra, the world will remain an unjust world. If Russians are going to be held responsible for killing Ukrainian citizens, civilians, and dumping their body on the roadside, so also did Murtala Mohammed kill people in Asaba, Biafrans. He first made them to dig a pit and then lined them up and shot them, and they fell into those pits that they dug for him to kill them. The world never did nothing about it. Not a single person stood trial for it. And they are talking about justice. Here, where the Nigerian military, Nigerian government is inducting over 559 terrorists into the Nigerian military. Here we go.
Operation Safe Corridor. The Kemala City.
Kwami local government area of Gombe State.
Karamar Hukumar Kwami. Jihar Gombe.
I understand he can raise his hand.
Ni.
You solemnly swear by the Holy Bible
Na rantse da littafin sarki.
That I will be faithful.
Zan zamo mai gaskiya.
Obedient and committed to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Da biyayya. Jajirtacce. Ga kasa ta Najeriya.
In September 2015, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, established Operation Safe Corridor to encourage willing and repentant Boko Haram members to surrender and go through a well-structured de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration program. This program began effectively in 2016 by a committee constituted by the Chief of Defense Staff to operationalize the mandate of the Commander-in-Chief. Consequently, personnel were drawn from 17 services, ministries, departments, and agencies to execute the concept of operation. Since the DR camp became fully operational, a total of 1,070 ex-combatants, otherwise referred to as clients, have successfully gone through the program and we have been reintegrated into the society. This morning, another set of 559 clients will be graduating from the program, and they too will be reintegrated back to their communities subsequently. The graduating clients arrived at the DR camp between 15th July and 6th September 2021 to commence the various rebuilding activities of the program. Together, these 559 clients have successfully undergone series of medical screening, psychological and psycho-spiritual counseling, sports therapy, drug abuse counseling, Western education and vocational trainings, amongst others. Similarly, as part of their program, special counter-narrative packages by Operation Safe Corridor clerics were organized to inculcate acceptable cultural and religious values in them.
Horo na musamman daga sansanin gyara halaye da dabi'u DRR.
These are terrorists that are being taught Western education that they fight against. Meanwhile, Southerners who would want to go to school are sitting at home now because the universities are, or the lecturers are not working because the government is not providing enough funding. This is the way Nigeria is, and that's why the country must go down for new emerging nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt to emerge. Because this is an unjust society. Nigeria shouldn't be in existence. Unfortunately, Nigeria is bound to go down. And the mission of these evil terrorists using institutions of state to thrive, using the Nigerian military to thrive, to sustain Boko Haram, to sustain terrorists in Nigeria. This is despicable. This is pure evil. This is terrorism at the highest levels of government in Nigeria.
DRR camp Operation Safe Corridor Malan City.
Na DRR camp Operation Safe Corridor da Malan City.
Kwami Nigeria.
Na dauki alkawarin zan zamo cikakken dan kasa mai ladabi kuma nisasse mai kiyaye dokokin kasa.
For want of time and considering the number of graduating clients, only 20 will receive the certificate, while others will have their launch at the multipurpose hall and will be directed accordingly.
I am delighted to be here this morning to witness the combined graduation ceremony of Batch 5, Civil Batch 4, Special Batch 4 clients, all of 2021, having completed the deradicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration DRR program. The program, as you all know, is the initiative of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, with the sole aim of encouraging willing and repentant Boko Haram members to lay down their arms and go through a structured DDR program. The DDR program consists of series of psychological, psychosocial, psychospiritual therapies, as well as vocational training, which provides viable alternative to low-profile combatants. From inception in 2015 to date, over 1,000 clients have been processed through Operation Safe Corridor, with about 984, including 16 foreign nationals, successfully reintegrated to their national and state governments. This morning, we are witnessing the graduation of another set of 559 clients who will be integrated in society as soon as possible. Let me at this point urge the graduating clients to appreciate and reciprocate the confidence reposed in you as worthy beneficiaries of our DDR program.
These are the people that are being trained to overpower the indigenous nationalities of Middle Belt, Oduduwa, and Lower Niger Territory, which includes Southeast and South-South, as it is called today. Mind you, from this South-South, Southeast, and Oduduwa land, we are having political Judas goats going to spend like 20 million naira to buy a form to contest the presidency of Nigeria, when all they could do would be to join their people to say, we demand for a binding multi-regional referendum. They're not doing it because they think that they stand a chance of fixing Nigeria, a country that has long gone beyond recovery. If Nigeria is a ship like Titanic, Nigeria had taken water more than 60 years ago. Nigeria has been taking water. Nigeria has been lying at the bottom of the ocean, at the belly of the ocean. And so those that are calling for rescue, those that have laid out plan, Ninas, to rescue the situation, whatever that could be salvaged, are being taken for granted. Some Nigerians may never succeed, to see the end of this whole thing that is playing out, or that is going to play out. Nigeria cannot remain at ease. No. Continuing on the complex for jihad by David Hundeyin, a WikiLeaks cable from 2002 confirms that this arrest actually did take place, only for the suspect to be released inexplicably after 27 days in detention. Okay, let's start here. To start to get some of the picture of what Boko Haram is and where it came from, let us retreat from 2011 to 2006 to read an excerpt from a letter written by Permanent Representative of Nigeria to the United Nations, Aminu B. Wali, addressed to the chairman of the Counter-Terrorism Committee. The letter is available in full from the official repository for UN documents written by the Nigerian government to the UN. It lays out the measures it has taken to fight terrorism in Nigeria. Take special note of the names mentioned in bold letters. Okay, a WikiLeaks cable from 2002 confirms that this arrest actually did take place, only for the suspect to be released inexplicably after 27 days in detention. That is Kabiru Sokoto. For those who are not aware, Yakubu Musa Kafanchan, also known as Sheikh Yakubu Musa Katsina and Yakubu Musa Hassan, is a founding member of the Izala movement, JIBWIS, and is, in fact, the current chairman of its board of trustees and the chairman of the Katsina State JIBWIS chapter. He is a widely respected Islamic cleric and a very close personal friend and public associate of No Prizes for Gazing, Isa Ali Pantami. Yes, Isa Pantami, the Minister of Communication, the one that used to preach in support of Osama bin Laden and terrorist activities. In line with Sheikh Gumi, in line with the president's aspiration, Muhammad Buhari, and mind you, it is Bello and the father to this Abubakar Sheikh Gumi that raised people like Muhammadu Buhari, Ibrahim Babangida, Abu Salam Abubakar. Those are the Ahmadu Bello with their mission still intact. They appoint religious leaders who appoint people that will go into military, that will go into government. So this is part of the takeover that is actually happening. Going far back to 1960s, to this, even before then. Okay.
the minister visits Sheikh Abubakar Gumi. They interact, they take pictures, they are really communicating, interacting, meeting, and making sure that their plan is in place. That's why they are collecting the data of Nigerians. Mr. Kafanchan was even recently named as one of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world by the Royal Islamic Strategic Studies Center, a Jordanian government-affiliated NGO. More on that later. Apparently, Mr. Kafanchan has been known to the Nigerian security forces as the leader of a terror network trying to set up terror cells in Katsina and Kano as far back as 2002. Keep that date in mind, because it will become even more important as we unravel this further. And also remember the introduction of Sharia laws that started in Zamfara 20 years ago by Sani Yerima, the man that went to marry a 13-year-old Egyptian, essentially buying her. According to official Nigerian government communication to the UN, this real-life Islamic terror organizer is known to have affiliation with a certain GSPC group trying to carry out terror attacks in Nigeria, and he was even arrested for it in 2002, 7 whole years before the world ever heard of a Boko Haram. Yet in 2021, he is not only a free man, but a powerful free man with access to federal ministers, state governors, and President Muhammadu Buhari himself. You can see him standing at the Juma prayer, only separated by the state governor. I believe that would be the Zamfara state governor of Katsina, at a prayer ground with Muhammadu Buhari. And then there is the GSPC angle. GSPC stands for Group Salafiste pour la Prédication et le Combat. Salafist Group for Preaching and Combat. A full primer on the origin of the group and what it stands for is available, also online. Cliff Notes Summary. It is an illegal Salafi terrorist organization based in Algeria which is affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. It specializes in providing training, funding, and support to Islamist and jihadi fighters around the world using a vast global network of smugglers, money launderers, and rat lines. Which brings us to the second name in the above letter excerpt, Alhaji Sharu Haruna. In the Nigerian government's own words,